Chapter 231. Putre did not speak. He only lowered his head quietly. The veteran Genid sighed. The way he looked at Thales slowly changed. As for Northland and Extet, they will live under Lampard's lies and will. One day, they will even worship this king slayer as their king. Thales turned his head. Nicholas snorted. The Walton family will never recover from this setback. The prince glanced at Nicholas and Merk and sneered softly. This feels terrible, doesn't it? Putre exhaled. His eyebrows furrowed. As for escaping? Thales continued. His voice was a little hollow. Leaving behind such a mess, where else can we escape to? The prince turned his head and swept his gaze over everyone. In the future, we will die in the war-torn Eternal Star City, Thales said firmly. Or now, we will die in Dragon Cloud City, which is filled with conspiracies. Is there a difference? He asked loudly. No one spoke. Then, a sonorous and powerful male voice broke the silence. Of course there is. Everyone turned their heads in surprise. The young police officer, Cohen Caribbean, walked to the back hall with heavy steps. Miranda and Raphael followed behind him with subtle expressions on their faces. The tall and strong police officer said loudly, if we choose the latter, at least all of us can die like men. Miranda glanced at Cohen coldly. Raphael covered his mouth and coughed at the right time. The agitated Cohen's expression froze. He quickly added weakly, and women. Before everyone could ponder the amazing meaning of this sentence, Thales smiled slightly. Thank you for your support. The second prince nodded and said in a friendly manner, Sir Caribbean. When Cohen heard the prince's acknowledgement, his eyes immediately curved into crescents. Just call me Cohen, Your Highness. Miranda snorted. That's right. Thales turned his head. Horace Jadestar once said that. Since we can't retreat, why don't we move forward with all our might? He looked around and swept his gaze over everyone. Putre clasped his hands. His gaze was worried. Cohen looked agitated and eager to try. Raphael's expression was indifferent. His gaze was focused, and he kept rubbing his fingers. But Thales' gaze had already shifted to the Northlanders. What do you say, Nicholas? He asked steadily. Nicholas frowned and fixed his gaze on the prince. This is impossible. The Star Killer shook his head in denial. You? The current you and us are nothing compared to Lampard. But Thales interrupted him again. Remember your white blade guards? Commander Nicholas? The second prince stared at him with a firm gaze. Nicholas' expression was unpleasant, and his gaze froze. You may not remember. Thales snorted softly. His gaze was incredibly solemn. But I remember. Nicholas clenched his fists. Merk grabbed his shoulder and shook his head slightly. Thales heaved a long sigh and gritted his teeth. As he recalled, he said hatefully, I remember those warriors. I remember they used their flesh and blood to block the flying locust blade. I remember they held hands and blocked the deadly crossbow bolts for us. I remember that with their last breath, they raised their blades and charged at the enemy. Nicholas' expression turned colder. Almost everyone furrowed their brows. Those were the dragon's imperial guards. They were the last silhouettes of many of them. Thales raised his head abruptly and asked in a drawl, Do you remember? Commander? Asterisk thud. Asterisk Nicholas punched the wall beside him fiercely. I trained them myself. I remember each and every one of their names, faces, and skills. The Star Killer gritted his teeth. His gaze was like fire as he said furiously, Don't you F** King lecture me here, you little Jadestar brat, I am F** King lecturing you. Thales seemed to be angry as well. He did not back down. He took a step forward and roared at Nicholas, Lord Sorry Nicholas, and the F** King Coward Star Killer, damn it, this title is so unpleasant to the ears. Nicholas' eyes were spitting fire. His face was red. He clenched his fists and was about to step forward. Wyatt and Ralph instinctively protected the prince. Cohen and Miranda placed their hands on the hilts of their swords. But Merc, who was beside the Star Killer, stretched out his arms in time. His muscles bulged, and he held the furious Nicholas down. Let him finish. Thales panted a few times as he spoke in a foul language that he was not used to. He gritted his teeth and said, "And you, listen carefully. I won't run away. I will go back to the place where we were utterly defeated by Lampard and tried to survive in a panic." The prince looked at everyone in front of him, from Putre to Waya, from Miranda to Raphael, from Merc to Little Rascal. He looked at their expressions and said in a low voice, "We are going to avenge the White Blade Guards. We are going to seek justice and truth for them. We are going to prove that their sacrifice, that their efforts were not in vain. We are going to destroy Lampard's schemes and plans, no matter what they are. We are going to save this city that has bled too much." After Thales finished speaking, he patted his chest. Nicholas gritted his teeth and sneered, "This is suicide. It's just a better way to die." Thales raised his head again. "That's right. We Constellatiates are going to commit suicide," he said coldly. "Northlanders." The second prince pushed Waya away and walked towards Nicholas. He stared at the Star Killer with eyes as sharp as swords. "Are you coming or not?" The air seemed to have frozen. Nicholas glared at the second prince of Constellation. The faces of the White Blade Guards appeared before his eyes. "And that guy? Caslin. And him?" Nicholas' body began to tremble uncontrollably. A surge of power surged in his body. Merc's expression changed. He tightened his grip on Nicholas' shoulders. Everyone watched this scene nervously. After a while, Nicholas swung his arm and broke free from Merc's grip. F***CK. He looked like he was struggling and spat. The Star Killer looked behind Thales, at the nervous Little Rascal. Thales narrowed his eyes. "The Walton family's orphan is here." Nicholas turned his head around. His eyebrows were furrowed and his face was extremely distorted. He looked at Merc as if he was trying to explain something. I can't risk her getting hurt," he gritted his teeth, trying to convince himself amidst his struggle. He was angry and indignant. "But I want to help him," a small female voice rang in everyone's ears. Nicholas froze. "What?" He lowered his head in disbelief and looked at the little girl. Little Rascal seemed a little afraid, but she suppressed her fear and moved closer to Thales. The prince gave her an encouraging and grateful look. "Thank you." "I'm sorry." Little Rascal trembled slightly. She gulped. "I said, I want to help Thales," the girl stuttered and lacked confidence. I don't want to run anymore." Under everyone's strange gazes, she said firmly, We are Northlanders, aren't we?" Nicholas and Merc were both stunned. The descendants of the Walton family have never run away from battle. The girl closed her eyes as if that would regain some courage. Her glasses slid down the bridge of her nose. Before the entire army was wiped out, the King of Wrath, Shalon Walton, fought for an entire day and night with an axe. In the end, he widened his eyes in anger and watched the Night-Wing King twist his head off. Even if he failed, he wanted to witness his own death. Little Rascal opened her eyes shakily and forced herself to look at Nicholas, whose gaze was as sharp as a knife. She said, "We can't run." "I don't want to run either." Hearing this, Merc suddenly chuckled softly. "You are a real Walton." The former administrator of the king's eyes were sorrowful. No one knew what he was thinking about. This young lady. Little Rascal thought of Alex. She shivered and retreated behind Thales, not daring to meet Merc's gaze. His Majesty made the right choice. Merc laughed bleakly. "What do you say, old friend?" Nicholas' face gradually relaxed. He exhaled. A few seconds later, the Star Killer laughed as well. His laughter was relieved and desolate. "Son of AB*TCH. Nicholas glared at Thales fiercely and said to Merc, Isn't it written all over your face? Merc nodded and looked dejected. I'll get the boys to prepare now. Thales breathed a sigh of relief. So, what's your plan? Nicholas said fiercely, I'll say this in advance. I refuse to let a brainless wild boar charge forward, Your Highness of Constellation. Thales narrowed his eyes. You'll be satisfied. Maybe. We're probably all crazy, the Star Killer snorted coldly and said disdainfully, to actually listen to two children and go to their deaths. Putre sighed deeply, then took a step forward. His steady voice rang. What did Lord Hanson say? Putre looked at Raphael, who had been quiet all this while. Did the Secret Intelligence Department agree as well? This is not a simple decision. It concerns the future of the kingdom. It's best to have the Secret Intelligence Department's support and plan. Raphael instantly attracted everyone's attention. Or rather, Thales thought in his heart, it's the Black Prophet who attracted everyone's attention. The young man from the Secret Intelligence Department frowned slightly. I can't communicate with the Lord for the time being, Raphael said flatly. He did not care about the various gazes cast on him. So, at this moment, this place, his gaze focused. I am the will of the Secret Intelligence Department. Putre reached into his bosom and took out his favorite pipe. He absent-mindedly filled it with tobacco. So, what do you mean? Raphael glanced at Miranda. The latter only held her saber tightly and pursed her lips. She did not say a word. This reminded him of the little girl 12 years ago. At that time, she also pursed her lips and shivered as she curled up in a corner. Curled up in a pile of dead people. Raphael chuckled in his heart. The young man from the Secret Intelligence Department turned his head. His gaze was resolute and firm. He still looked cynical and relaxed, but his words were very formal. Since it's the prince's decision, the Secret Intelligence Department will, of course, fully support and provide all assistance. Thales nodded at Raphael. Moreover, he's not completely unsure. Raphael glanced at Thales. Forget it. Putre lowered his head and lit his pipe. His eyes were tired as he said, after all, he's a jade star. Thales sighed. Lord Putre Nemain. Go ahead. When Putre raised his head again, his expression was much calmer. He exhaled a mouthful of smoke. If this is your will. Chapter 232. Everyone's gaze returned to Thales again. Thales exhaled and smiled. What about the others? Thales looked at the remaining people and narrowed his eyes. What we are about to do is very dangerous, we might lose our lives. The remaining people exchanged a few glances. Wire revealed a helpless but determined smile. Your Highness, I have already said this when we first met. For the rest of my life, this body of mine will be yours to command. Thales shrugged. The veteran Gened raised his eyebrows slightly. If you ask me, your style is indeed different from Duke John's, but why not? Don't look at me, Willow said nervously. I will go wherever everyone else goes. Ralph saw Thales' gaze shift to him and could not help but frown. He extended his hands and made two gestures in the air. Don't ask. Just do it. Thales smiled knowingly. This tone. Does he think he's still in Blood Bottle Gang? Very well, then we have reached a consensus. Thales breathed a sigh of relief and looked at everyone. But his expression immediately darkened. Even though this decision might kill us. No, Thales sighed in his heart. In this plan, there had to be someone who was going to die. But since the decision has been made, Thales' gaze froze. But what are you going to do? A discordant voice interrupted. Everyone turned their heads. We only have a group of defeated soldiers who are on the run. All of them are injured and hiding. Including the White Blade Guards, there are only about a dozen of us. Behind Cohen, Miranda Arund looked at the prince with a cold expression. You are just a 7 or 8-year-old brat. What can you rely on to overthrow Lampard and protect the Northern Territory? Lady Arun's gaze was incredibly sharp, and her question was extremely sharp. Even to save the kingdom? The same question, Nicholas mocked bluntly. Do you really want us to die and move the people of Dragon Cloud City? Thales lowered his head and was silent for a few seconds. What do you think? The Prince of Constellation asked calmly. Everyone looked at each other. Putre raised his eyebrows. I say, said the vice diplomat in a low voice, with a puff of smoke, that we are no match for Lampard in any respect. Cohen crossed his arms and gave Raphael a questioning look, but the latter ignored him. Lampard has nearly 2,000 men. They are the standing army of Black Sand region, and they are disguised as patrols. They are also firmly occupying the first gatehouse, and even control Heroic Spirit Palace. Putre calmly recounted the events. Nicholas raised his head and his eyes shone with a cold glare. Dragon Cloud City has enough troops to suppress him. Gather the patrols and the Walton family's recruits. The White Blade Guards will be the vanguard, and I will personally lead the attack. Whether it is the Gatehouse or Heroic Spirit Palace, I guarantee that they will not last more than 15 minutes. If, as a mere lord, you could recruit these troops in a suitable name, which might take a whole day, and make them run amok in Dragon Cloud City without hesitation, follow you to attack the Gatehouse, and rush into Heroic Spirit Palace, Putre retorted without batting an eyelid. That's right. Nicholas did not speak. He forcefully swallowed the words "this was my original plan" back into his throat. Merc patted him on the back of his shoulder. Putre sighed and continued, he has multiple Supreme-class elites under him. Regardless of whether it's Castellan or the Fire Knight, if they ambush us when we are caught off guard, they can defeat us in a short amount of time. There's even an existence like the supra-class swordsman Croche. Hearing this, Merc's expression clearly froze. He has allies like the Red Witch, Shiles, and Vlad. Everyone listened quietly to Putre's analysis. Their expressions became increasingly unpleasant. Intelligence is everywhere, and his connections are everywhere. I am willing to bet that once we get close to Heroic Spirit Palace or the first gatehouse, we will be discovered within 5 minutes. Don't forget about Shadow Shield. Thales sighed. And maybe Charlton. Hearing this, Putre's gaze darkened. Yes, and Shadow Shield and Charlton. We are also at an absolute disadvantage in terms of the situation. The vice diplomat took another puff of his pipe. There was a worried look on his face. Your Highness, as well as Constellation, have been rumored to be the masterminds behind the scenes. Other than a few White Blade Guards and this neutral temple, we are isolated and helpless. It is difficult for us to even show our faces. Everyone's expression became solemn. It was as if the excitement and passion from earlier had been swept away. Unless Lampard surrenders directly. Putre put down his pipe and sighed softly. Otherwise, I don't see any chance of winning until now. Thales did not speak. He only quietly observed everyone's expressions. Might as well let Raphael find another calamity to help us. Cohen shrugged in annoyance. It will be faster this way. Many people raised their eyebrows. Nicholas and Merc looked at the young man from the Secret Intelligence Department with unfriendly expressions. Yes. Raphael snorted coldly and glanced at Cohen. Maybe we can even get a great dragon to help us. Then we will definitely win. The others shook their heads. Little Rascal's expression changed. She subconsciously touched her glasses. Ralph grunted and gestured at the bright moon goddess with his chin. I understand what the mute meant this time. Waya looked at the phantom wind follower and sighed. He said that we should directly pray to the bright moon goddess. This is more reliable. Under everyone's gaze, the prince's attendant spread his hands at the statue. At least you will still be able to see her. Putre clutched his forehead and sighed. Are you done? The second prince suddenly interrupted Putre. Thales raised his head and looked at everyone with a piercing gaze. He flashed a sly and confident smile as he recalled the unforgettable battle and the swordsman who left a deep impression on him. Before the big battle starts, Thales raised his right hand and gently tapped his forehead. We have to change our minds first. Everyone was stunned. Change our minds? Miranda asked doubtfully. Among the puzzled people, Raphael rolled his eyes and seemed to be deep in thought. Thales exhaled and operated his brain, which had been thinking for a few hours. Black Sand region seems to have the upper hand in every aspect, seizing the initiative. The scenes from last night appeared before his eyes. He extracted information one by one. They have the entire situation under control, and we have no power to fight back. Thinking of this, Thales smiled faintly. How could a flying dragon lose when it rides on his face? But he felt a little gloomy. No one in this world understands this joke. At this thought, Thales raised his head and forced himself to be alert. Asterisk smack. Asterisk, but. The second prince's gaze was calm as he punched his other palm. Really? Do you have another opinion? Putre's eyes shone brightly. Your Highness? No. Unexpectedly, Thales shook his head. Your analysis is correct. But even if they are as strong as the calamities, the prince raised his head and his gaze was firm, they can't change people's hearts and turn the situation around. Even if they are strong enough to destroy Extet's capital, kill all the Extetian nobles, and even threaten every Northlander with death, they can't change Northland's traditions, can't change Extet's spirit, can't force people to change their minds, and can't destroy the truly precious things in this land. Cohen ran his fingers through his hair. His expression did not change, but his gaze when he looked at Waya was filled with one word, what? Waya shrugged at him. I don't understand. They were not the only ones. Nicholas also frowned in puzzlement. What are you trying to say? Thales' pupils shrank. What I want to say is, the second prince said faintly, don't limit your vision to a simple comparison of strength. The battle we are about to face is not a gambling fight between two people using their strength to arm wrestle, nor is it a game of counting on a chessboard, much less a fair duel between ancient knights. An army of 1,000 or 2,000 people is nothing. They can't change the minds of the nobles in Dragon Cloud City, and the warriors of Dragon Cloud City can crush them in one blow, Thales said calmly. At the same time, he kept thinking about the doubtful points he had grasped before. Caslin and Tolja can kill any pawn at will, but even if you tie the two of them together and multiply them by 10, they can't make the archdukes willingly support Lampard as king. They can't turn the truth that has already happened into an illusion. The Red Witch seems to be very powerful, but without the support of the power she is attached to, the secret room spies and the secrets they hold are nothing. Shadow Shield and Charlton sound terrifying, but they can only carry out assassinations and spies in the dark. What truly supports their survival is power, as well as the conflicts and contradictions that arise from power. Without power, they are like fish out of water. They have no value at all. They are just Lampard's chess pieces, the intelligent Kenvita, the brave Tolja, the well-respected Caslin, the all-pervasive Red Witch, the well-connected Marquis Shiles, and the obedient Black Sand Region army. When he said this, Thales shook his head. But we can't be fooled by these chips and chess pieces. Raphael flashed a faint smile. Interesting. What a familiar argument. Miranda lowered her head, seemingly in deep thought. Cohen widened his eyes and blinked 3 times in puzzlement. How is it interesting? Thales took a deep breath. The expression in his eyes was extremely serious and solemn. You must know that all these chess pieces cannot compare to the strongest, most terrifying, most powerful, and most unique chess piece on their chessboard. The prince's voice rang faintly, only that person is the greatest threat. That truly powerful person, the strongest chess piece in their camp. No one spoke. Everyone seemed to be thinking, even Cohen. Raphael rubbed his fingers, Miranda stroked the hilt of her sword, Nicholas' gaze was still as cold as ice, and Merc looked at Little Rascal with a profound gaze. Putre seemed to have forgotten to smoke, letting the pipe burn in his hand. He said tentatively, "You mean?" Thales raised his gaze and pictured that terrifying opponent in his mind. "Yes," he said absent-mindedly, an ambitious and ruthless person with extraordinary courage. Thales nodded nonchalantly, but his eyes were filled with wariness and solemnity. Their strongest chess piece. He said the names softly. Chapman Lampard. At that moment, everyone was stunned. We cannot be fooled by the appearances of the other chess pieces, the prince said softly. As long as we attack the weak point, everything else will be solved. Thales quietly watched the other people's gazes and expressions, not saying a word. Then, Nicholas raised his head in confusion. You mean, the Star Killer said in disbelief, to behead him? I get it. Before Thales could react, Cohen slapped his forehead and his eyes lit up. We're going to do everything we can to assassinate Lampard? When he heard their words, Thales almost vomited blood. He rolled his eyes and suddenly remembered High Priestess Holmes' words just now. So, the prince tried his best to look calm and snorted. You're not listening to me. Cohen was instantly stunned and widened his eyes. On the other hand, Nicholas looked as if he had just eaten **T. Thales exhaled deeply. Oh my God. No wonder. So, when I say this, and then look at the other person's ignorant face, it's so pleasant. After savoring the feeling for a while, Thales raised his eyebrows. I understand. Finally, Miranda caught on to Thales' words. You are not thinking of going head-on against his armor. Instead, you are thinking of going around the edges and directly attacking Lampard's fundamental goal? Thwarting his intentions? Putre narrowed his eyes. Yes, the root of everything is Lampard. The second prince smiled in relief. He said with a smile, we're going to determine his intentions and then find his weakness. Everyone looked at each other. You make it sound so easy, Nicholas said in dissatisfaction. What's Lampard's weakness? What's his goal? How are you going to thwart him? Thales blinked. I have a conjecture about this, it needs to be verified. As for thwarting him, since we are going to deal with their strongest chess piece. Thales took a deep breath, and his eyes shone like fire. Naturally, we have to bring out our strongest chess piece on the battlefield where both sides are the most unfamiliar, the most disadvantaged, and the most isolated. Thales said resolutely, we'll decide the winner in one round. Miranda furrowed her brows. Wait, did you just say our strongest chess piece? The swordswoman asked doubtfully. What did you mean? Cohen glanced at the silent Raphael, then at Nicholas. The Secret Intelligence Department? The police officer asked tentatively, or the legendary anti-mystic equipment? Thales raised his eyebrows. You mean? Putre glanced at Little Rascal suspiciously, causing the latter to panic a little. The Walton family's orphan? The legitimate heir of Dragon Cloud City? But her gender? The strongest chess piece. Nicholas put down his arms and looked around. Puzzled, he said, me as a supreme class? Thales ignored the three of them. He exhaled through his nose and suppressed the displeasure in his heart. All of you are right. He ignored the others' words. His eyes burned with the flames of pre-battle. Just like when he faced the blood mystic in the past, he said eagerly, the strongest chess piece in our camp. The second prince smiled and extended his right hand. He tapped his chest and shouted a name. Chapter 233. For 3 seconds, no one said a word. Until, cut the nonsense. Nicholas tilted his head to reveal the hilt behind his back. There was a fierce glint in his eyes, and his words were as cold as frost. Or do you like to joke? Cohen narrowed his eyes. Even Little Rascal shook her head. Thales raised his eyebrows and smiled awkwardly. But I am serious. He looked at everyone's hostile and doubtful gazes, and his heart skipped a beat. The prince could only shake his head in the end. All right, let's get to the main point. Ever since King Nuvan was assassinated, I have collected a lot of information while on the run. Thales sighed. There are many details about Lampard's plan this time. Putre and Raphael glanced at each other, inwardly surprised. Miranda frowned slightly. Collecting information while on the run? Thales shrugged. I can't just run for my life in a panic. Nicholas focused his gaze. For example, Lampard's true objective. Thales' breathing slowed down. Whether it was the army that he did not need to bring or his personal appearance, it has far exceeded the scope of self-preservation by counterattacking Niven. We talked about this in the prison cell, Miranda said keenly. Do you have an answer? Under everyone's gaze, Thales lowered his head slightly. He recalled the oppressive conversation in the carriage. After King Niven died and I fell into Lampard's hands, he said something to me, the second prince said absent-mindedly, replaying the scene in his mind. That sentence has been bothering me, until just now. Raphael subconsciously leaned forward a little and narrowed his eyes. Chapman Lampard's original words were, Thales said in a hoarse voice, imitating the ambitious and ruthless man's tone, what's next, double quotes. To save this country. Aside from Little Rascal, everyone was stunned. There were a few seconds of silence again. What? Putre was bewildered. Raphael and Miranda lowered their heads and pondered. Nicholas shook his head and exchanged glances with Merc. The self-justification of the shameless, the cunning words of the king's slayer. Thales shook his head solemnly. No, I can feel it. The prince exhaled. His gaze was solemn. He is serious. Lampard really believes that what he is doing is saving Extet. The Star Killer's expression slowly froze. Cohen scratched his head. Maybe we should stop this guessing game and get straight to the point. Say something that I can understand. There's something wrong with this sentence. Putre took a puff of his cigarette, and an undercurrent surged in his eyes. What does this country have to be saved? Could he be referring to the overthrow of King Niven? Miranda crossed her arms and thought carefully. As far as I know, Niven VII's 30 years of rule made the archdukes respect and fear him. To Lampard, Niven's death is the rebirth of the country. They can finally break free from the oppression of the Walton family and Dragon Cloud City? Merc sighed. But the prince still shook his head. Thales inhaled and said quietly, the biggest reason Lampard wants to overthrow King Niven is because he is afraid of King Niven's revenge on Black Sand region. It is to protect himself. But this problem has been solved. Thales raised his head and organized every element in his mind. King Niven is dead. He will not crawl out of Hell's River to look for him. Raphael did not say a word, but he suddenly smiled. The young man from the Secret Intelligence Department had a scrutinizing gaze. According to Lampard's original words, he is about to go to save this country, but King Niven is already dead. Judging from the chronological order, it is not right. Thales nodded absent-mindedly. Unless Lampard has never taken grammar lessons, and can't even distinguish between the present and future tense, Thales said flatly. Otherwise, what he said about saving the country, Thales raised his head. His gaze was extremely solemn. It is definitely not just to overthrow King Niven. It is not just to get rid of Dragon Cloud City's oppression. It is not just to change the king. He wants more. He wants an unprecedented change. He wants to save this country in the most thorough way possible. Everyone fell silent. I bet. Thales exhaled. His tone was solemn and serious. This is why Lampard brought his army to Dragon Cloud City. This is why he is heading to Heroic Spirit Palace right now. It is also the key to our counterattack. He can save the country by bringing his army to Heroic Spirit Palace? Cohen asked doubtfully. What does he want to do? Kill all the nobles in Dragon Cloud City, from the archdukes to the counts? Putre sneered. In the first few decades of my life, I've learned one thing. The vice envoy exhaled a puff of smoke and said faintly, violence is the shortest, simplest, and least effective way to solve a problem. It's best to use it as a last resort. Thales sighed. All the clues became clearer in his mind. During that memorable journey, I heard another detail. Everyone's gaze was once again drawn to the prince. Shadow Shield told Lampard, Thales said quietly, when Charlton assassinated King Nuvan, he spent a long time searching for the king's traces. Putre raised his head abruptly, as if he had thought of something. Raphael also opened his mouth in surprise. Thales lowered his head. "Thank you, Caslin, thank you for giving me Goo's hiding place, otherwise, I probably wouldn't have seen the meeting between Lampard and Shadow Shield." He thought silently. Waya raised his eyebrows. "Is there something wrong?" "Very wrong." Putre's eyebrows were tightly furrowed. His tone was tense. Arranging an assassination, but not being able to determine the target's location and time, the thin man's gaze became solemn. For an assassination that requires prior planning and thorough preparation, this is one of the most fatal and unforgivable mistakes. This means that Shadow Shield and Charlton's assassination had an accident that they did not expect. Oh. Beside him, Cohen slapped his head in realization. He then gave a thumbs up and said sincerely, "It seems like you are very experienced, uncle." At that moment, Putre's gaze darkened. Thales took a deep breath and raised his head. "Flying Locust Blade jumped down from the cliff of the sky to assassinate the king," the prince said solemnly. He had been hiding on the cliff of the sky. Even Asda and Black Sword did not notice him. Thales clenched his fists, thinking and organizing his thoughts. How did he get up there? Nicholas said suspiciously, "Even at night, Charlton could not have climbed the cliff of the sky without being noticed." Thales shook his head. "This is not important." The second prince's pupils shrank slightly. "What's important is that the cliff of the sky is connected to only one place." The eyes of Lord Merk, who had been the king's administrator for many years, trembled. He answered, "Heroic Spirit Palace." No one said anything. Everyone knew what this meant. Thales nodded slightly. In other words, Bennett Charlton originally planned to enter Heroic Spirit Palace from the cliff of the sky to assassinate King Nuvan. Heroic Spirit Palace was the place where King Nuvan would die in their original plan. Raphael flashed a strange smile and looked at the prince quietly. "Everything makes sense now." Thales was lost in thought. After Nuvan was assassinated, Lampard appeared with his army in an illogical manner. He even wanted to silence us. But he should not have done such an unwise thing that would arouse suspicion. Asterisk smack. Asterisk Thales punched his palm, and his eyes shone. "Now I understand." Lampard and his army appeared there. He exhaled. There was an accident in the assassination plan. King Nuvan should not have died in Shield District. He should have died in Heroic Spirit Palace, just like the accident in Project Dragon's Blood. Raphael sneered silently. Charlton could not find the king in Heroic Spirit Palace, so Lampard had no choice but to send his army into Shield District to search for Nuvan's traces. Thales clenched his fists. And after confirming that Charlton's assassination was a success, the first thing he thought of was to silence the witnesses. On the other hand, Nicholas' face turned green. There was pain in his eyes. King Nuvan, the Star Killer, said bitterly. He should have stayed safely in Heroic Spirit Palace during the crusade against the Calamity. But he chose to set off with the White Blade Guards and came outside the palace. He said he believed that the place where the White Blade Guards were was the safest place in the world. Merk lowered his head. His voice was hoarse. "We all failed to live up to our duties." Thales' eyes dimmed. Although choosing to leave the palace would inevitably lead to the tragedy of being assassinated, it was perhaps the wisest decision the old king made before he died. He left us a chance of survival. The police officer raised his hand. "What does this mean?" Cohen waved his hand and thought hard. Lampard did not want the people outside the palace to know that Nuvan was dead? Miranda raised her head. Her eyes were cold. If King Nuvan had followed Lampard's original plan and died mysteriously in Heroic Spirit Palace, what would have happened? The swordswoman asked coldly. Putre shook his head. "It's not about what would have happened," Thales hummed in acknowledgement. A few high-ranking figures appeared in his mind. He muttered to himself and continued the vice diplomat's words. It's about 4 friendly and amiable old friends who were also in Heroic Spirit Palace at that time. It's about what would have happened to them. Thales raised his eyes abruptly and looked at everyone. Let's go, he said resolutely. Where? Nicholas narrowed his eyes. Thales smiled. To verify my final guess, the prince said softly. To find Lampard's weakness. At the same time, the conversation between the 5 archdukes in the Hall of Heroes in Heroic Spirit Palace was getting more and more intense. Regarding His Majesty's misfortune, Chapman Lampard looked at the 4 archdukes in front of him coldly. It seems that you have something to say? Rockne of the City of Faraway Prayers snorted coldly. Don't treat your peers as fools. Archduke Rockne said coldly, we are not the noble background characters in knight novels who only know how to serve as foils for the protagonist and let him *ck their daughters for free. Lampard narrowed his eyes. As His Majesty's greatest enemy, Chapman, the bearded Alcius raised his chin and crossed his arms. His expression was solemn. But you found out about his death so much earlier than us. That's not easy. The Archduke of Black Sand Region snorted softly. And you appeared not too early nor too late. You appeared not long after His Majesty was assassinated. Archduke Trentida hid half of his face in the shadows where the brazier's light could not reach. He stroked his beard and said sarcastically, it seems that the horses of Black Sand Region are really fast. They're almost as fast as great dragons. How about selling some to me? The corners of Archduke Lampard's lips curled up slightly. I thought. The experienced and prudent Archduke Letko shook his head, making his bald head even more conspicuous. His eyes occasionally sparkled. If you're just here to talk to us, don't you think you brought too many attendants outside the door? Chapman Lampard raised his head and glanced at the stone carving of the cloud dragon spear above his head. He placed his hand on the old saber at his waist. In the next second, he nodded slowly. But on Lampard's unsmiling face, his gaze became colder and colder. I didn't know that all of you started learning how to act in stage plays. The Archduke of Black Sand Region lowered his head and snorted softly. He looked around at the 4 of them. 1 line for each of us? Bang. Archduke Rockne slammed his fist on the rectangular table. His gaze was cold. Cut the crap, the Archduke of the City of Faraway Prayers said fiercely. What on earth are you thinking in that big head of yours that has been blown by the wind and sand in the south for 40 years? Killing the king and destroying the greatest rule and tacit understanding between us for more than 600 years? Do you think you can escape? The Archduke stared at Lampard coldly and did not reply. Lampard also furrowed his brows in the face of Rockne's questioning. A few seconds later, I thought all of you would be very happy, Lampard said softly. His voice was a little hoarse. After all, he's dead. All of you can finally get rid of that tyrant. Get rid of his officials. Get rid of his unreasonable demands. Get rid of his increasingly greedy desires. Get rid of his growing power. Get rid of his unreasonable interference in the affairs of your territories. Chapman Lampard swept his gaze over the Archduke's coldly. Isn't that so? At that moment, different emotions flashed in the 4 archdukes' eyes. The hall was silent for a moment. The Archduke of Prestige Orchid, Rabian Alcius walked forward. The corners of the bearded Archduke's lips curled up. His tone was cold as he said, but this is not how the game is played. You can't overturn the chessboard just because you're temporarily at a disadvantage. He narrowed his eyes. You're acting like a gambler who throws caution to the wind. This makes us very nervous. Lampard snorted coldly, as if he was disdainful. Nervous? He extended his palm and patted his chest. He said in a deep voice, ask yourselves, my fellow archdukes. In the past 30 years, 60 years, 90 years. Lampard's expression was as cold as ice, and his words were as sharp as a sword. Was it me, or the Waltons, who pressured you to the point of suffocation with all sorts of tricks and aggressive actions, who made you more nervous? The archdukes did not speak. Years of experience had long since made them used to not show their emotions on their faces. Not everyone was as young as Pomfret. Lampard strode towards the direction of the long table. Of course, Nuven and the Waltons are very good at this game. He keeps his chessboard in good order, Lampard said coldly. Look at that throne. It has been placed in Dragon Cloud City for almost 100 years. The Archduke of Black Sand Region waved his hand and pointed at King Nuven's seat. His gaze was cold. Don't you find it strange? Archduke Alcius spat angrily. This has nothing to do with us. The Archduke of Prestige Orchid walked in front of him and confronted Lampard without flinching. But you did break the joint ruling pledge. His Majesty is still your common elected king. Thud. Lampard took a sudden step forward. His forehead was almost touching Alcius' forehead. But Alcius did not flinch. His gaze was fierce. The atmosphere between the two archdukes became increasingly tense. Then all of you should know that if he is still alive, my head will be placed in a box for all of you to see in 2 months. Archduke Lampard narrowed his eyes. He enunciated each word, and it sounded extremely terrifying. If he is still alive, my head will be placed in a box for all of you to see in 2 months. How do you know that the next head in the box will not be one of you? Stop talking nonsense. The oldest Archduke Letko raised his head, which was a rare sight. His gaze was very solemn. Trying to make us believe that the Prince of Constellation killed the king is not a good idea to divert the focus. The Northlanders have their own way of doing things, Archduke Rockney continued his sentence and said in a deep voice. We just have to follow it. Archduke Lampard narrowed his eyes, seemingly dissatisfied. Archduke Trentida clapped his hands. I don't think he wants to follow the way of Northland. The Archduke of the Reconstruction Tower, who was famous for his cunning, tilted his head. Look at the bunch of stupid soldiers outside the door. Archduke Rockney snorted coldly. Why, do you still plan to exterminate all of us here? Archduke Lampard stared at the 4 archdukes. His expression grew colder. He clenched his fists. But the 4 archdukes before him did not have the slightest intention of backing down. They either sat or stood, staring coldly at Lampard, uncompromising. After a long while, Lampard relaxed his fists, lowered his chest, and slowly exhaled. I'm not here to threaten all of you, the Archduke of Black Sand Region said solemnly, and I'm not here to harm all of you. Archduke Letko narrowed his eyes, as if he was deep in thought. Lampard raised his head abruptly. I'm here today for Ekstedt. Archduke Alcius and Archduke Rockney exchanged glances and sneered at the same time. Come on. Rockney shook his head. The Kingslayer wants to negotiate terms? For Ekstedt's future, Lampard said solemnly, I have an important proposal to make to all of you. The Archduke of Black Sand Region raised his head. His expression was cold, but his eyes seemed to be burning with flames. Flames and ice. Dragon Cloud City no longer has a direct heir, he said flatly. I believe that whether it's the selfish Walton family, or this archduchy that has been a burden to Ekstedt for more than 600 years, should not continue to exist. Trentida revealed a puzzled expression. Archduke Letko's expression changed. Alcius pursed his lips. There was a hint of shock in his eyes. Rockney's smile froze on his face. But Lampard continued to speak. The western part of Dragon Cloud City can belong to the City of Faraway Prayers, he said flatly, as if he was talking about a trivial matter of the winter hunt last year. We can let Defense City manage the northern part. As for the rest. Lampard narrowed his eyes and stared at Alcius and Trentida. Let Prestige Orchid Region and Reformation Tower respectively. The Archduke shut his mouth and waited quietly for a response. No one spoke. It was as if the air had frozen. Then, Archduke Letko's incredulous and trembling voice rose. What did you say? Lampard turned to him. Did you hear what I said? Lampard's eyes widened slightly. He said in a low voice, "We will jointly manage this piece of land, Dragon Cloud City." Chapter 234. The four archdukes looked at Lampard with different expressions. Alcius furrowed his brows tightly, his face full of shock and bewilderment. Trentida tilted his head and sized him up with great suspicion. Archduke Letko's gaze did not move, as though he was frozen on the spot. Rockne clenched his fists tightly, his eyes full of disdain. After a long while, Archduke Alcius softly asked the question on everyone's mind, "Are you crazy?" Crackle. The 6 braziers, mixed with eternal oil, firewood, and other fuels, burned even more vigorously. At this moment, half of the Archduke of Black Sand region was hidden in the darkness, while the other half was illuminated by the firelight in the hall. Lampard turned around and looked at the empty seat at the end of the long table. His thoughts moved slightly. The scene of him playing with Harold here when he was young seemed to reappear before his eyes. He subconsciously placed his hand on the saber at his waist. Who knows? Lampard's expression was indifferent, his gaze cold. Probably. Alcius' expression became more and more perplexed. His brows began to tremble slightly. At this moment, Trentida, who had been sizing up Lampard with narrowed eyes, snickered. The other archdukes looked at him. Dragon Cloud City, ha ha ha. Dragon Cloud City. Trentida placed his right hand on his crossed left arm and supported his chin. His shoulders trembled as he laughed, and the shining blade embroidered on his chest also swayed up and down. Divide it? The Archduke of Reformation Tower chuckled again, as though he had just heard a good joke. Obviously, his sense of humor did not affect the other 4 archdukes. They stared at Trentida quietly, their expressions cold. Sorry, haha, forgive my loss of composure, everyone. Archduke Trentida grinned and shook his head. With his right hand still resting on his left arm, he casually waved at the archdukes. But there was not a hint of apology in his words. Sitting in the seat of an archduke, it's rare to hear such shocking words. Archduke Trentida's smile slowly faded, but it remained on his face. There was a profound look in his eyes. Especially when it comes from another archduke. Lampard stared at him and snorted softly. His expression was unfathomable. Very well, Archduke Alcius of Prestige Orchid interjected coldly. We will take over Dragon Cloud City's vast land and countless subjects, then we will eat and drink our fill, then, they will let you off lightly, right? He seemed to be deep in thought, but his gaze became increasingly hostile. Like a good business? The king's territory in exchange for the king's life? Lampard did not even look at him. He stared at the sky and said, "Don't read too much into what I mean, Rabian. You've been prejudiced against me since you were young." Alcius sneered, his expression ugly. Archduke Letko, the only one sitting, heaved a long sigh. Ignore King Nuvan's assassination, ignore someone's domineering and betrayal? The oldest archduke shook his head, a rare solemn expression on his face. This is not a good suggestion. Lampard looked at Letko, and his gaze sharpened. I believe that this is a good suggestion, Rogers, respected elder, he said respectfully and sternly. Dragon Cloud City is located in the heart of Ekstedt. It has countless important roads, abundant resources, vast territory, fertile land, and many subjects. Lampard's gaze flickered slightly. It has a natural suppressive advantage over other territories. During the days when Nuvan was in power, all of you suffered a lot. Troops passing through borders, setting up checkpoints, cutting off supplies, storing up food, migrating, opening up wastelands. He had plenty of ways to deal with us. Archduke Letko sighed. His gaze was misty. So, to get rid of Dragon Cloud City. Lampard extended his right hand and looked around at the archdukes. He slowly clenched his fist. This is so that the shackle known as the Walton family will no longer exist. It is to free all of you, who are here. He glanced at the other 4 archdukes. But the other archdukes were unmoved. Only Archduke Rockne raised his chin slightly. He first revealed a faint smile, then his gaze turned cold. "How interesting," he said in a low voice. "After you did all this, after you shamelessly killed the king, after you brought your troops to heroic Spirit Palace, you actually wanted to use the late king's interests and territories in exchange for our understanding and our accomplices?" Rockne's voice gradually revealed his suppressed anger. "You actually wanted to use the late king's interests and territories in exchange for our understanding and our accomplices? And you're still speaking in such a dignified manner, as if you're on our side and have no choice but to do this for us." Archduke Rockne spat coldly in front of Lampard. "Go to hell, Lampard." Lampard stared back at him expressionlessly. Although Kulgan Rockne of the City of Faraway Prayers was bold, straightforward, and uncompromising as the rumors said, this was the first time he met him. Maybe it'll be troublesome. Archduke Lampard closed his eyes, then slowly opened them. "I have to reiterate, although King Nuvan and I have an unresolvable misunderstanding, and even a grudge," he said slowly, "but the whole tragedy last night, it's all the Constellation's plan. You've all heard of the Secret Intelligence Department's methods. Some of you may have even seen it. The reason I'm here is to save ourselves before the trauma they left on the kingdom of the Great Dragon worsens." Alcius rudely cut him off. "So, what is this?" The Archduke of Prestige Orchid tilted his head and glanced at Lampard. His expression was unpleasant. "Find a good enough price, then bribe us to endorse your words." "So, you're saying that you're treating this glorious hall?" Alcius' voice suddenly rose, and his face was filled with anger. "Is this a market where lowly people shout and bargain? Do not tarnish our dignity, Your Grace." Letko coldly watched the conversation between the few people and did not speak. Lampard's expression darkened. He lowered his head slightly and exhaled slowly. "So, you don't accept this price?" His voice was a little low. "The same thing happened once before. 300 years ago, if it weren't for Char's regency, the Waltons would have lost their rule over Dragon Cloud City because their suzerain died. In other words, this is a once-in-300 years opportunity for you." Hearing this, Rockne could not take it anymore. He slammed the table and shouted angrily, "This is impossible." With an offended expression on his face, he shouted angrily, "You want us to abandon ourselves, to collude with the Kingslayer, to cover up and tolerate the evil that should have been committed by you, the evil consequences that you left behind? You're insulting us and Extet." Trentida laughed. "Divide Dragon Cloud City? God, I can't believe I'll actually hear this in my lifetime, on the day the old king passes away," he said gloomily, his beady eyes darting back and forth. "But this cannot be a reason for us to clean up your mess." Archduke Trentida retracted his gaze from Lampard and said with a smile, "It's also not a good way to bargain." Lampard looked back at the Archduke of Reformation Tower. His expression changed. "Is that so?" "Trentida, no matter how much you explore the Sighing Mountains, the barren Reformation Tower will always lack a new piece of arable land." Lampard turned to face Trentida. His words made the latter slightly startled. "But if you have 2 or even 3 counties southeast of Dragon Cloud City, you won't have to feign civility with those mountain barbarians anymore. You won't have to worry about the food shortage every day before the bitter cold winter." Trentida narrowed his eyes. "Are you talking about the 2 enclaves that don't border my land?" The cunning Archduke sneered faintly. "Who will benefit more?" Lampard curled up the corner of his lips. "Since you said so," the Archduke of Black Sand Region said something chilling. "Pofford of Beacon Illumination City has just passed away, and his territory is too close to Dragon Cloud City." The 4 archdukes' gazes flickered again. "I thought that his young brother wasn't strong enough to take on such a big responsibility." Lampard concluded coldly. "This will also solve the predicament of Reformation Tower. Of course, in this case, the division of Dragon Cloud City's ownership will be different. The City of Faraway Prayers and Prestige Orchid Region will both get a bigger share." Trentida was stunned. He stared at Lampard in a daze, as though he was seeing him for the first time. When Archduke Rockne heard this, he cursed with a terrifying expression, "Damn it." Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk Archduke Letko tapped his fingers on the table. His gaze was subtle. From young Chapman, who used to follow behind his elder brother in a daze, to the infamous Archduke of Black Sand region today. His voice was drawn out and steady. "I've really underestimated you in the past. It seems like there's a reason why the old man chose you instead of the popular herald." Lampard's pupils constricted slightly. The scene from 12 years ago appeared before his eyes again. Herald. His elder brother. His destined lord. He seemed to see the man lying on the ground, coughing up blood in pain while smiling at his tearful and wailing self. "Chapman. Remember. We will never give in." Lampard's gaze froze in the air. The bald old Archduke sighed. "How ambitious. You want to swallow up the two most central archduchy territories in the country?" "My ambition?" "No," Lampard said quietly. "You can't bear my ambition." Trent Ida rolled his eyes. "You speak as though the nobles and other archdukes in these fiefs are dead." The Archduke of Reformation Tower seemed to be mocking him. "Elefure City must be very unhappy. Beacon Illumination City is closer to that goatee, isn't it?" Lampard brought his attention back to reality. "It's Archduke Drosset's loss that he didn't come," Chapman Lampard said seriously, as though he was seriously discussing, "but if you're worried, we can also negotiate with him. We can all achieve a good result." Trent Ida chuckled. His intentions were hard to decipher. Clap, clap. Alcius clapped his hands twice. "That's enough," the bearded Archduke said coldly. "Do you still remember who you are?" Lampard's gaze flickered. "I know that Prestige Orchid region does not lack land, and the Alcius family's reputation in the Northlanders' hearts is not to be underestimated." The Archduke of Black Sand region nodded and said to Alcius, "But if you accept this condition, you won't have to be careful between the king's urgent orders and Constellation's roaming sentries because of Pine Forest's border defense. And you, the upright and plain-spoken Rockne." Lampard looked at the long-haired visitor from the City of Faraway Prayers. "With these new citizens, the City of Faraway Prayers will have the best source of recruits in the world. 80% of the people will be able to fully equip themselves. This way, when you face the turmoil in the desert and the Golden Passage again, you will be full of confidence. At least, you won't have to be so nervous, as if you're facing a great enemy." Rockne did not say a word. He only stared at him coldly. As for Defense City, Lampard turned to Letko, whose face was deeply wrinkled. "The rich mines in the north of Dragon Cloud City. Why not add a large piece of territory with rich crystal drop mineral deposits for no reason?" The next time Archduke Shustel or the new king forces you to mobilize the entire territory and fill up the glacier defense line, you can throw a bunch of gold coins at them to shut them up. Archduke Letko did not comment. "Enough." Archduke Alcius interrupted Lampard's one-man show. He shook his head. "Don't test our patience. We're not here to chat and boast with you. You should be glad that we're still willing to listen to your nonsense here," Rockne added rudely. "But you still don't seem to understand the situation you're facing," the long-haired Archduke said angrily. You're our biggest problem. The regicide Chapman, or at least the Chapman who's suspected of committing regicide?" Lampard frowned slightly. He glanced at the expressions of the other three archdukes. None of them objected to Rockne's words, not even the stingiest, and calculative Trent Ida. Lampard sighed secretly in his heart. "You just can't understand, can you?" He closed his eyes, raised his right hand, and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. He seemed very tired. "Even though I'm so sincere in giving you my proposal?" Lampard opened his eyes, raised his eyebrows, and suddenly raised his voice. "Even though these conditions are actually beneficial to you?" "Come on." Alcius interrupted him loudly. The bearded archduke snorted and said, "On the morning after the king's death, 5 archdukes coincidentally appeared together and told them, 'I'm sorry, but Dragon Cloud City is no longer the Walton family's territory, and you now belong to us. From now on, you have to pay us taxes and accept our conscription." Beside him, Trent Ida hummed in agreement. Rockne, on the other hand, hugged his arms tightly, as though he was suppressing his anger. "If you didn't treat the four of us as fools." Alceus's gaze focused and he continued. "You must have treated the subordinate nobles of Dragon Cloud City as blind, and the citizens of Dragon Cloud City as fools." Lampard stared at him in silence. "Even if you look down on those ignorant and boorish commoners, the counts of Dragon Cloud City are not easy to deal with." Archduke Trent Ida, who was watching from the side, sighed. "They're Northlanders. They're only loyal to the Waltons. Divide Dragon Cloud City? That's just a joke." The Archduke of Reformation Tower shook his head and spread his hands. "Without that family name, we'll never be able to rule this land. Bribing us with a piece of sweet cheese that we can't even eat, to cover up your filthy deeds?" Trent Ida rolled his eyes and revealed a smile. "You can't convince us on this point." Lampard furrowed his brows tightly. Archduke Rockne, who was in front of him, snorted loudly. "And all of Ekstedt. What do you think they'll think of us?" Archduke Letko spoke slowly. Occasionally, a bright glint flashed across his eyes. "After the 5 archdukes conspired to kill the king, they divided his territory." Letko shook his head and did not continue speaking. Rockne took a step forward. He narrowed his eyes and spoke to Lampard's face in an almost rude manner. "Perhaps you can be shameless and kill your kin as well as your king." Lampard's expression changed. "And you're even proud of it, but remember, we're Northlanders, Ekstedtians," the Archduke of the City of Faraway Prayers said coldly. "We have our own dignity and pride. If you're really for Ekstedt's future," Rockne furrowed his brows as though he was filled with disgust. "Stop talking like a Camian. It disgusts me." Lampard closed his eyes. He turned around and took a few steps forward. His chest rose and fell. He was suppressing it. He was suppressing his increasingly impatient anger. Even though he had rehearsed it thousands of times and had some expectations of the Archduke's reactions. But, enough. Lampard opened his eyes abruptly. "Archdukes? These short-sighted, stupid vermin behind me. They think they're noble and proud. They're completely unaware of the imminent crisis. They turn a blind eye to the most terrifying threat. They've never realized where the terrifying existence that truly decides their life and death is." One day, Lampard suddenly turned around. His expression was firm and resolute. He seemed to have made a decision. The 4 archdukes could not help but tense up a little. But Lampard did not do anything that would overturn the chessboard. "I understand." Within a few seconds, he exhaled deeply. His expression became calm again. "I understand what you mean." The 4 archdukes exchanged a few glances. "First of all, do you think that we can't successfully take down Dragon Cloud City without any hidden dangers?" Trent Ida snorted. The others did not comment. "Secondly," Lampard continued, "according to Rockne, as Ekstedtians, you have your own creed?" Rockne's expression was fierce. He made a biting gesture at Lampard. His eyes were filled with deep disdain. Lampard took a deep breath. His gaze was as firm as steel as he swept his gaze past each of the Ekstedtian archdukes. At that moment, Lampard remembered what happened 12 years ago. To him at that time. He was still young, but his heart was already dead. He had tasted the vicissitudes of life. The young count who did not know where his future lay. The heir of Black Sand region, this nightmarish title. At that time, he was also like this. With great determination, he stood in Constellation's Renaissance Palace, in the Hall of Stars, and faced the hostile gazes of the Constellations. He faced the old Supreme King of Constellation, 80 Jade Star, whose eyes were filled with a meaning that made people feel uneasy. He faced the murderous Sword of Reversing Light, the Butcher of Constellation, Horus Jade Star, who was filled with blood debts. He faced the king's eldest son, who sat at the seat below the king. Meteor Jadestar, who always had a smile on his face, spoke in a humble tone, and made people unknowingly calm. And Lampard clenched his fists. And the woman who sat beside King 80. That woman. Lampard could not quite remember her face. For some reason, when he thought of that woman, who was steady, magnanimous, and whose expression was as calm as water, Lampard felt the same as he did in the past. He knew that it was nervousness that came from the bottom of his heart. And fear. Lampard exhaled and focused his gaze again. If this is what you are worried about, he said to the 4 archdukes flatly, I can solve it. Chapter 235. The 4 archdukes had different reactions, but one of them set an example. Enough, Alcius rejected him decisively. Let's stop talking about dividing Dragon Cloud City. Please let me finish. Lampard lowered his eyelids. Can't you understand human language? Rockne interrupted him coldly. But Lampard's eyes were filled with anger, and he immediately retorted in an even louder and more decisive tone. I know you have already sent a messenger crow. Lampard roared angrily, Leespan and his patrol team are rushing over, aren't they? His words faded away. There was only silence. The 4 archdukes were stunned. They looked at each other, and their breathing became tense without them realizing it. They seemed worried that Lampard already knew about this news. Lampard took a deep breath and calmed his emotions. Don't worry. His gaze became indifferent again. I didn't bring a falcon with me, so I can't intercept your letters. The 4 archdukes' breathing gradually calmed down. So, please let me finish. Dragging things out a little, and waiting for them to rush over to help you, is actually more beneficial to you. Hopefully, the setup of the first gatehouse can be dragged out a little longer. At least until I deal with them. Lampard thought in his heart. Rockne narrowed his eyes and turned to the other 3 archdukes. Do you want to continue listening to his nonsense? Trentida shrugged. Although it's very boring, the Archduke of Reformation Tower whistled and voiced everyone's thoughts. It's still better than us pointing our swords at each other and spilling our blood in Heroic Spirit Palace. Alcius sneered. Letko's expression remained the same as he gestured for Lampard to continue. No one objected. Lampard nodded. Walton, he said coldly, I hold the last daughter of the Walton family in my hands, closer than any other branch of the family. Archduke Letko narrowed his eyes and shook his head. Ekstedt has never had a precedent of a woman inheriting the archdukedom. She doesn't have to inherit. Lampard's expression turned cold and he spoke faster. But she can be used as a temporary chess piece. Trentida raised an eyebrow, as if intrigued. We can promise that the male bloodline she gives birth to after she gets married will become the future Archduke of Dragon Cloud City. Lampard's expression was resolute. He rubbed his fingers together like a knife and swung them fiercely. This is much more effective and reliable than hastily giving Dragon Cloud City to another family. We can stabilize the power inside and outside Dragon Cloud City. And before that, all of you will jointly manage Dragon Cloud City in the name of assistance. Lampard said calmly. Grand Duke Rockne frowned in disbelief. And then? Archduke Letko was expressionless. Lampard looked back at them calmly. The next second. The Archduke of Black Sand region parted his lips slightly. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, and his words were as firm as steel. This is war. Grand Duke Alcius's face twitched. Ha! Beside him, Trentida waved his hand in displeasure. Every family will go back to their territories to recruit soldiers and buy horses. Then, when they are unprepared, they will destroy Dragon Cloud City? Please, if this is your... Lampard interrupted him. The fearsome Archduke took a step forward and spoke in an explosive manner. No. Lampard's gaze was cold. We will unite the entire country and send troops south. Archduke Rockne clenched his fists. What? The 4 archdukes stared at Lampard with solemn expressions. The latter revealed a ferocious expression. Like a ferocious, man-eating beast before it hunted its prey. We will wage war against Constellation. He gritted his teeth and said fiercely, for the late King Nuvan, revenge. In another corner of Dragon Cloud City, Thales and Putray were squeezed in a narrow carriage. In front of them, Nicholas, who had his makeup on, sat in the driver's seat, leaving them with only the back view of his coarse linen coat. Thales hid in a gap between a cart of firewood. He was restless. He furrowed his brows tightly and thought hard. Chapman Lampard. The 4 archdukes. King Nuvan. Between them, how should we break this stalemate? Putray and Thales were separated by 2 bundles of firewood when they saw the latter's expression. The vice diplomat of Constellation sighed softly. The carriage drove over a low ridge and shook with a bang. At that moment, Thales only felt his vision shake. Then, a familiar feeling assaulted him. The prince subconsciously touched his forehead. His vision was starting to blur again. He was in a bright room. 3 or 4 young people were sitting around a middle-aged man with computers in their hands, looking at the projection on the wall. Since you chose this course, you must have the most basic understanding of social networks, such as nodes, edges, exit, entry, and even concepts such as 2-mode networks and structural equivalence. Now, I want you to imagine a network diagram. Let's use human networks. It's easier to understand the relationship between people instead of a geometric diagram. A, B, and C are 3 people. Let's assume that they know each other in pairs. Alright, draw 3 points and connect them with edges. We get the simplest triangular social network diagram. 3 points and 3 edges. You can use your own methods to analyze this network. Let's add a plus and minus sign to this simple network, to these lines that only have numbers. The relationship between A and B is very poor, and the line between them is assigned a -1. The relationship between B and C is very good, and the line between them is assigned a +1. Here comes the question, what will be the relationship between A and C? This leads to a new problem, the balance of social networks. The discussion of triangular relationships has been around since Simmel's era. Balance, for example, if your friend hates someone, then as a friend, if you don't hate him, you will be in a very awkward position in this triangular relationship. This triangular relationship may become unbalanced at any time. And in the concept of social networks, how do we show this balance? For an unbalanced human network, how will it change itself to achieve its own stability? The balance of the network. The stability of the relationship? Thales took a deep breath and rubbed his forehead hard, burying this newly acquired memory in the deepest part of his heart. The relationship between Lampard and Nuvan is negative. However, the relationship between Nuvan and the Archdukes is also negative. If this network is to be stable and balanced, then between Lampard and the Archdukes, wait. This network is not complete. I missed something. You're very nervous, aren't you? Thales, who was rubbing his forehead in deep thought, was shocked. He turned around. Huh? Putray stared at him with a worried expression. Sorry, I just didn't rest well. Thales came to his senses and shook his head with a smile. No, Putray interrupted him. It's not just now. The vice diplomat shook his head gently. From the beginning. Thales was slightly stunned. When you're nervous, you talk a lot. Putray exhaled and gritted his teeth, as though he was tormented by his addiction to smoking. I still remember when we first entered Dragon Cloud City, you were also like this. Thales was stunned. Is that so? He said absent-mindedly. Putray nodded silently. Although you appeared to be very confident before, as for the next operation. The skinny vice diplomat sighed. Actually, you are not confident either, are you? Putray's eyes shone with a contemplative light. Thales did not speak. He quietly stared at the firewood in front of him. A few seconds later, the prince lowered his head and sighed. I'm sorry, Thales said a little dejectedly, I don't know if we can succeed. Putray stared at him quietly. At this moment, Nicholas, who was in front, turned his head around. His eyes were like stars. "We are Northlanders," he said coldly. "Northlanders don't ask if we can do it. We only ask if we can do it or not." Putre snorted. Thales's heart skipped a beat. He took a deep breath and braced himself. "We've arrived?" Feeling the carriage stop, Thales raised his eyebrows. "Of course." Nicholas knocked on the carriage with a calm expression. "They've already gone ahead to scout the way." Thales exhaled. "I thought it would take more time, from finding the place to starting the operation." The prince said quietly, "After all, we can't be seen in public. This is Dragon Cloud City." Nicholas interrupted him. His skin, which was tan because of the oil, trembled slightly. "No one is more familiar with the people we're looking for than us. Also, both the real patrol team and the imposters from Black Sand region seem to be missing." Nicholas narrowed his eyes. At this moment, a white blade guard in disguise moved to the driver's seat and gestured to Nicholas. Nicholas responded with a thumbs up. "We can go in now." Nicholas shook off the reins and jumped off the carriage. He turned around and said to them, "They've scouted the way. We'll go in directly." Thales was slightly shocked. "Go in directly?" The prince widened his eyes. "Aren't we going to sneak in? Won't we alert too many people?" "Shut your mouth," Nicholas said scornfully. "We're sneaking in." Putre pushed aside 2 bundles of firewood and jumped off the carriage first. Then, he extended his hand and took the second prince down. Thales felt a little more at ease when his feet touched the ground. This was a rather remote house. It looked very big, but its outer walls were very simple. No one knew which region it was located in. However, the owner of this place obviously did not want to be too high profile. He did not even have a Northlander neighbor around. They stood beside a small side door. There were 2 people guarding the door, Willow and Gened. "Good luck, Your Highness." Gened met the prince's inquiring gaze and gave a simple reply. "We will keep watch for you." Putre nodded at them, turned around, and said in a low voice, "We should hurry up." Nicholas gestured with his chin at him and took the lead to walk through the side door. "Go directly through the door." Thales followed Nicholas into the small side door and walked into a seemingly desolate backyard. He could not help but frown. "Won't we be discovered? What if we're exposed? You know, we're in a dangerous situation. We need to keep a low profile. It's best if we climb over the wall or walk on the roof and sneak in quietly." His words came to an abrupt halt. Thales stopped moving his lips. He stared at the snow-covered courtyard with a horrified expression. Sneak in," he repeated subconsciously. Almost all of the white blade guards were standing in the courtyard. Even Cohen and Miranda were among them. The police officer even bared his white teeth at him. Thales inhaled and lowered his head. Around him, there were many people lying on the ground in a disorderly manner. There were corpses lying in pools of blood. There were also people who were unconscious or in shock. There were also pitiful people with bloody noses and swollen faces. They were tied up and had rags stuffed in their mouths. There was also a knife on their necks. Next to them was a fierce-looking Northlander or Constellatiate. "You." Thales stared at the scene in a daze. He was speechless for a long time. What a low-profile sneak. Putre heaved a long sigh. The Star Killer gave Merc, who was the leader, a thumbs up. Thales turned his head away from the corpses and cast a dissatisfied glance at Nicholas. "All right, as long as no one knows that we've sneaked in." Nicholas raised his eyebrows and extended his palm towards the bloody mess on the ground. He nodded complacently. "This is the most successful sneak-in." This sentence, in those few seconds, Thales' eyebrows changed into various shapes. He took a deep breath and turned to Nicholas. With a serious expression, he asked tentatively in a low voice, "Everything is empty." Nicholas was slightly stunned and had a puzzled expression. "What?" Thales clicked his tongue and retracted his head. He shrugged as if nothing had happened. Nothing. Nicholas had a baffled expression on his face. Thales shook his head and chased away unnecessary thoughts. He looked at the corpses on the ground around him and resisted the urge to grumble in his heart. I'll lose the synchronization if I do this. The next second, he followed Nicholas out of the courtyard and into the house. This is your plan. Have you thought about what to do? The Star Killer asked faintly. Of course. Thales stepped over a threshold and took a deep breath. I'll act according to the situation. Then, Thales raised his head and shifted his gaze to the two men behind an ornate desk. One of them was Raphael. The young man from the kingdom's secret intelligence department was leaning against the wall calmly. His left hand was extended horizontally, and he was holding his saber. The tip of the sword was placed horizontally against the throat of the other middle-aged man. The middle-aged man furrowed his brows tightly, but he was still calm and composed. Sir, I don't know how you found this place, but I'll assume that you already know who I am and my value. The middle-aged man opened his mouth, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said to Raphael, who was beside him, then the problem is simple. No matter what, we will definitely talk about it. Thales took a deep breath. He walked out from behind Nicholas and raised his head to look at the man whose throat was being held by Raphael. The middle-aged noble with a blonde ponytail and dressed in luxurious clothes. Hello, it's an honor to meet you again. Thales tried his best to squeeze out his most hypocritical smile. Your Grace. The moment he said that, even the air seemed to have fallen silent. The middle-aged man with the blonde ponytail was suddenly shocked when he saw Thales. There was surprise on his face, and his eyes blinked back and forth. He seemed to be in disbelief. Then, the middle-aged man revealed a complicated, subtle, and bitter smile, and slowly exhaled. It's been a long time. From sending someone to ask for help, to suddenly appearing now, Your Highness Thales, who always surprises people. The Marquis of Goodflow City, who belonged to Camus Union, Shiles Bamra, said with a resigned expression as he sat upright behind the desk. Chapter 236. Just as I said, you got what you wanted. Shiles' expression was indifferent, as though he had forgotten about the blade in front of his throat. His gaze swept past Putre, who was beside Thales, and he nodded thoughtfully. Congratulations on being released from prison. And you, Your Excellency, I did not know that you came to visit. Shiles knew that the thin man in front of him was a key figure in the Constellation diplomat group. As long as I talked to him, but Putre did not say a word. His expression was cold, and he only waited quietly for their prince to speak. Thales flashed a smile. That's enough, Your Grace. Stop looking at Putre. I am the one who came to talk business with you today. Shiles paused and stared at Thales in a daze. His gaze kept changing. Even when he first met the prince, he did not have such an expression. Shiles seemed to have recovered his previous demeanor and etiquette after the sudden attack. He cleared his throat and said with a smile, then, why do you want to put yourself in danger again? He took a deep breath and glanced at the blade in front of his neck. He thought about the current situation, raised his eyebrows, and said with a smile, although it is not very friendly to say this, but, I have a designated contact person. According to the previous plan, once they lose contact with me, their first choice is usually to inform Archduke Lampard. Nicholas frowned. Marquis Bamra of Camus Union turned to Thales. With an earnest and well-intentioned expression, he sighed and said, Look, you are taking a risk. Yes. Thales nodded and waved his hand at Nicholas, signaling him to step back. So, I am taking the risk of exposing myself to come here to look for you. Just like a few hours ago, when you took the risk to personally fetch me. Thales' gaze sharpened. Thales' gaze froze. The Camion showed a helpless expression. I understand your feelings. This is a sad diplomatic journey. Shiles sighed helplessly. You finally escaped from a disaster, and you are depressed. You want to get some interest back, no? Thales interrupted him. My time is limited, the second prince said faintly, so I will make it short. Shiles was slightly stunned. The second prince took a step forward and climbed onto a stool in front of the desk. He tried to make his line of sight level with Shiles, who was being held hostage. Firstly, when you came to pick me up, you told me that if I gave up on returning to Heroic Spirit Palace, you could send me out of the city quietly, or even back to Constellation. Shiles rolled his eyes and smiled politely. That was a decision you made behind Lampard's back, Thales said in a low voice. So, you're Lampard's partner, but you're not his subordinate. You don't have to listen to his orders, nor do you have to be loyal to him. The corners of Thales' lips curled up. Otherwise, why didn't he send his elite soldiers to protect you? Marquis Shiles nodded with a friendly expression. He seemed to be very polite. I understand. You want me to betray my relationship with Archduke Lampard? Help you instead? The Marquis thought for a moment and said calmly, this is not a small request. If he finds out, Thales shook his head. Your contract with Lampard has been completed. The prince stared at his face seriously. King Nuvan is dead, the spirit of the contract, remember? The Marquis' gaze flickered slightly. I want to make a business deal with you, Your Grace, the prince said softly. Business is naturally a win-win situation. The gains will definitely exceed the costs. As soon as he said this, the room fell silent for a moment. Shiles curled up the corners of his lips and his eyes shone. Business? He pondered for a few seconds and then raised his head. Ignoring the fact that he was being held hostage, he smiled brightly. What do you want? Thales also smiled. I need information. Information, Shiles nodded and seemed to be deep in thought. Since it's a business deal, what do you intend to use in exchange? Information. Exchange. Thales inhaled and suddenly remembered Covendier's Vine Manor and that bloody night. It was not a long time ago, but it felt like a long time ago. He snapped out of his daze and smiled at Shiles, who was behaving appropriately. Don't worry, my price is very fair. You'll definitely profit. Shiles lowered his head slightly and his eyes shone. Oh. I look forward to it. Thales' expression became solemn as he said solemnly, I will use an even more important piece of information in exchange for your information. Shiles blinked. So it's, in the next second. Thales exhaled and inexplicably thought of the butler of the Blood Clan's opponent, the old man named Chris. Then, he looked straight into Shiles' eyes. My information is that your life is in our hands. The prince smiled and said, Is this information sufficient? Shiles' expression froze. 1 second. 2 seconds. Shiles exhaled and shrugged. I thought you really wanted to do business with me, not, think about it again. Thales' smile remained. This business deal is very profitable. Shiles sighed softly, but his words did not yield an inch. That's not how business is done. The Marquis narrowed his eyes, seemingly not worried at all. You've already provoked Extet and can't even protect yourself. Camus Union is very willing to lend a helping hand, such as quietly sending you out of the country, just like what we said before. Thales' expression turned cold. King Nuvan is dead, he said coldly. These people who swore to protect him had no choice but to suffer the humiliation of the White Blade. As an accomplice, shouldn't you bear some responsibility? Shiles' words came to a halt. He looked at Thales with a face full of suspicion. These people? The Marquis narrowed his eyes. The humiliation of the White Blade? Nicholas took a step forward coldly. You don't seem to have realized your situation, the Star Killer said coldly, my dear Camian friend. Shiles heard this voice. He was slightly startled at first, then he carefully sized up Nicholas, who had put on makeup. A few seconds later, the Marquis' expression became extremely unpleasant. He recognized this unnaturally tanned man. Ah, Lord Nicholas. Shiles' face twitched awkwardly. His expression was interesting and painful. You're actually still alive? Nicholas finished his sentence in disdain. Shile's expression froze. He stuttered, haha, haha, this is another surprise, yes. Nicholas sneered. His eyes were filled with hatred and anger. King Nuvan, before Nicholas could finish speaking, in the next moment, Shile's expression changed at lightning speed. I've reconsidered, Your Highness. The Marquis turned his head and looked at Thales seriously and sternly. This is indeed a good business, Shile said seriously, enunciating each word. What information do you want to know about Lampard? His words were fluent and smooth. His tone was sincere and warm. His emotions were genuine and natural. I will do my best to answer your questions. Beside him, Raphael smiled. Nicholas exhaled in dissatisfaction. Thales sighed and looked at Putre. The latter gave him a look of affirmation. The prince turned to the Marquis, who had a high level of awareness, and nodded at Raphael. Raphael lowered his sword. The Marquis breathed a sigh of relief. You once said that Lampard has a unique vision and bearing. Thales frowned. And Lampard also said that he wants to save Extet. The prince raised his head. His gaze was solemn. Why do you say that? Shiles raised his eyebrows. My God. I thought he was going to ask for some evidence of Lampard's regicide, or some key figures, but this question, you won't understand. Shiles shook his head and sighed. Many people treat this as nonsense. In fact, I'm still confused about it. Thales narrowed his eyes. Tell me, see if I can understand, the Prince of Constellation said calmly. Why, and on what basis does Lampard want to save Extet? The Marquis of Camus Union stared at Thales. Emotions surged in his eyes. A few seconds later, Shiles chuckled softly. He said softly, because to him, Lampard sees a real threat and danger. In the room, be it Raphael, Putre, or Nicholas, all of them were slightly startled. Only one person did not react. A real threat? Thales asked in return without changing his expression. Yes, an unprecedented and irresistible threat. Shiles seemed to be throwing caution to the wind. He raised his eyebrows. He did not expect the people in the room to understand. A threat that can defeat and destroy all of Extet. The other archdukes did not notice anything, or perhaps they did not want to notice. Only Chapman Lampard saw it, and before the threat really struck, he decisively made a choice and took action. Thales gently clasped his hands together. It's getting closer. Now, to face this terrifying threat, Thales said softly, repeatedly as if he was afraid of waking something up, he had to unite all the forces in Extet, didn't he? For example, the 4 archdukes in Heroic Spirit Palace? For example, Dragon Cloud City? Thales raised his gaze. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. Because this is not a terrifying threat that any one of them can resist alone. It is unprecedented, and will even change our history forever. At that moment, Shiles was completely stunned. It was as if he was meeting the prince for the first time. Could it be that you have already guessed it? Shiles murmured, but Thales interrupted him coldly, it's just a guess. I still need you to confirm it with your own mouth. The prince clenched his fists and recalled everything little rascal told him. Mindy's the third. The 100-year Go game. The foundation of all ages. Thales narrowed his eyes and asked one last question, that huge threat. What is it? Shiles seemed to have recovered from his surprise towards Thales. He exhaled a long breath and frowned. A few seconds later, Shiles' frown relaxed. He smiled. Honorable Prince Thales, you have actually thought it through. Shiles shook his head slowly and said with a smile, all this while, what has Chapman Lampard done before? Thales' gaze became more and more solemn. With a profound expression, Shiles said faintly, in this world, what kind of existence is it, to be able to intimidate the kingdom of the great dragon, which has unparalleled military power, to threaten the future survival of the strongest country in Western Asia, to inherit the great Northland Way, the Extet kingdom that has been established for more than 600 years, to be pushed to an unprecedented juncture of life and death? Chapter 237. The atmosphere of the negotiation in the Hall of Heroes began to become subtle. A war of vengeance? Sitting at the long table, Archduke Letko's gaze focused slightly. The joints in his crossed hands twitched slightly. So, this is why you spread the rumor before the Constellation diplomat group's arrival and tried your best to exaggerate the discord between King Nuvan and the Prince of Constellation. The corners of Archduke Letko's lips curled up slightly. And why you framed Constellation for the king's death? I'm tired of repeating myself. Lampard glanced at him and said coldly, "This is not a rumor." Not entirely. He stared at the four archdukes quietly. And then? Trent Ida flashed an amused smile. Do you think all of Extet will believe you? That you'll be so hot-headed that you'll rush to war regardless of the cost? There's always a price to pay for war. I remember this is the family motto of a certain family in the Empire. Archduke Rockney raised his gaze and said slowly, "Nanchester, there's always a price to every war." Lampard left Archduke Alcia's side and turned to Trent Ida and Rockney. His expression was cold and resolute, his tone unquestionable. "They will believe me," the Archduke of Black Sand region said decisively. "The missing Prince of Constellation is in my hands. There's no harm in letting him remain missing. And I'm still holding the heir of the Arund family in my hands. He's the culprit in the act of assassinating the king." Archduke Alcius thought of that special boy and could not help but be slightly startled. Even the heir of the White Eagle family. The Archduke of Prestige Orchid narrowed his eyes. They're really well prepared. Lampard ignored the faint sarcasm in his words. Even without these chess pieces, the Archduke's cold gaze swept across the other Archdukes. As long as we have your endorsement, we can mobilize our troops in the name of the king's vengeance and direct the nation's wrath on Constellation. They're the ones who tore apart the Fortress Treaty. The four Archdukes did not say anything in tacit understanding. Our army will march south. We will mobilize our most abundant military force since the Battle of Glory. The five of us, Dragon Cloud City, and Beacon Illumination City, 7 or even more Archdukes will gather under our banner. Lampard took a step forward and slowly raised his right hand. His voice was deep. And Constellation? Their northern territory is unstable, their fortresses are empty, and their military forces are few. Lampard's gaze became increasingly terrifying, as if he could see the future he had envisioned. The world's most valiant army will advance in the flames of vengeance. Neither the fortresses nor the northern territory will be able to stop them. We will break through like a hot knife through butter. It's not like we can't even dream of a place as strong as Eternal Star City. Archduke Trent Ida coughed softly. What does this have to do with taking down Dragon Cloud City? Lampard turned around. War will change everything, he said faintly. His tone was so cold that even the four Archdukes, who held high positions all year round, could not help but shiver. Including the vassals under the banner of the Walton family. Upon hearing this, Archduke Alcius sighed softly. Chapman Lampard clenched his fists. If we want to avenge his grace, Dragon Cloud City and Beacon Illumination City must be the main forces of the Southern Punitive Expedition. He slowly turned around and faced the empty gun rack on the fireplace. An indescribable emotion burned in his eyes. We are the leaders of the Allied army. The stubborn nobles of Dragon Cloud City and Beacon Illumination City will only decline or even be obliterated along with their armies in the war. The Walton family's bargaining chip will then be completely lost. Archduke Rockney furrowed his brows fiercely. When we return in triumph with the prestige and spoils of war we lost 12 years ago, Lampard said coldly, they will no longer be a problem. At that time, who would dare, who would be able, and who would dare to point fingers at Dragon Cloud City and Beacon Illumination City, which are jointly ruled by all of you? Even Prime Minister Leespan would not be able to object. He would no longer be a prime minister by then. When everyone accepts this situation in silence, and when that Walton's orphan daughter dies young, no one will remember the Walton family except for historians. Lampard turned around abruptly. His tone was resolute and decisive. The joint ruling pledge is still valid, but the signatories have become the 8 archdukes. Just like the 11 signatures on the joint ruling pledge, the signatures of Tan En and the other famous families are still there, but they have disappeared into history forever. But Ekstedt can only become stronger. The hall fell silent. Lampard quietly waited for the Archduke's reply. He knew that this was a good sign. The Archdukes knew that his plan was feasible. But, this proposal is very interesting. Trentida shook his head. Hey! Archduke Rockne interrupted him in annoyance. You are talking about abolishing a piece of sacred territory that has existed since the founding of Ekstedt. It is Rikaru's fief. Then talk to that female dragon, Lampard retorted coldly. Maybe she will fly down and fight for the Walton family. Anger immediately appeared on Rockne's face. Watch your words, Chapman. Archduke Letko frowned. That honorable lady just arrived last night. Lampard's expression changed. Honorable lady? He said mockingly. Archduke Lampard pointed outside the window. His gaze was cold. Apart from the mascot on that flag, that dragon has been nothing to us for 600 years. Its mission is nothing but to guard against the return of the calamity. It doesn't care about Ekstedt's survival at all. The 4 archdukes' expressions became very unpleasant. Let's get back to the main topic. Trentida coughed and exhaled. I have to say, this is a bold arrangement and a rather ambitious plan. But we can completely abandon you and do it ourselves. He flashed a smile again. Maybe we can even take the ownerless Black Sand region under our command. Archduke Rockne laughed angrily. Not a bad idea. Give us a reason, Chapman. A reason that we must include you. The Archduke of Reformation Tower whistled. Lampard narrowed his eyes. If you stubbornly push the blame for King Nuven's death on me, the Archduke of Black Sand region said calmly, you will lose the excuse to attack Constellation, the right to gather the entire country, the geographical advantage to go south to Constellation through Black Sand region, the chance to cleanse Dragon Cloud City with war, the chance to expand our territory, and the chance to intimidate those who do not submit. Don't forget, whether it is the Prince of Constellation or the Arun family, they are all in my hands. You will also lose the chance to turn the current chaotic situation into a good one. His voice began to slow down. You will also lose the only chance to lay a plan for your own stability and for Ekstedt's strength. The other archdukes looked at each other. But what about you, Chapman? With a sly smile, Trentida tilted his head and stared at Lampard with a subtle expression. You must have a plan, right? I don't believe that you only want us to help you get away with this big game of chess. Lampard furrowed his brows. Let me guess. Trentida chuckled. The mockery in his eyes grew stronger. The common elected king? Archduke Rockne snorted softly. But against their expectations, Lampard's brows relaxed. No, he said flatly, completely unbothered. All of you can fight for the position of common elected king. I don't care. Truth be told, I don't care who becomes king at all. The 4 archdukes were all stunned. Alcius, Rockne, Letko, even if Trentida becomes the common elected king, I won't have any objections. Trentida snorted softly. Why am I listed after, even if? Lampard looked at his expression and shook his head slightly in his heart. As long as all of you agree to send troops and win this war for Ekstedt. I can pay a price you can't even imagine. I can even give up on Black Sand region, the Archduke of Black Sand region said softly. Alcius and Trentida, if you're still worried, take it and divide it equally, if this can strengthen your resolve. Once he said this, the hall was silent for a whole 5 seconds. What? Prestige Orchid regions, Alcius said in disbelief. You want to give up on Black Sand region? Trentida seemed to have even forgotten to smile. He only furrowed his brows and fixed his gaze on Lampard. It can't be. This family-killing beast in front of me is the only one who cares about the Archduke of Black Sand region? I only have one condition, the Archduke of Black Sand region said resolutely and firmly. After we win the war, I only want the Northern Territory, and even the land around Cold Castle. Defend the southern border for Ekstedt. I won't disturb all of you anymore. All the archdukes were stunned. After a long while, I don't understand. Archduke Letko exhaled deeply and sighed. What kind of suzerain would give up his family's heirloom? Of course you don't understand. Lampard said quietly. As long as one of them understands, what do you say? Everyone? Lampard said faintly, ensuring that Ekstedt returns to stability, freeing itself from the shackles of royal authority, and even strengthening itself, and even the chance to conquer Constellation. His eyes burned with the flames of ambition. It's right before our eyes. Lampard waited quietly for their responses. The Archduke's expressions began to fluctuate uncontrollably. What do all of you think? Alcius looked at the other three archdukes with a worried expression. The archdukes looked at each other. Trent Ida even moved closer to Archduke Letko and whispered in his ear. Alcius' expression kept changing. Archduke Rockney would make a cold jab at him from time to time. Lampard stood quietly at the side and stared at the Cloud Dragon spear flag on the wall. He knew that this might be the final decision. The moment that would decide Ekstedt's future. Finally. A few minutes later, the four archdukes nodded at the same time in tacit understanding. They raised their heads in unison and looked at Archduke Lampard with different expressions. Lampard also turned around and stared back at them with a solemn and serious expression. Trent Ida blinked. Alcius smiled faintly and coldly, while Rockney was expressionless. However, Lampard only stared closely at one person, the one with the most seniority. Archduke Letko stared at Lampard quietly. For a few seconds. Finally, a hint of a smile appeared on the old Archduke's stingy face. Not a bad idea, Chapman. It's also a very creative deal. Chapman Lampard also smiled. It was as if he had seen the dust settle and heard the sound of a gavel being struck. Then, with his usual smile, Archduke Letko spoke softly, as he always did. So, we refuse. Lampard's expression froze on his face. Thales stood quietly in Shile's courtyard, deep in thought as he watched the people around him clean up the scene. If the contact Shiles mentioned was real, they must leave this place as soon as possible before Lampard noticed. Do you have an answer? A voice asked. Yes. The prince nodded slightly and turned his head back without looking behind him. What about you, Putre? The vice diplomat of Constellation came to stand beside him and frowned as he watched two white blade guards push the bound Shiles onto the carriage. To be honest, Putre sighed, I don't quite understand what Shiles said just now. Why would Lampard think that Ekstedt's greatest threat is? Thales shook his head. That's not important. The prince's gaze was misty as he spoke calmly. Believe me, Lampard has a very good reason. So good that even the four astute archdukes have no choice but to believe him. Putre furrowed his brows. You know? Not really. Thales shrugged. I just understand it. Then what do you plan to do? Thales raised his head and looked at the Northland sky with a complicated expression. Do you still remember what I said before I left? The prince said faintly, the strongest chess piece in both camps? Putre raised his eyebrows. Chapman Lampard. Putre curled his lips slightly. His tone was a little hesitant, obviously not quite convinced. And, Your Highness? Thales glanced at him. I'm not joking. After hearing what Shiles said just now, I'm even more certain of this. Thales revealed a bitter smile. Lampard is simply too powerful and too terrifying. Putre pursed his lips. Thales lowered his head and said quietly, I've seen the four archdukes, the old-fashioned Alcius, the cunning Trent Ida, the resolute Rockney, and the old but firm Lekko. When the four of them stand together, it's practically impossible to fight against them. Putre nodded. However, the prince sighed and said, "But do you believe they will face Chapman Lampard? You'll only be eaten clean. Not even their bones will be left." Putre revealed a contemplative expression. "Putre," Thale said faintly, "will you follow me?" Putre raised his eyebrows. "Are you going to ask again? Really?" Thale shrugged. "What happens next will be a little crazy." Putre furrowed his brows. "Is it what I think it is? Are you going to believe it or not, Putre?" Thale sighed and forced a smile. "I've thought it through. On that unique battlefield, only I can fight against him." Putre revealed a surprised expression. "No, this." The vice diplomat furrowed his brows slightly and asked softly, "Why? What are you going to rely on to fight against Lampard?" The next second, Thales turned his head and flashed a friendly smile. The prince bared his young teeth at Putre. "A cheat." He turned around decisively, leaving behind a bewildered Putre. Thales walked to the side of the carriage and looked at Shiles, who could not move. He smiled softly. Shiles shrugged at him. Thales gestured for Ralph, who was watching over him, to leave. "It's not very comfortable, is it?" Thales looked at Ralph's back and sighed. "Your Grace." Shiles, whose mouth was stuffed with a piece of cloth, blinked at him. He seemed very helpless. Thales nodded solemnly. "So, next, I will do something for you, to make up for it." Shiles' eyes were puzzled. The prince's eyes were filled with determination. In the next second, the puzzlement in Shiles' eyes turned into shock. "Capture me." Thales' voice rang emotionlessly. "Send me to Heroic Spirit Palace. Send me back to Lampard's hands." The next chapter began, revealing the mystery step by step. Chapter 238. Important chapter, please do not be offended. Why is he drunk like this again? In an abandoned house in the 2nd district of the lower city, Quide's assistant, Null Rick, looked at Quide with disgust. He was holding a bottle of wine and was now a pool of mud. He waved his hand and asked 2 young members of the Brotherhood to help him down. "Lock him up for a day. Let him out when he is sober." Since he was drunk like this, it seemed that he did not do anything to the child. Rick, he preferred to be called by his surname instead of his first name, revealed a mysterious smile. Unlike Quide, Null Rick was an ambitious and capable member of the Brotherhood. Null Rick's strength had regressed. He was reduced from a thug to a beggar business and was unable to recover from this setback. He had once studied at the Academy of Accountancy in the southern part of the kingdom. If it was not for his father, who was a scribe, committing a crime, Rick would have been an accountant in a certain city or even a certain family. It was not impossible for him to go one step further and become a businessman in a certain industry. When that time came, he could spend money to buy a lordship and enter the first rank of Constellation's upper class. 300 years ago, the Sukater family, which was symbolized by the morning sunflower, was born like this. Were they not now a prominent and influential family in the kingdom? However, even if he was reduced to a gangster and forever cut off from the path of nobility, Rick still believed that he was more qualified to be a person who had the right to speak and make decisions in the Brotherhood than his peers whose brains were filled with muscles and women. When the Brotherhood's business expanded to the southern coast of the kingdom, Rick, who was a thug from the south, was recruited. He used his expertise to plan a few human trafficking chains from the south to the capital and achieved great success. Hence, the higher-ups of the Brotherhood noticed him and promoted him to Eternal Star City, the capital of the kingdom, the heart of Constellation, and the bright Pearl City of the western continent. They also let him manage the accounts of the Brotherhood's beggars in the capital. Rick knew that although the higher-ups let him be Quide's assistant and manager of the accounts, it was tantamount to entrusting all the beggar businesses in Eternal Star City to him. Look at his superior, Quide. He was a fearsome thug who used axes and knives to make a name for himself in the 3rd district of the lower city. Now, he was a useless person who only knew how to seek dignity from the beggars. If Quiet was not the son of a higher-up in the Brotherhood, he would have been trampled on and drowned in the mud of the slums of Eternal Star City. Moreover, most of the child beggars' losses were caused by him. Of course, it was also because of this that Quiet's father gave him a lot of money every month, allowing Rick to profit from it. With such a son, if Quiet's father was not a big shot in the arms trade, he would have lost his power in the association long ago. What would happen if a mafia boss lost his power? Rick shook his head and watched Quiet leave. As for the business of child beggars, compared to the smuggling of drugs and firearms, compared to the trading of eternal oil and crystal drop ores, or even compared to the collection of black accounts and the management of the streets, they were all inconspicuous and lowly. But Rick believed that this was his chance. The Brotherhood rose quickly, but human trafficking has always been a major source of profit. The Brotherhood's human trafficking chain was complete. From infants to the elderly, from humans to elves, they even dabbled in the intelligent creatures in the faraway Magic Empress territory. But the most important thing was the source of the Brotherhood's own members. Among them, the black-hearted widow, Beth, was in charge of collecting and raising infants. At the same time, a portion of them would be sold. The slightly older ones would be sent to Rick to be beaten into child beggars. The slightly older, teenage child beggars would be sent to Iron Skin Loke, who was in charge of training thugs, Philanderer Felicia, who was in charge of training prostitutes, and other special leaders. They would then be trained to become members of the Brotherhood. So, Rick, who was in charge of the child beggars, believed that he was in the Brotherhood's human trafficking chain. At the same time, he was also the node of the Brotherhood's future blood supply. He was also in charge of the small information network on the streets. Think about it. He was the leader of the Brotherhood when all the new members of the Brotherhood had their first memories. He could see who had a bright future when they were still children, and then he could show them kindness at the right time. In the future, see, that's why I, Rick, am an ambitious man. Moreover, Rick was very excited when he thought about this. This was Eternal Star City. Constellation was the capital of the 2nd largest kingdom in the Western continent. It was the birthplace of the Black Street Brotherhood. Being able to work here meant that the leaders of the Brotherhood would always be able to see you. Being able to see you meant that you would always have the chance to be promoted. Of course, the chances of causing trouble were not small either. Fortunately, Rick put his hands behind his back and looked at the drunken Quiet who was walking away. He raised his eyebrows. Fortunately, he had this fellow to bear the brunt of the trouble. Under the moonlight, Rick turned around and continued walking. He looked at the 20 or so abandoned houses in front of him. He knew that there were many child beggars in each abandoned house. These would be the most important seedlings and bargaining chips for him to climb up in the future. For example, Black Thales in the 6th house. 2 years ago, when Beth, who was in charge of the babies, sent him here, she showed a different attitude towards the child. Sure enough, even though the child was only 8 years old, was it 8 or 7, he was clever and cunning. But he was clever and cunning. A week ago, he even came up with the idea of acting and begging. A cute child was beaten up by other big kids and robbed of his money and food. So, when he hid in a corner and cried alone, the ladies passing by couldn't help but give him more compensation. Rick thought to himself, compared to the annoying child beggars who cried themselves hoarse, the gang lacked people who could use their brains. This child would definitely climb higher when he grew up. I should give him a reward so that I can earn Thales' gratitude. Of course, a reward without a contrast will not make people feel grateful. This was the reason why Rick urged Quiet to get even with him when the boy who shared the same room with Thales told him that Thales might have hidden some money. Once Quiet had beaten Thales to the brink of death, he would step forward to stop him. He would not hesitate to oppose Quiet because of this, that trash was only useful. Then, Thales would unconsciously or unconsciously treat him as a backer. Rick didn't care if every child beggar's allowance was paid in full. This was something that only short-sighted people would care about. Compared to a few copper coins of allowance, Rick knew that favors were more important. However, that boy, Thales, was too smart. Rick knew that regardless of whether Thales gave Quide money or not, the latter would torture him to death. If Thales really took out the money, it would be even worse. But obviously, the boy thought of a way to escape. According to common understanding, Quide, who was in high spirits, would meticulously create these disobedient children to entertain himself, regardless of whether they were really disobedient or not. It did not matter. He still had to do what he had to do. Even if the results were not good, he could just find another reason to let Quide beat him up. Rick walked to the 6th house and stepped over the broken door. He saw Thales panting heavily as he lay on the ground in the courtyard, which was overgrown with weeds. Beside him, a few children were applying something on him. Oh my God, a few 7- or 8-year-old children are actually planting dragon leaves in the courtyard? Usually, only experienced gang members and poor people who had lived for many years would know that this kind of wild plant could be used as a convenient, quick, and cheap medicinal herb to treat external injuries. Ah! Mr. Rick. Cripple Ryan was the first to notice Rick's arrival. The experience of having one of his legs broken made him more sensitive to the surrounding environment. Quide had been gone for less than an hour. The fear in the courtyard had yet to dissipate. Ned, the boy who snitched on them, still had tear stains on his face. Kellett covered his black face, and the eldest child, Cindy, took a step back in fear. Especially the youngest girl, she was so scared that she screamed. Back then, Beth had instructed that she was a descendant of an aristocrat with heredity. There was a high possibility that she would be a beauty. She should not be spoiled so that Felicia could train her in the future and they could earn a lot of profits. It was a pity that his child beggar would have to be handed over to the society at the age of 10, or at most 12. It would be great if he could keep her until she was 15, and then send her away. Otherwise, she could have been 13. Mr. Rick. Thales interrupted Rick's subtle thoughts. He turned his head with difficulty and grimaced in pain because of the injury on his back. Ah, I'm sorry, Thales. Rick sighed and showed a pitiful expression. I couldn't stop him, Quide. After all, I'm only his assistant. I can't afford to offend his backer. I could only come over quietly after the incident. Under the cautious gazes of the children, Rick squatted down and checked Thales' injuries worriedly. Fortunately, he didn't use too much force today. Otherwise, Mr. Rick, I'm fine. Thales struggled to speak. I'm just sorry. My salary last week was really, forget about the salary. Rick took the broken bowl from Cindy's hands and poured out the water inside. He plucked a few dragon leaves and picked up a stone to grind. You were sent to me when you were just sensible. In the past few years, I've watched you grow from trembling little fellows to rough children. To me, you're far more important than a few copper coins. Rick's face showed a trace of pain. At your age, you shouldn't be begging on the streets. But this is the rule of the Brotherhood, Mr. Rick. Thales seemed a little touched. He clenched his fists. Come, grind the herbs with a stone. It's more effective than chewing them with your mouth. Rick wiped the herbs in the bowl and personally applied them on Thales. Kellett, who was beside him, bit his lips and whimpered. Thank you, Mr. Rick, Coria said softly. If only you were in charge of us and not Quide. Don't let Quide hear this. Rick smiled helplessly. To be honest, I'm very afraid of him. The children also smiled knowingly. Rick knew that showing common ground and a sense of humor was a good way to make people accept him. Thank you very much, Mr. Rick, Thales said solemnly. He knew that in many people's eyes, he appeared to be more mature, so there was no need to act like a child. Rick nodded. Protect yourself. You're a smart child. I believe you can do it well. I have to pay taxes every month, and I don't have much money. Here are 30 coppers. Go to Grove Pharmacy, the one between downtown and Twilight District, and buy some medicine. This should be enough, if the price of the medicine hasn't gone up. Rick seemed to have suddenly remembered something. He handed the bowl to Ned and took out a purse from his waist and handed it to Cindy, who had a blank look on his face. I have to pay taxes every month, and I don't have much money. Of course, this money is not enough. Rick thought to himself. He went to Grove Pharmacy a week ago, and coincidentally, the price had just increased. So when the children ran out of cash, they would think it was because of the sudden price increase. If they didn't have enough money, what could they do? Of course, they could take it from the money they got from begging. This way, they would definitely not have enough money for next week, and then, be careful when you buy the medicine. Don't let others, especially Clyde, know about it, Rick said with a smile and stood up. Of course, Rick thought, Clyde would definitely know. If they did not buy the medicine, it would be even better. Clyde would know that they really hid the money. The corners of Rick's mouth curled up slightly. At that time, he would be able to gain their final loyalty. Mr. Rick. Coria looked at the purse in Cindy's hand and was about to cry. You're really a good person. Ned bit his lip and nodded vigorously. Even the eldest child, Cindy, was a little touched. He touched the purse in his hand and weighed it. Rick sighed, shook his head and waved his hand. No, I should be the one apologizing. This is all I can do for you. Mr. Rick. Thales lay on the ground, but he looked at Rick with a hesitant expression. I don't know, Rick raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? I heard that when we grow up, we will be sent to another place for training. Thales asked carefully, as if he was afraid of offending Rick. Then, after we receive training, can we work under you? Hearing this, Kellett, Ned, and Coria also looked at Rick with hope. Snap. Rick snapped his fingers in his heart. Score. It was faster than expected. About this. Rick smiled. Don't judge me by my current appearance. In the Brotherhood, I am a man with ideals. Rick bent down with a smile and stroked Thale's head, making him seem even more amiable. The boys under me will be the best and strongest in the entire Brotherhood. This is the truth, Rick thought. So, if you want to be my subordinates, you have to work hard. The children nodded in unison, full of hope. Thales was no exception. I'm leaving, Thales and the children. Rick turned around and tilted his head to reveal the side of his face. Next time you encounter something like this, come and tell me in secret. Even though I can't stop him directly, I can still create some trouble and prevent him from getting close to you. After saying that, Rick revealed his white teeth. Under the moonlight, he left the courtyard of the 6th house without looking back. Mr. Rick is such a good person. The tears on Ned's face dried up. Unlike that bad Clyde. Coria nodded. Her eyes were full of joy, as if she had eaten candy. But, the cripple Ryan, who had been in a state of shock, hesitated and said, I always feel that Mr. Rick scares me more than Clyde. That's why you're a coward. Coward Ryan, how can you get money like this? Thales was the only one whose gaze gradually became calm after Rick left. When he saw Cindy counting the 30 coppers in his coin pouch one by one, Thales exhaled slightly. His back was still in pain. He knew that regular medicine for external injuries would be better for his injury. However, Thales had just gone to Grove Pharmacy yesterday morning and took the typhoid medicine from Yanni's hands at the back door. He heard her complain that her stingy boss had increased the price of the medicine. Even the medicine for external injuries had been increased to 35 coppers, which was exactly 5 coppers more than what Rick had given her. However, he also found out a key point from Jayla, the daughter of the owner of Sunset Pub. Rick was in charge of Clyde's exorbitant expenses in the pub. But, I have to hand it in every month. I don't have much money myself, Rick's words echoed in the prince's ears. He could not help but look at the pouch of coppers beside his hand. The child beggars had already forgotten their fear and were playing with each other. Thales was the only one who furrowed his eyebrows and turned his head around with great difficulty. He cast a glance at his scarred back, sighed, and let his head fall heavily. This damned world. Rick walked to the 10th house and thought about how there was an 8-year-old child named Karak here. He was a young and ruthless character. Just as he was about to teach him a lesson and recruit him, he suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck. This was his innate psionic ability. When it was absolutely calm, he would feel a chill on the back of his neck if a living creature approached him within a 5-meter radius. That was it. However, he was not a warrior. Even if he was, his psionic ability was not worth mentioning when compared to the kingdom's various psionic troops, the valiant swordsmen of eradication, knights, and even the mysterious mystics. Even the interns in the temples could press him to the ground and beat him up. However, Rick felt that one day, this psionic ability would save his life. Like now. Rick quickly turned around and scanned his surroundings under the moonlight. At the same time, he put his left hand into his pocket and held the small but deadly miniature retractable crossbow. The bright moonlight. The empty street. There was no cover. But there was no one. Rick took a deep breath and kept himself absolutely calm. He felt the chill on the back of his neck. Could it be that a rat had crawled in the sewer under his feet? Rick turned in 3 different directions and sprinted for a while. However, the lingering chill on the back of his neck made him get rid of this conjecture. Which rat would be directly under him, following him in 3 different directions for 20 meters? Rick became more and more frightened. He should not have come out alone, even if this was the abandoned houses and the Brotherhood's territory. He should have brought 20 thugs with him, each with a mystic gun, no matter how heavy that damn thing was. Just like the Brotherhood's boss in charge of the drug trade, Raisin Fisso, there were 30 people following him everywhere he went. If he had enough money, he should have hired 2 swordsmen of eradication, a psionic warrior, or even a mystic. Forget it, mystics are too scary. Rick, you have to calm down. He told himself, you are the man who will be in charge of the entire Eternal Star City, and even the underworld of Constellation. Calm down, you must calm down. He forced himself to be calm and turned around. He walked back the way he came, as if he was just jogging. Did I offend someone? Does someone want my life? Is there anything worth noticing in this street? He walked a few 100 meters. Under the moonlight, there was no one around him. However, the chill on the back of his neck was still there. He forced himself to be calm and turned around. He walked back the way he came, as if he was just jogging. Did I offend someone? Does someone want my life? Is there anything worth noticing in this street? He walked a few 100 meters. Under the moonlight, there was no one around him. However, the chill on the back of his neck was still there. Chapter 239. Yes. Lampard nodded thoughtfully. The inextinguishable starlight. What are you trying to say? Archduke Rockney furrowed his brows. The greatest threat to us is Sonia Sasir? But Lampard ignored him. The Archduke of Black Sand region stared at the table in a daze and continued to speak. Starlight Brigade. They're very young and inexperienced. Even if they have experience fighting against the rebels in the country, they can't even withstand a single blow from our battle-hardened, invincible Northland warriors. Archduke Letko's expression changed and he sank into deep thought. On the road from the Northern Territory to the Central Territory, we defeated them in our first battle. Lampard took a deep breath. His expression became firm and persistent. Nothing special. It was the same as usual. The light cavalry probed, the archers suppressed, the light infantrymen nipped at the main force, and the heavy cavalry launched a decisive attack. Lampard nodded slowly, but his gaze was extremely complicated. In just one encounter, their main force was defeated. The rest fled in all directions. They didn't even have to use the heavy swordsmen and heavy armored axemen to fight head-on battles. It was a piece of cake. Just like all the previous enemies. Lampard raised his fists and punched the eye of his left forcefully with his right fist, like a craftsman hammering a drill. You gathered the best and toughest warriors and destroyed their strongest parts with a thunderous blow. Then, you waited for the rest to flee, scatter, cry, surrender, and never rise again. They weren't even as strong as the private armies of the local suzerains in the Northern Territory. At least they were Northlanders. Archduke Rockne revealed a strange expression. So? He was sensitive enough to notice that Archduke Alsius and Archduke Trentida, who had personally experienced it, did not speak. They only looked solemn. And even a little respectful. So, that was Starlight Brigade, Archduke Letko answered him. The old Archduke heaved a long sigh. At that time, no one paid any attention to them. The bald Archduke of Defense City shook his head. Until a few days later. Rockne frowned slightly. Lampard took over the conversation. A few days later, they, the group of child soldiers who should have thrown away their helmets and armor, fled in all directions, and lost their souls. Archduke Lampard sat in his chair and narrowed his eyes. They came back. Ronnie was slightly stunned. When we were about to take down Ice River City, he stood before us once again, Lampard said calmly. It was as if he was looking at the scene from more than a decade ago from afar. Even though their numbers are small, they are organized, and in formation. It's as if they've just been recruited, Lampard continued. His tone was erratic and his eyes were misty. They rearranged their formation just like that, and just when we were about to win the siege, they decisively ambushed our rear. Just like the rekindled ashes. No. Archduke Letko closed his eyes and shook his head. It's not dead ashes, it's inextinguishable starlight. Archduke Rockne's suspicions deepened. But we still defeated them. Archduke Letko suddenly opened his eyes. Again. Lampard looked at him. Yes, again. The Archduke of Black Sand region nodded slowly. But this time, we sent the light cavalry to chase after them. We want to exterminate them. We lost nearly 10% of the light cavalry. Letko sighed. I remember. I was the one who deployed the light cavalry. And then? Lampard's expression was indecipherable. He answered his own question, again. Rockne raised his eyebrows. Again? Again. Lampard's voice rang decisively, like the clashing of metal. The scattered Starlight Brigade regrouped under the war flag in just a few days. They attacked us again along the banks of Shepherd's River. Archduke Rockne's expression finally changed. How? The Archduke of the City of Faraway Prayers said in shock. How did they regroup? What about morale? Can the supplies and logistics keep up? Lampard shook his head. We repeated this game a few times. Lampard's tone was a little tired. But no matter how many times we defeated them, as long as we didn't completely annihilate them, their scattered remnants would always miraculously regroup. I don't know how they handled logistics on that damned battlefield, but at least the eyes of those child soldiers were very decisive. Then, when we were besieging a city, raiding a land, resting for supplies, or changing troops, they would appear like ghosts beside or behind us and strike a cold blow. Archduke Letko's expression darkened. The inextinguishable starlight, this is the name our people gave them. Lampard snorted softly. The Archduke of Black Sand region asked softly, what all of us can't figure out is how such a young and ordinary army can regroup without any hindrance after experiencing such crushing defeats and collapses every time. What we can't figure out is how such a young and ordinary army can regroup without any hindrance. No one answered. Archduke Alsius furrowed his brows and looked at the others. The Starlight War God was a good leader. He trained his army very well. This is an honor that belongs to him, Alsius said firmly. A great opponent. Even though he's dead, his soul lives on forever. Lampard's laughter cut in at an inopportune moment. Really? Just because John Jadestar was a great military strategist, the civilian soldiers under him could all become warriors with outstanding qualities? Lampard sneered faintly and said in an unfriendly tone, "Then, our king, archdukes, nobles, commanders, and even warriors are all useless?" The archduke's expressions turned cold at the same time. "Be careful with your words, Lampard." Letko narrowed his eyes. But Lampard ignored them. "Why is it like this? An army that is isolated, without reinforcements, and can't fight us head-on is actually an inextinguishable army?" Lampard's expression was firm. "We are confused, we are curious, we are surprised, because even the Northlanders, who are famous for being good at fighting, can't imagine such a situation." The other archdukes fell into deep thought. Yes, the Northlanders have the strongest physiques among humans, and their spirits are also the most fanatical. Under the same conditions, no one can defeat us head-on on the battlefield. Even the most terrifying and powerful enemy. Lampard said firmly. But his tone immediately changed. "But even for us, the strongest military country in the Western Six Kingdoms, after a great victory, our commander has to spend a day setting up camp and taking inventory. He has to send his trusted nobles and personal guard officers with sabers, swords, spears, axes, or noble warrants to gather and pacify the warriors who are so excited and frenzied that their eyes are bloodshot from killing, their hands are weak, and their pants are loose as they scatter around the battlefield to vent their frustrations. Being able to completely reorganize the army in one day and one night and advance the next day is considered a normal efficiency." Archduke Letko shook his head. "That's not strange," the old archduke said slowly. "We have been fighting like this for hundreds of years." Lampard turned his head abruptly. His gaze was as sharp as a knife's edge as he stared at the old archduke. The old archduke tilted his head slightly at the stare. "But what about when we lose a battle?" Lampard said coldly, "Even the extensions would not be able to reorganize and arrange logistics without a few weeks or even a month's time. Then, when everyone is at a loss, we would not be able to regroup our troops and arrange our logistics properly. Then, we would be able to gather the defeated troops again when everyone is at a loss. It's not like hunting, where you only need to whistle and the stray hounds will run back. As for quickly gathering, reorganizing in a short period of time, deploying manpower, arranging logistics, organizing an army, reorganizing combat power, and marching again?" Lampard crossed his arms and looked at the four archdukes, who had different expressions on their faces. He snorted coldly and said, "In the entire Extet, only the White Blade Guards and the Glacier Sentinels can do it. I suspect that many of the Archduke's personal guards can't do it." He looked at Rockne. "Kulgan, the city of faraway prayers, has seen a lot of blood in the Golden Passage and the Great Desert. Your military power is considered outstanding in Extet." Lampard gestured with his chin. "Can you do it?" Rockne did not speak, but his expression was solemn. The other archdukes did not answer either. Lampard narrowed his eyes. "Have you thought about why?" A few seconds later, Alcius sighed softly. The Archduke of Prestige Orchid shook his head. "They have all the advantages on their own land, whether it's the support of the locals or their familiarity with the terrain," but he was soon rudely interrupted by Lampard. "To hell with their own land," the Archduke of Black Sand Region said fiercely. "Most of those child soldiers were recruited by the Starlight God of War from the south and west of Constellation. They are newbies who have not even been here for a year. In comparison, as Northlanders, we are more accustomed to the climate and terrain of Constellation's Northern Territory and Central Territory." Trentida snorted softly. "Just say it." The Archduke of Reformation Tower curled his lips. "What are you hinting at?" Lampard's gaze immediately turned to him. "Hinting?" The Archduke of Black Sand Region said coldly, "I've looked through the records of the battles against Constellation in the past 300 or 400 years. In the past, in the Great War 100 years ago, the Constellations were like us. After they were defeated, they could not gather again without spending a few months. From their logistics ability to the speed of reorganizing, they were on par with us. Why can he train the Starlight Army when he becomes the Starlight God of War? The four archdukes frowned at the same time. Just get to the point. Don't give me a history lesson. Trent Ida impatiently voiced out everyone's thoughts. We are not idiots. Lampard's gaze sharpened. No, you are not idiots. His expression turned cold. This is something scarier than being an idiot, a smartass. A second later. Which one? Lampard asked softly. The four archdukes were slightly startled. What do you mean which one? Trent Ida asked, puzzled. Lampard leaned forward. Under the light from the brazier, his entire body was like a small mountain on the upper table. He stared at the four archdukes in an oppressive manner. I mean, he narrowed his eyes. The few of you, which king of constellation in history left the deepest impression on you? The four archdukes stared at each other and exchanged a few puzzled glances. King of constellation? Impression? The kings of constellation. There are more than 30 of them. Lampard leaned against the back of his chair again. He extended his right hand and slowly began to count. The king of Renaissance, Tormund I, who fought alone for 10 years and swore to restore his country in a hopeless situation. The Black Eye, John I, who expanded his territory and fought against Nuvan I around Overwatch City. Or the Red King, John II, who wiped out the entire Braid Dukedom within a month. The Far Sail, Kessel II, who destroyed Handball's fleet in the Second Continental War. The Conqueror of the North, Queen Erica, the only woman to rule Constellation and forcefully seize Cold Castle from Extet? Or the Oath Keeper, Midir IV, who was valiant, kept his promise, and was as close as Char's brother? Oh, or the King of Eternal Rule, Adi II, who ruled longer than Nuvan, had a stable country, and did not cause any trouble except for the last year? Although he did not end well. As Lampard spoke, he observed the Archduke's expressions. But he did not see anything. The Archdukes did not even bother to make small movements on their faces. Lampard sneered mockingly. No. Impossible, right? A few seconds later, he sighed nonchalantly. All right. Lampard narrowed his eyes. The King of Constellation who left the deepest impression on me. The Archdukes narrowed their eyes slightly. Lampard said flatly, Mindy's Jade Star III. Hearing that, Archduke Trenida's expression changed slightly. Could it be that? Lampard nodded slowly. Yes, the Archduke of Black Sand region said flatly, his eyes filled with complicated and incomprehensible emotions. Mindy's III, who experienced the Fourth Continental War 150 years ago. He said softly, that virtuous king. Chapter 240. Him? Mindy's III? Archduke Rockney shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Is he the threat you speak of? A docile king who has been dead for more than 100 years? Lampard stared coldly at Archduke Rockney. His gaze made the latter feel very uncomfortable. Archduke Letko sat down at the dark brown rectangular table again and deliberately coughed. After a few seconds, Lampard finally turned his head. Most people, including all of you, may think that his achievements are mediocre, and even a little cowardly. The Archduke of Black Sand region snorted softly. Don't worry, I thought so too when I was young. His gaze turned cold. Mindy's Jade Star III. Trent Ida, who had been staring at Lampard, could not help but be slightly shocked. That gaze, what does it have to do with him? Alcius questioned. Lampard took a deep breath and looked at Alcius. Do you know him? This so-called virtuous king, the Archduke of Black Sand region asked flatly. The Archdukes frowned almost simultaneously. I heard Scholar Costa mention him a long time ago. Not much. Rockney narrowed his eyes and recalled the days he spent in the study. But I heard that he did not do anything major. Lampard's gaze shifted, and he snorted coldly. Did nothing major? I don't have much of an impression of him. It is said that he used various diplomatic means to delay the Fourth Peninsular War, Rockne replied flatly. A king who does nothing is rare even in constellation. Lampard's expression did not change. I heard that he was a weak king and compromised with his vassals everywhere. Trent Ida rubbed his chin and seemed to be deep in thought. For example, the so-called High Noble Parliament and the National Conference were all left behind by him. He turned Renaissance Palace into a noisy market, which not only reduced efficiency, but also made it unsightly. That's all? Lampard raised his eyebrows. That's all? He promoted a large number of people to manage his territory, and especially liked to appoint officials from the low-ranking nobles. Archduke Letko thought about something. He even made detailed regulations for this, which offended many great vassals with hereditary official positions. Alcius frowned and continued, Father used him as an example to warn us to be careful of the merchants. I heard that Mendes III borrowed money from the merchants to pay for his finances, and even had to issue franchises to top up the debt. Hence, the nobles mocked him behind his back as the merchants' slave king. Lampard heaved a long sigh. Is this your impression of the virtuous king? The archdukes had different reactions. Trent Ida shrugged, Rockne still had a cold expression on his face, and Alcius had a puzzled look on his face. Only Archduke Letko's murky eyes shone with a strange and unique emotion. Lampard lowered his eyelids as if he was lamenting. The captive from 12 years ago, Vlad told me that he used to be a petty tax collector in the Northern Territory. During wartime, he was conscripted to be a grain supervisor. During peacetime, he was a petty tax collector, but during wartime, he was in charge of transporting supplies. He was especially common in the armies in the south and the center of Constellation. Lampard's eyes flew open. But be it tax collector or ration supervisor, these positions can only be obtained after passing the test. Tax collectors must be proficient in arithmetic and accounting. Before the Archduke's bewildered expressions, the Archduke of Black Sand region continued speaking. His tone was filled with vicissitudes of life. Even if one is a noble, if one cannot pass such an examination, one is not qualified to be an official. What did you say? Trent Ida asked in confusion. Assessment? Lampard nodded. It's very unfamiliar, right? The Archduke of Black Sand region said coldly, I bet that other than being punished in the study for not being able to recite a certain family motto in your childhood, all of you will never hear this word again in your lives. The archdukes were slightly stunned. But this is the ration supervisor in the Constellatiate army. Lampard took a deep breath. There was fear and solemnity in his eyes. Not only that. In their army of officers, there are also military judges, clerks, logistics officers, medical officers. There are too many, I can't remember them all. In that instant, Lampard's expression became very unpleasant, as if he had recalled something unpleasant. When they are not at war, they are all professional officials with fixed jobs. After going through a specific examination, military judges must be familiar with laws and regulations and distinguish between right and wrong. Clerks must be proficient in procedures and identifying information. Logistics officers know all kinds of supplies like the back of their hands. Trent Ida interrupted him. I know what you are talking about. The Archduke of Reformation Tower rolled his eyes and raised his eyebrows slightly. You are saying that the corps officers of Starlight Brigade are made up of these literate and knowledgeable people? That's why they can regroup so quickly, T, Lampard retorted rudely, causing Archduke Trent Ida to swallow the rest of his words. Most of Ekstedt's officers are also nobles. They can read, count, and even read poems. Some can even recite 1 or 2 lines of scriptures from the temple. But when they are sent to the army to lead those rural recruits, what can they do? Archduke Letko gently knocked on the square table and stared at Lampard from across the table. The old Archduke said softly, So, you are saying that the key to Starlight Brigade's survival is these insignificant officials? Lampard glanced at the other 3 archdukes. I remember my uncle Caslin. When I was young, I often heard him boast about how all-round the White Blade Guards were. Their strict and cruel training allowed them to take on almost every position, from death squads, messengers, logistics officers, scouts to supervisors, and so on. They were elites rarely seen in the world. The Archduke of Black Sand region immediately changed the topic. So, every time there is a war and countless warriors are recruited, the king will put his white blade guards and nobles who are loyal to him to fill up the positions from low-ranking officers to commanders of the guards. It's just like how we archdukes send our personal guards and trusted aides to various positions. All of you are familiar with this scene, right? Lampard tilted his head. His weathered face was illuminated by the firelight, causing it to flicker. And what about the Constellatiate army? He said flatly. The Archduke's heart suddenly tightened. Lampard's deep and coarse voice resounded in the hall. A long time ago, they were used to a fixed system. Ration officers are only responsible for calculating numbers and transporting goods, logistics officers are only responsible for distributing supplies, military judges are only responsible for beheading according to laws and orders, clerks are responsible for coordination and communication. They only know how to do the one thing in their hands well. They have a clear division of labor, each performing their own duties, and not interfering with each other. They also do not need to be restrained by the trusted aides sent by the king or archdukes. The logistics and management of the recruits do not need to be decided at the last minute by the people sent by the higher-ups, and will not completely change because of a change in the commander-in-chief. Lampard slammed his palm on the table. His eyes burned. He stared at the archdukes, causing them to feel displeased. Can you imagine it? Lampard gritted his teeth. His expression was ferocious. We Northlanders, no, almost all armies in the world have been recruiting soldiers from our territories for hundreds of years. We are used to throwing out a handful of gold coins and letting the trusted personal guards we are familiar with, who are also the vassals, discipline the soldiers themselves, provide them with pay, food, equipment, and chop off their heads, chopping wood, and captives, right? Archduke Rockne uncrossed his arms and retorted with a frown. What you just said is a process that only a standing professional army would have the time and effort to refine. And the outcome of a battle is decided in the moment of close combat. Instead of spending energy on these personnel matters and offending countless vassals, it would be better to. Lampard raised his head abruptly and swept his gaze over the Archduke of the city of faraway prayers. He shook his head scornfully in his heart. That's right. In war, these are trivial matters that cannot be ignored. Although Lampard felt disdain in his heart, he still said patiently, only professional soldiers who have been preparing for war all year round and have gone through hundreds of battles can gradually get used to it, familiarize themselves with it, and form their own military traditions and rules. For example, the White Blade Guards and the Glacier Sentries. However, the Archduke of Black Sand region's expression immediately changed. But the Starlight Brigade is also a conscripted army. Rockne's expression froze. But this is how it operates. The efficiency of logistics and transportation is more than twice that of ours. It is easy for them to reorganize their personnel. Military discipline is maintained in an orderly manner. Rewards and punishments are clear. From attacking to retreating, there are clear rules. Lampard swept his gaze over each archduke solemnly. He looked at their faces, which were either filled with disbelief or bewilderment. It is these trivial matters that we have always looked down on. That group of weak, newly recruited child soldiers are doing much better than us. So, even after they are defeated and scattered, they can still follow a set of self-established procedures and habits to immediately connect logistics, regroup, and recover their combat strength in a short period of time. Lampard took a deep breath. His expression was unpleasant. 12 years ago, in the days at the rear, I heard that useless Poffert complain every day about the injustices they suffered. There was anger in the Archduke of Black Sand region's eyes. Why is it always Beacon Illumination City? That brat only knows how to curse like that. Alcius and Trent Ida looked at each other. They could feel the uneasiness in each other's hearts. Lampard's tone became more and more furious. What he doesn't see is that because of Horus Jadestar's surprise attacks, our entire army of 100,000 is now in a state of emergency. Even the siege of the fortress has to stop. He can't see that after we got rid of the Butcher of Constellation, we spent a lot of time redeploying manpower, arranging routes, gathering provisions, and arduously reorganizing logistics to provide nourishment for the war at the front lines despite the nobles' evasions and perfunctory responses from various forces. He also does not see that at the same time, using the Starlight Brigade in the south as an example, the Constellatiates, who have fallen into a desperate situation, are still methodically and continuously arranging the army's next supply, the next replenishment, the next resting place, and the next assembly point under high pressure. They quickly and efficiently reassemble the scattered deserters, defeated generals, and stragglers. This is the truth of the inextinguishable starlight. Lampard exhaled fiercely through his nose, as if he wanted to expel all the resentment he had accumulated over the past 12 years. King Nuvan kept complaining that we were a hindrance to his war. Just because of that brat Poffert's big mouth, Nuvan even ordered his grandfather to abdicate as a punishment. Sometimes I think that perhaps, compared to the enemy, we are indeed a hindrance to him. Letko's expression was solemn. He stared blankly at the square table, deep in thought. If this is what you want to say. Rockne furrowed his brows. The Constellatiates have a good logistical operation in the army, but it's still far from enough to convince us. Lampard's lips curled into a faint, cold smile. His laughter was filled with disdain, contempt, mockery, and a hint of anger. Lampard slowly stood up from his seat. His figure was projected to the center of the hall, like a glacier bear that had just woken up. Do you think this is all? Your territories are not as close to Constellation as mine. Lampard put his hand on his saber. His gaze was fierce. Do you know what I've seen in the past 10 years? Trentida narrowed his eyes. A faint sense of uneasiness rose in his heart. Alceus exhaled deeply. Rockne resisted the urge to interrupt and quietly waited for Lampard to speak. No. The Archduke of Black Sand Region's expression was ferocious, and his tone was terrifying. The inextinguishable starlight is just a scale of the great dragon, a corner of the light of the galaxy. No one knows when it started, that's how their entire kingdom operates, Li Tianlan said. Archduke Letko stared at Lampard's face and listened to his words. There was an inexplicable fear in his heart. Operated like this? This is. Chapter 241. At that moment, Lampard's words traveled into the Archduke's ears like a cold and threatening blade. A long time ago, Constellation set up a qualification test, stipulating what kind of person could become a specific official and become the king's right-hand man. They used their titles, privileges, status, and honor to attract low-grade nobles of low status, or commoners who could not be promoted to nobility. They entrusted power to these officials who were born in poverty, allowing them to enter the forbidden zone of the kingdom that only belonged to bloodline and family. Lampard's voice was like a working anvil, ringing in the Archduke's hearts again and again. Just like that, thousands upon thousands of professional officials of different backgrounds, but with clear responsibilities and clear division of labor, stand together to form a suffocating, sturdy carriage, carrying the ancient nation that has been passed down from the ancient empire, speeding forward. What's more terrifying is that in order to obtain such a promotion, many low-grade nobles, merchants, and even rural villagers were willing to become the king's lackeys and loyal subjects. Almost all four archdukes furrowed their brows as they carefully mulled over the meaning behind these words. Lampard's gaze was as cold as steel. First of all, the tax collectors. The merchants and accountants obtained official positions through qualification training and examinations. They made records in Renaissance Palace and became the king's professional and loyal servants. They collected taxes for him in the territories directly under his jurisdiction. They fulfilled their duties and formed a system and routine. Every tax collector was directly responsible to the chief of finance and his subordinates. They strictly abided by the rules, were skilled in calculation, and had sharp eyes and ears. They would not miss a single copper or conceal any accounts. Therefore, the taxes in the king's hands were more and more detailed than when he sent his trusted nobles to collect taxes based on the standards of loyalty, relationships, and relationships. The taxes increased year after year. Did you think that the Jade Star royal family's wealth was so simple because the tyrant increased taxes? Do you know what this means? Lampard added silently in his heart. Short-sighted and dull archdukes. And what about us in Extet? Lampard's tone changed. His eyes, which were as sharp as blades, glared at the four dumbfounded archdukes. In order to ensure that their interests are not harmed and their authority is not shaken, the archdukes and nobles will only send their trusted aides and subordinates as tax collectors. With swords and spears, they will use their connections and relationships with the lords to collect taxes from various castles and villages. They will act like tyrants, deceive their superiors and subordinates, exploit layer by layer, and fill their own pockets. Every year, if the taxes handed over to the lord by the vassals can reach 50% of the planned amount, it can be said that everyone is happy and loyal. Archduke Alcius lowered his head. His expression was solemn, and he did not speak another word. Lampard continued, in many cities in Constellation, there is a position called police officer, which can only be obtained through assessment and training. The police station directly under the garrison officer is in charge of the city's security and order. It is clearly separated from the city defense team, which is the standing private army of the city, and is strictly prohibited from interfering with each other. What about us? The Archduke of Black Sand region gritted his teeth. His expression was horrified. For so many years, Extet has been in a slump in business, and goods are scarce. Other than the filthy Camions, who have ulterior motives, half of the merchants would rather do business in Constellation than in Extet. Is it really because the products in the south are more abundant? No. Lampard's gaze was solemn. That's because all the merchants know that in Constellation, at the very least, the rules and order of transactions are written clearly. At the very least, there are professional officials and departments that they can appeal to. At the very least, the police station and police officers maintain the order of the market on the surface. At the very least, they don't have to wrangle with unreasonable armies or deal with influential people who are connected to them. Lampard remembered something and clenched his fists. And in Extet, a small disciplinary officer in charge of the patrol team can use his connections to engage in large-scale smuggling of weapons and force away merchants who are not pleasing to the eye, as long as the higher-ups turn a blind eye. Archduke Trentida pursed his lips. His lively eyes were fixed on one spot, and he only blinked occasionally. Lampard sneered. In the cities of Constellation, all the officials in the city hall, from the clerk to the scribe, from the signer to the judge, are all people who have passed the qualification test. They have a clear division of labor and are familiar with the rules. They convey messages from the top to the bottom, carry out orders, and only recognize warrants and seals. During the bloody year, all of them, from the supreme king to the prince, entered Hell's River. Foreign enemies eyed them covetously, and the nobles were terrified and uneasy. However, relying on the Prime Minister and the professional officials under him to follow the rules, Eternal Star City, which was in imminent danger, still operated steadily for more than 10 days. Until the last prince returned, compromised with the nobles, and was crowned. What about us? Lampard hit his chest hard. Today, it has been less than a few hours since the death of the born king whose might shook Northland. Because of the loss of his prestige, Dragon Cloud City is in a mess. Chaos, rumors, conflicts, and contradictions are endless. The people are terrified and uneasy. I reckon that Lisban has been hesitating for a long time about whether to overstep his authority and use the patrol team. He is used to asking for Nuven's permission. I led the army and rampaged through the city for a few hours. Only when we took down the first gatehouse, only when I stood here, so close that I could spit at all of you, did the dignified Prime Minister lead his troops here, confused. Archduke Rockney's expression darkened. He exhaled a long breath, and his gaze was hesitant. Lampard paused for a whole 10 seconds. During this long period of time, no Archduke made a sound. Finally, Lampard exhaled a helpless and laborious breath. Fatigue and pain appeared on his face. I know that your territory is far away from Constellation, and that you have only cared about the game with Dragon Cloud City over the past few years, but I have already said this much. Can't you feel it? At that moment, Lampard gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and broke out in cold sweat. It was as if he was facing a terrifying beast that he had never seen before. Some soul-stirring, unprecedented, dreadful changes. It is happening quietly in Constellation, behind the country that is a remnant of the Empire and has been fighting against us for years. The Archduke's expressions changed slightly. This change. Trembling slightly, Lampard continued with his chilling words, is as tranquil as the surging of an undercurrent, as calm as dripping water piercing through a stone. But please believe me, this is a terrifying situation that not even the powerful ancient empire has seen in the past thousands of years. Lampard felt his hair stand on end. It was as if there was a chill in his chest that went straight into his heart. Constellation, our opponent for the past 600 years, is undergoing an unprecedented transformation. The four archdukes looked at each other in pairs. In their disbelief, hesitation, and earth-shattering shock, they could not advance or retreat. But Lampard continued, through direct contact with the war, I saw the tip of the iceberg of this terrifying transformation. It's like the faint vibration that comes from within the cocoon on the eve of its transformation. It's inconspicuous, but extremely important. Lampard suddenly raised his head. His gaze was as sharp as a sword, and his gaze was threatening as he stared at the four archdukes. Everyone, please open your eyes. The Archduke of Black Sand Region gritted his teeth. His voice was hoarse, but his tone was firm. Where exactly is our greatest threat? The archdukes did not seem to have reacted. But at that moment, Archduke Letko's expression was unprecedentedly unpleasant. He slowly raised his head and looked at Lampard. The old Archduke spoke wearily, his voice hoarse and unpleasant, Mindys III? The expressions of the other three archdukes changed. Lampard's gaze softened as he looked at the old Archduke. His gaze became gloomy. Yes, Lampard said quietly and sat down again. This is the current situation after 150 years. The comparison between us and Constellation. Archduke Alcius raised his head in shock. 150 years? Could it be? Lampard nodded weakly. Yes, he said with certainty. What I told you just now, Lampard said flatly. His eyes were once again filled with dread and solemnity. Everything. It all originated from 150 years ago, from the Supreme King of Constellation, who was almost ignored by everyone. Mindys III. The four archdukes cast their gazes at Lampard in that second. Their emotions were complicated and their reactions varied. The Archduke of Black Sand Region looked at their expressions and could not help but sneer. You said that he did not do anything big? Chapman Lampard snorted coldly, and it was hard for him to distinguish between praise and criticism. More than 100 years ago, it was Mindys III who did not hesitate to offend the Jade Star family's branch families, trusted aides, in-laws, and even direct vassals. He also strictly and precisely set up and separated countless official positions and departments, the City Hall, the Police Department, the Department of Finance. He also gave them his authority. He made clear regulations, trained them, and paid them salaries even if they had to borrow money to survive. He let these new officials manage the royal family's central territory and even the whole of Constellation. More than 100 years have passed. Even the most remote and domineering vassals with power had no choice but to compromise with the rules of the game left behind by the virtuous king and acknowledge the king's officials for the sake of taxes, efficiency, power, and even more so for the sake of effectively opposing the king. Lampard raised his head. His eyes were as cold as a blade. Relying on these people, Constellation's royal authority gradually penetrated into every corner of the kingdom. It controlled the entire country from top to bottom like never before. Do you think that luck and talent are the only things behind the Starlight Brigade? No, this steel carriage formed by countless professional officials began with Mindys III. It has long been in conflict and friction. During the years when we dominated the Western Peninsula, it quietly operated, worked together, and settled for more than 100 years. It influenced us imperceptibly, took root, and sprouted. When he heard this, Archduke Rockney of the city of faraway prayers lowered his head deeply. There was a struggle in his eyes. Also, Lampard spoke again, his tone cold. You said that he was weak and omnipotent, and compromised with the nobles? Forgive me for reminding all of you, but it was precisely because of the higher parliament and the national conference that compromised with the nobles, that Kessel V of our south turned the millions of Constellation civilians into powerful tools for him to fight against the great vassals alone. In the past 5 years, he resisted the fierce opposition of almost all the vassals and unquestionably launched a countrywide war. He unstoppably appointed an heir to the royal family. This is his royal authority. For Constellation, this is already the norm. Lampard abruptly slammed his fist on the square table and said loudly with a face full of anger, "If King Nuvan were to stand here and ask all of you to recruit troops within a month to follow him into the Great Desert, how many of you would do it without hesitation?" Alcius and Trentida stared at each other in the air. One of them looked hesitant and shook his head lightly. The other clenched his teeth and breathed rapidly. As for Mendes III, you said that he lived by borrowing money? The Archduke of Black Sand region raised his hand and waved it indifferently. But what's more ironic? Lampard leaned forward and clenched his teeth. His expression was cold. More than 100 years ago, Mendes III, who supported a large number of officials under him, was constantly borrowing money and never got tired of it. So, he ordered that all the debtors be gathered in one house, and with the royal franchise and even the next year's taxes as a guarantee, he wrote all the debtors a unified IOU. Today, more than 100 years later, the house where countless merchants come and go has been expanded many times. It imitated the habits of the Camian city-states and changed its name. The Archduke of Black Sand region's expression was unpleasant. His tone was hesitant, as though he wanted to narrate a strange situation that even he did not understand. It's called the Royal Family Bank. The few archdukes cast doubtful glances at him. Lampard clenched his teeth and shook his head. 5 years ago, King Kessel did not raise taxes or confiscate property. He only wrote an IOU to the so-called Royal Family Bank, which was formed by countless merchants. He took out a large sum of money, raised countless troops, and fought a costly desert war. After he returned, he actually expanded the regular army. Lampard clenched his teeth and shook his head. Can we imagine that, when we have to raise taxes every time we go to war? Do all of you still think that this war only relied on the Jade Star royal family's wealth? Silence again. No one spoke. Chapter 242. Lampard heaved a long sigh. More than 100 years ago, the first lowly merchant who lent money to King Mendes, the Archduke of Black Sand region, said quietly, his descendant is one of the 13 distinguished families of Constellation today, the wealthy Sunflower family, the Sukater family who holds the title of Count of Forever Island. There was another period of silence. But the air seemed to be much colder than before. Even the color of the flames in the brazier was much weaker. After a while, Archduke Alcius spoke with difficulty. Constellations are better at currying favor under the table. Just like the ancient empire of the past, this doesn't mean anything. The Archduke with the bowl cut shook his head solemnly, as if trying hard to convince himself. We are still the victors of the war 12 years ago. The other archdukes looked at him. Trentida looked hesitant, while Letko remained silent. Currying favor under the table? Lampard's gaze sharpened as he mulled over this sentence. He then snorted coldly. I bet that even if you go back 1,000 years, to the ancient empire's most powerful period, you won't be able to see Constellation's current situation. Moreover, the victors 12 years ago? Lampard straightened his back, his gaze sharp. Really? He said coldly, 12 years ago, Constellation was in a state of civil strife. It could barely fend for itself, and its soldiers and food supplies were depleted. We used the power of the entire country to attack the dying Constellation. The veins on Lampard's hand were bulging. He was almost clawing through his scabbard. The Archduke's expressions became very unpleasant. Lampard's expression was absent-minded, as if he had returned to the battlefield that year. At that time, none of us doubted that the Ekstedt army, known for its ability to conquer and invincible in the Western Peninsula, would wipe out their feudal resistance in a few short months. Just like the past centuries. Our cavalry would break through their every formation, the catapults would break through every gate, and the heavy infantry would tear apart every southerner who tried to resist. We would effortlessly conquer the Northern Territory, the land of cliffs, and enter Eternal Star City. At the very least, you have to be like Khan Trentida, the great spirit Archduke from 400 years ago. You have to drive your army to the foot of Eternal Star City, plunder every village, plunder every bit of wealth, and stick the red dragon flag with a black background in front of Eternal Star City before leaving. Lampard raised his head abruptly as if he had just come back to his senses. What was the result? The Archduke of Black Sand Region's expression was extremely pained. His next words seemed to have been squeezed out through gritted teeth. We spent a few months under the fortress. Not only did we suffer heavy casualties, even our pitiful supply line was riddled with holes by that Constellation butcher. It was only when the traitor betrayed Horus Jadestar and paid the price of the death of an archduke that we used his might to take down the fortress. Alcius lowered his head, as if remembering something. Lampard took a deep breath, as if he was trying his best to suppress his emotions. It's the start of spring. We're heading south to the Northern Territory. Ekstedt's absolute advantage in military strength is a guarantee of invincibility. Aside from slightly increased casualties, our journey from Cold Castle to Ice River City was smooth. Trentida sighed. Then, Lampard said absent-mindedly, was the Starlight Brigade. Letko snorted softly. His expression was complicated. Although the overall situation of the war was advancing, as the battlefront grew longer, our supplies became more unfavorable, and our military strength became more scattered. We were dragged into a muddy mess by those child soldiers, and it was difficult for us to advance or retreat. This made the bold claim of taking down Eternal Star City within a year seem like a joke. Soon, we had no choice but to dispel the idea of fighting on multiple fronts and launching an all-out invasion. Instead, we concentrated our military strength and charged straight at Central Territory and Eternal Star City in an attempt to subdue the enemy in one strike. Lampard took a deep breath and said solemnly, "We did not succeed. So, we had no choice but to turn into Land of Cliffs region and try to open up another battlefield." Lampard clasped his hands together, the veins on the back of his hands bulging slightly. At the same time, our casualties kept increasing, the pressure on our logistics increased, and the Starlight Brigade became more difficult to deal with each time. At this moment, Archduke Letko added in a hoarse voice, "Not only that, but they were also recruiting locally. As they fought, they replenished their numbers, and as they fought, they replenished their numbers." Lampard nodded with a solemn expression. The Archduke of Black Sand Region sighed and said, "What's worse is that after just a few months, our supplies ran out." Trentida furrowed his brows. "We've always planned to replenish our supplies on the spot, haven't we?" Lampard snorted angrily. "Forget it. Constellation has been in ruins for a long time. It's impossible for us to replenish our supplies on the spot," he said coldly. "The sowing and grazing of livestock in the spring have been delayed. The country is complaining incessantly, and the vassals are in conflict. In addition to our terrible transportation, the expedition of 100,000 people is even more terrifying than the arrival of a disaster for Ekstedt's logistics." Archduke Alcius clenched his fists tightly. When even transporting the supplies to Broken Dragon Fortress becomes a problem, when the soldiers can no longer snatch enough food, when even the most valiant troops are no longer in a complete formation, when our invincible army has nowhere to exert its strength, and when the results of the war are not impressive for a whole month. Lampard's expression was extremely gloomy. "That's right. Constellation was the first to propose peace talks. It seems that they're asking for help everywhere, using foreign interference to beg for peace, admit defeat, and beg us to let them go." Trent Ida of Reformation Tower narrowed his eyes. His Majesty Nuvan once said that the threat of the allied forces of the various countries made him suspicious. He was worried that after the annexation of Constellation, our empty and unstable state would become a target for all, the various countries' diplomatic mediation. Lampard punched his scabbard fiercely. What are those forces of power that are like flies to Extet? Camus Union? We've taught them a lesson countless times in the Golden Passage. Hanbol? They've been defeated by us in 3 peninsular wars. Mane of Night? It takes months for their army to cross the sea. As for the Sacred Tree Kingdom, Steel City, and even the cunning fox of Constellation who came to negotiate? Humph. Lampard clenched his teeth. With my uncle's temper, when did you think he would ever back down because of diplomatic means outside the battlefield? Trent Ida did not speak anymore. Lampard exhaled and said painfully, admit it. The reason we're willing to negotiate is because we've already used up all our cards in that war and exhausted our strength. Even if we still have some strength left, we have no confidence in continuing the war. Compared to Constellation, which has suffered countless casualties and is on the verge of collapse, we're only a little better. Listening to all this, Archduke Rockney closed his eyes. King Nuvan is a smart man. Lampard shook his head weakly. He's fought more wars than anyone else. He knows when to stop is the wisest choice. He can use this as a stepping stone to retreat so that things won't be too ugly in the end. Alcius raised his head and stared blankly at the pattern of the cloud dragon spear above his head. Archduke Letko continued Lampard's words with a sorrowful expression. That's why there's the Fortress Treaty, and the humiliation we've been cursing for 12 years. Lampard nodded heavily. But only a few people know. Trembling, Lampard lowered his head. In the darkness where the light from the fire could not reach, he said with difficulty, the real humiliation, it's our powerful and proud Extet kingdom. Trent Ida turned his head and no longer looked at them. Faced with the calamity that befell the royal family, the instability of the new king, the constellation that used up the last drop of blood due to internal and external troubles, and the kingdom that trembled in fear, Alcius' expression was gloomy. He remained motionless. Faced with the unprecedentedly weak constellation that could not even muster a complete army, and could only rely on a group of child soldiers to fight, Archduke Rockney looked at Lampard in disbelief, then at Letko. Lampard said with a ferocious expression, we, the 7 archdukes, 100,000 soldiers, and the power of the entire country, led the invincible Extet warriors, but even Shepherd's River, which separated the Northern Territory and the Central Territory, we couldn't fight our way through. Everyone was silent for a long time. Only the light from the fire flickered. After a long time, Lampard sighed. I believe that all of you more or less felt it during the war that year. It's just that your pride, your honor, and your arrogance made you afraid, unable, and unwilling to admit it. No. There's someone else who felt it earlier than all of you. But, Lampard glanced at the seat of honor on the long table and clenched his fists. What about the other party, he seemed to ask subconsciously. After the tragedy of the bloody year, Constellation. Lampard frowned. The population was empty, and it was difficult to recover from the heavy losses, but, Archduke Rockney raised his head. His eyes flickered. But 5 years ago, Kessel V led the sickly kingdom to fight the Desert War. The Archduke of the City of Faraway Prayers crossed his arms and trembled slightly. According to the intelligence we sent back from the desert, his military strength was insufficient, and his combat power was not good. Even his main force was almost destroyed in the desert. We mocked him for overestimating himself. Lampard shook his head. His tone was weary. He was reminding us. The Archduke of Black Sand region turned to Rockney. Kulgan Rockney, when you faced the Great Desert, he said faintly, could you lead the army deep into the heart of the desert, maintain supplies and logistics all the way in the harsh desert conditions, and return safely after a series of bloody battles with the orcs and barren bone people? Rockney fell silent. But everyone knew the answer. Forget about you. Lampard's words sounded pained and powerless. That was the great desert that even the powerful ancient empire had a headache over for thousands of years, and their army of 100,000 was helpless. But Constellation did it, the Archduke said softly, seemingly very indignant. No matter the outcome, they did it. They went in, and came out with the skulls of countless orcs and barren bone people. Remember one of King Kessel's titles? Lampard said with a desolate expression, conqueror of the dragon skeleton throne and the desert god's altar. Do you still not understand? The four archdukes exchanged glances in silence. Wake up, everyone, Lampard said softly, as if he was murmuring beside their ears. Whether you admit it or not. Constellation. It's no longer the same. Under everyone's complicated and subtle gazes, Lampard's expression darkened. He leaned back in his chair, as if he had no strength to get up. During Mindy's III's era, almost no one understood his actions. Some even openly opposed him, even until now. The nobles looked down on the king's behavior of losing money and his depraved behavior. The commoners, on the other hand, saw him as a kind and benevolent monarch, and fought to take advantage of him. Archduke Rockne and Archduke Alsius looked at each other, their emotions complicated. Mindy's III passed away in obscurity amidst the nobles' mockery and the commoners' tears of gratitude. The benevolent, virtuous king, who was good at compromise and mediation. Lampard raised his head and met the eyes of the four archdukes. His expression was solemn, and his tone was cold. This title is half mockery, and half sincerity. Other than a few artists who were grateful for his kindness and wrote biographies and paintings for him, no one cared about the kind, virtuous king, who was praised by the people, but secretly disdained by the nobles, and these minor episodes in history. Lampard narrowed his eyes and gripped his saber tightly. But what about now, more than 100 years later? No one spoke. The atmosphere was very solemn. A few seconds passed. This is the virtuous king, Mindy's III. Lampard collected his emotions and said faintly, the more I know about him, the more shocking and terrifying I feel. Archduke Letko stared at the brazier in the distance in a daze. His gaze did not shift for a long time. Rockne hugged his arms tightly, almost crushing his teeth. Trent Ida furrowed his brows tightly. Contrary to his usual cunning self, he was extremely worried. As for Alsius, he only stared at Lampard, as if he wanted to see more things from his face. It's been more than 100 years. Although he died, his officials built Constellation into a steel chariot of excellent quality and complete parts. We only noticed it slightly 12 years ago. Lampard shut his eyes tightly. His shoulders seemed to tremble uncontrollably. To me, Mindy's Jade Star III is a terrifying chess player rarely seen in the world, he said with difficulty and pain. More than 100 years ago, he placed his chess pieces in a seemingly casual manner. However, the royal power, the vassals, the people, the country, and history were all in his inconspicuous chess game. He used a long-term game of chess that even his own grandson would not be able to see. He made Constellation, which was originally at a disadvantage against us, be reborn. Before we knew it, we had already left Ekstedt, which we were so proud of, far behind. Even the great emperor, Kessel Carlus I, who conquered the world more than 1,000 years ago, could not compare to him. Lampard sighed deeply. His gaze was dreary and misty. Compared to the chess game Mindy set up for Constellation for 100 years, and the intricate chess pieces he placed in a continuous chain, Tormund's great cause of restoring the country was crude and ugly. Rikuru's victory was also so superficial. As for the calamity's endless power and destruction, it was as despicable and laughable as a stronger baby wielding an iron hammer. What Mindy's III cared about was not the victory or defeat of a day or a night or a place. Lampard's expression was desolate. His emotions were actually a little hopeless. Nor was it the loss of a family, a clan, a city, or a territory. He used the country as a chess piece, the world as a chessboard, billions of lives as his wager, and the foundation that would last for 10,000 years as his victory. The brazier crackled. The archdukes were silent. Finally, Lampard closed his eyes and sighed softly. Once he placed his chess piece, he played the game for 100 years. The hall fell into a deathly silence. After a while, Lampard came back to life from the almost dead atmosphere. He started to breathe again and started to speak. So, more than 100 years after the virtuous king passed away, Lampard left his seat, or rather, Archduke Cameron's seat. I, Archduke of Black Sand Region, Chapman Solenholt Lampard. He walked towards the 4 archdukes step by step. Kinslayer and Kingslayer. Lampard's face darkened. For the first time, he said these words with a trembling face. The archduke's expressions changed slightly. As a Northlander and an extension, Lampard clenched his teeth and swept his gaze over every single extension archduke who held military power and power in their hands. I stand here and plead to all of you, to all the archdukes of Ekstedt, to the suzerains who hold the future of the kingdom of the great dragon in their hands. His voice was as sonorous, hoarse, and full of vicissitudes. Stop your meaningless internal strife and suspicions, let go of your inextricable family grudges and conflicts, do not fall into the trap of the joint ruling pledge, which protects unity but encourages division. Do not be like King Nuvan, who is muddle-headed and unable to extricate himself from his bloodline and family. Let us stand together again and face the terrifying chess player from 100 years ago, and face the terrifying constellation 100 years later. The archdukes responded solemnly. At that moment, even Trent Ida, the most eloquent of them all, felt extremely heavy. Because in this duel of life and death between us and Constellation, between Northlanders and the Empire, no matter how noble a family is, it will appear lowly, no matter how powerful an army is, it will be extremely thin, no matter how valiant a king is, it will be weak, no matter how vast the land is, it will be empty and poor. Lampard exhaled slowly. And I have a hunch. Under the Archduke's solemn gazes, the Archduke of Black Sand Region narrowed his eyes. It's been more than 600 years. What we are facing now, I'm afraid it will be this duel's. Lampard clenched his fists, his voice desolate. Chapter 243. Cohen stretched lazily and yawned widely. A young girl carrying a piece of cloth passed by and could not help but glance at the tall Cohen. Keep your movements down. An attendant should behave like an attendant. Raphael walked beside Cohen and frowned. We're surrounded by Northlanders. It's inevitable that there are Lampard spies around. Cohen snorted in dissatisfaction, but he still lowered his head obediently and pressed down on his Northland linen cloak. He rubbed his chin and sighed. The dark paint on my face is airless and a little stuffy. The police officer looked at the carriage behind him and frowned. Is this really going to work? Raphael ignored him and only glanced at the carriage behind him before he continued forward. Soon, Raphael saw their destination. He's dreaming. He knows. This time, he knew very clearly that it was a dream. A dream that seemed familiar. In the dream, he was still sitting leisurely and blissfully in the classroom. Poggi's book mentioned that on the way from feudalism to absolutism, the hierarchical state, that's a German word. Don't use your English-Chinese dictionary to look it up, is an important springboard that cannot be ignored. The emerging urban groups required a stable and safe political and economic environment. Obviously, this was incompatible with the traditional suzerain-vassal model, which was based on personal relationships. Therefore, for the sake of benefits, these urban groups began to cooperate with the rulers for a short period of time. They began to participate in the governance through hierarchical meetings and other methods. Their appearance in fact weakened the feudal elements, turning the dual feudal system of monarch-vassals into a complicated triangular relationship. But this is far from the centralization of power that we have in mind. This is just the process of achieving this result. These third forces recognized and supported the special status of the rulers, and did not treat the rulers as peers like feudal vassals. Through the implementation of various taxes through hierarchical meetings, the rulers strengthened themselves and strengthened their rule over the territories. The rulers also used this opportunity to grant privileges to the commoners and recruit servants. In this process, a large, professional, prudent, and institutionalized public administration gradually revealed its embryonic form, and laid the foundation for the absolutism that followed. Bureaucratic system, bureaucracy, or bureaucratic system. Although I don't really like this translation, it gives you some subjective bad impressions. This is a basic concept that you should have come into contact with from the textbooks when you were in university. Students who don't specialize in this field might want to read Weber's original work. Although it's hard to read, it's much more interesting than the secondhand summaries you get from textbooks. Dong. A slight tremor woke Thales up from his deep sleep. What happened? In the camion's carriage, Thales opened his sleepy eyes and wiped the drool from the corners of his mouth in a flurry. He looked at the other people in the carriage in a daze. I fell asleep. Outside the carriages, the Northlanders who came and went looked worried. The White Blade Guards had already changed their attire and were dressed as ordinary Northlanders. The constellations beside the carriages, including Cohen and Miranda, had changed into camion attire, which matched the two camion carriages that Thales and the others were riding on. The two carriages had the emblem of a dagger on them. Calm down, Your Highness. Putre, who was beside him, turned his head calmly. He politely did not look at the prince's embarrassment while he observed the situation outside the carriage. It looks like we're reaching the first gatehouse soon. As expected, at the end of the road outside the carriage, the silhouette of the gatehouse and heroic spirit palace had already appeared in their field of vision. Many curious commoners wanted to get closer, but they were chased away by the patrols under the gatehouse. When Thales first came to Dragon Cloud City, he had stepped into the first gatehouse. But it was now in the hands of the enemy. Heroic Spirit Palace was right behind it. Thales breathed a sigh of relief. He calmed his pounding heart and chased the dream out of his mind. He cast his gaze at the stern Nicholas opposite him. It's time. The Star Killer raised his head. We'll part ways here. I'll go to the other carriage. We have to leave with Miss Walton. As for you. Nicholas narrowed his eyes. Good luck. Thales exhaled through his nose. Thank you and your brothers. Thank you for bringing us here. The prince looked out the window and at the carriage behind them. He furrowed his brows. Take good care of her. Becoming a Walton is not a good thing in this situation. Leave the rest to us. Nicholas' expression darkened. But he immediately raised his head and looked at the captive beside him, Marquis Shiles. He said with hatred, Be smarter, old friend. Otherwise. I promise you, you won't want to provoke the former commander of the White Blade Guards who is hiding in the dark. Shiles, whose mouth was gagged and hands were tied behind his back, nodded and tried his best to put on a calm and polite smile. Unfortunately, because his mouth was gagged, his smile looked a little awkward. At this moment, the carriage stopped. Everyone in the carriage subconsciously looked out the window. Outside the carriage, a dozen soldiers dressed in patrol uniforms waved at the group of carriages and walked towards them. Behind them, there were at least a few hundred of their colleagues who were moving back and forth in all directions. They seemed to have surrounded the gatehouse and formed a line of defense. Patrol? Thales was shocked. Are they Lampard's men? Not only did they seal the gatehouse, they even set up a cordon so far away. Putre narrowed his eyes. Looks like they're quite strict with their checks. Even though they know that it's fake, it looks like it's real. Get ready, it's about to begin. Thales' heart trembled. He looked at the first gatehouse in the distance and imagined Heroic Spirit Palace behind it, as well as the few figures in the palace. He could not help but clench his fists tightly. His gaze became determined. It's here. My battle. Opposite him, Nicholas' expression tensed. The Star Killer cut the rope on Shiles' body and pulled out the cloth from his mouth. Putre smiled at Shiles. It's time for you to show your negotiation skills, Sir Marquis. Do you know what to do? Only then did Shiles breathe a sigh of relief. He leaned against the carriage. The Lady of Harvest above, of course, but I have to say, in the next moment, the Star Killer's hand instantly grabbed Marquis Shiles' shoulder. The latter immediately bounced off the carriage as if he had been electrocuted. Behave yourself. There was a faint threat in Nicholas' voice. If I find out that you dare to play tricks, Shiles broke out in cold sweat from the pain. Relax, Your Grace. The Camion shook his head awkwardly as he sweated. If you want me to negotiate, you have to at least guarantee my safety, right? I can't guarantee your safety, Nicholas said coldly. But if something happens, I guarantee that you will die before us. In this regard, the considerate Shiles could only express his understanding with a face full of smiles. Thales took a deep breath and gave Putray a reassuring smile. More than 10 patrol members entered the 2 carriages with the Camion emblem. They looked at the Northlanders and foreigners who surrounded the carriages with hostile expressions. The carriage window was opened. Good day, diligent sir. I am Shiles Bamra from Goodflow City. The elegant Marquis Shiles with a blonde ponytail nodded slightly to a nobleman who looked like a disciplinary officer under the carriage. His expression was at ease and his tone was relaxed. He nodded slightly at a noble who looked like a disciplinary officer. I am sorry, I have a very urgent matter to attend to. I need to enter Heroic Spirit Palace. Can you make an exception? The disciplinary officer was slightly startled. A Camion? Everyone in the carriage was silent as they waited for Shiles to negotiate with them. If he suddenly goes back on his word, or, Thales sighed. Nicholas touched the hilt of his knife gently and stared at Shiles' back. If you can't make the decision, I think your superior should know me. I mean, your immediate superior. Shiles smiled and nodded. The disciplinary officer who looked like a leader frowned. He turned around and patted the shoulder of a soldier beside him. He whispered a few words into his ear. The latter seemed to have received an order and turned to leave. I have heard of your name, sir. You are one of His Majesty's distinguished guests. The disciplinary officer raised his head and nodded respectfully at Shiles. But I am also very sorry. Every carriage that attempts to enter Heroic Spirit Palace and every noble that attempts to enter Heroic Spirit Palace must be inspected. This is an order from the Prime Minister. The moment he finished speaking, everyone in the carriage was shocked. Thales and Putray looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Prime Minister? Not Lampard? This means, Shiles' expression was especially astonished. Wait, you mean? Shiles furrowed his brows suspiciously. This is an order from the Prime Minister. The disciplinary officer also seemed to be a little surprised by the Marquis' reaction. He first looked at his colleagues and subordinates, then nodded at Shiles. The Marquis in the carriage opened his mouth wide. He looked at the patrols around him and asked nervously, You mean, Count Leesban, Prime Minister Leesban? Yes, all the patrols in the city are now under the direct command of the Prime Minister, the disciplinary officer replied with a solemn expression. Is there a problem? Shiles stared at him in a daze. Prime Minister? Where is he? In the palace? The disciplinary officer shook his head. No, he's right here. The disciplinary officer pointed at a house guarded by soldiers on the street to his side. He's working in the temporary stronghold behind us. I've already sent someone to invite him over. If you have any questions, you can ask him or ask him directly. Shiles raised his head with a complicated expression. Gatehouse, the first gatehouse. The Marquis looked at the first gatehouse in the distance. He looked at the vague figures on it and asked hesitantly, It is already past time now. Why is it not open yet? Could it be that something happened to Heroic Spirit Palace? The disciplinary officer's expression changed. Of course not. The disciplinary officer reacted quickly and shook his head. His expression was solemn and seemed to allow no doubt. You know, the calamity has just descended last night. We will be more cautious during critical times, but please be rest assured that everything is under control. Shiles narrowed his eyes. He took a deep breath and looked at the house where the Prime Minister was. The Marquis asked keenly, then why doesn't the Prime Minister enter the palace to keep watch? Instead, he is temporarily stationed in a house? Isn't the patrol on the gatehouse a little too far away from the cordon that you have set up? Could it be that, all of you dare not go near the gatehouse? The disciplinary officer furrowed his brows imperceptibly. You misunderstand. We deliberately set up the line of defense a little further away from the gatehouse for safety, he answered very seriously, as if to cut off all unnecessary associations from the foreign noble. Before ensuring safety, we have to stop all possible threats outside Heroic Spirit Palace. Of course, we cannot let our guard down even at the gatehouse. Shiles raised his brows. As he spoke, the soldier who delivered the order returned to the disciplinary officer's side and whispered a few words into his ear. Please follow us in your carriage. The disciplinary officer turned his head and nodded respectfully at the Marquis. The Prime Minister wishes to see you. Shiles' expression changed. Oh. He nodded gently, concealing the turmoil in his heart with a smile. All right, we'll come right away. Shiles first gestured at the coachman. Then, with a calm expression, he smoothly closed the window. The carriage started moving again, moving forward slowly along with the patrol team. He turned his head around to look at the people in the carriage. The moment Shiles turned his head around, his expression had already become tense and solemn. Everyone in the carriage also stared back at him with pale faces. These people, these soldiers. Even though Shiles tried his best to control his emotions, Thales could still hear a hint of unexpected panic in his tone. They are not Lampard's men, nor are they from Black Sand region. Shiles' words became more and more hurried. He did not even care about the hilt of Nicholas' sword that was pressed against his back. He said in exasperation, they are the real Dragon Cloud City Patrol Team, the army. They are directly under the disciplinary hall and the garrison officers, they are not fake. They are the real deal. Thales thought of something and looked at the solemn-looking patrols on both sides. The real deal? In other words, these people are loyal to Dragon Cloud City and the Walton family? What's going on? Putre asked calmly. Did Prime Minister Leespan appear and control the situation? I don't think so. Shiles shook his head. It was obvious that he was also thinking hard about the current situation. I managed to find out. The gatehouse is still in Lampard's hands. Obviously, they are confronting each other and even negotiating. The two carriages, along with the Northlanders and Constellatiates, were moving forward. The gatehouse was in front of them on the right, and Lispan's house was in front of them on the left. Putre clasped his hands together and narrowed his eyes. It seems that this person is more powerful than we thought. Judging by his posture, he has already noticed that something is wrong in the gatehouse and even in Heroic Spirit Palace. He has led his troops here. Thales sighed softly. He looked at Nicholas with a firm gaze. Now is a good opportunity. You can take advantage of the situation and evacuate with the Waltons, with Miss Walton. Go to your Prime Minister Leespan. You can either seek help or leave. The image of the terrified little girl on the other carriage appeared before his eyes. We're going to part ways here. Little rascal. Nicholas' expression changed. Of course it's convenient for the Northlanders, but the problem is, what about us? Beside him, Shiles gritted his teeth and furrowed his brows. When we see Leespan, what should we say? We want to save your country, please let us go. Thales took a deep breath and pondered anxiously. In the original plan, they had to rely on Shiles to deceive the Black Sand region soldiers in the gatehouse. Then, Shiles would find a way to send them to Heroic Spirit Palace. But now, right in front of the gatehouse, Leespan. Prime Minister. What should I do? How should I face him? Or should I just not face him? When he thought of this, Thales raised his head and seemed to be deep in thought. If we suddenly rush to the gatehouse now and let Shiles bring us in, will we succeed? Will Leespan and his patrol team intercept or even attack us? The carriage drove past another group of patrolling soldiers. They seemed to be more nervous than the other soldiers. They surrounded a noble and pointed at the gatehouse. Putre frowned. But if that's the case, he did not continue. Nicholas' expression changed. He looked at Thales. You know, you can actually come with me to meet the Prime Minister. We will explain everything, work together with his forces, and act together, Nicholas said flatly. With his cooperation, it will be more convenient for us. As the Star Killer spoke, he glanced at Shiles. His gaze was cold. Anyway, we have a zealous witness from Camus Union regarding the plot to assassinate King Nuvan. The expression of the Marquis of Camus Union changed drastically. Thales thought of something. The prince nodded and asked Nicholas solemnly, if we go to Leespan, is he trustworthy? Nicholas paused for a moment. Count Leespan is the Prime Minister of the kingdom. He has been His Majesty's right-hand man for many years. The Star Killer lowered his head and said softly, and he is a direct vassal of Dragon Cloud City. Thales furrowed his brows. He felt that there was something wrong with Nicholas. Chapter 244. At this moment, of course not. A sonorous voice rang. Thales turned his head in surprise and turned to Shiles along with the others in the carriage. The Marquis shook his head with a serious expression. He looked at Thales and said resolutely, you can't go to Leespan. Shiles first coughed to cover up his loss of composure. Then, he naturally turned the anxiety on his face into worry. I don't recommend you to do this. The Marquis closed his eyes and sighed deeply. Don't forget, Prince Thales, regardless of whether you are the murderer or not, to the Prime Minister, you are a troublesome prince of an enemy kingdom. Shiles shook his head solemnly and spoke in an unprecedented tone of righteousness. And Leespan is only a count under the Archduke of Dragon Cloud City. What can he do? He can't let you fly freely, and he can't pass judgment on you either. Of course, he can only detain you and wait for the Archduke's and suzerain's decision. Believe me, this will only make the situation worse. Nicholas snorted coldly and interrupted him. When did you become so enthusiastic? Shiles smiled in a friendly manner. This is to fulfill the contract between me and the prince. The Marquis nodded sincerely. 4. Putre frowned and helped him finish his sentence. To save your own life. Shiles shrugged and smiled from ear to ear. This is just something I did along the way. Thales sighed and turned to Nicholas. You haven't said whether Leespan is trustworthy or not. Nicholas frowned slightly. A second later, you know, Caslin was once His Majesty's right-hand man. Against Thales' expectations, this strong and callous warrior, the commander of the White Blade Guards, actually lowered his head with a dejected expression. He shook his head and said, so, I can't say. Thales was slightly startled. At this moment, the carriage door was suddenly opened. Raphael Lindbergh from the kingdom's secret intelligence department boarded the moving carriage with a calm expression. The carriage that was already filled with 4 people became a little more crowded. You all know the situation, right? We have to make a decision as soon as possible. The young man from the kingdom's secret intelligence department looked at Nicholas and smiled. His tone was still relaxed, but his words were chilling. Your dear Prime Minister is walking towards us. Everyone in the car stirred slightly. Thales was puzzled. The Prime Minister is coming personally? Why? But that's not the worst part. Raphael said calmly. The worst thing is, he opened the other window a crack and pointed in a direction outside. Thales moved closer to the window. In the distance, an old noble with a medium build and white hair walked towards their carriage, surrounded by soldiers. But Thales' gaze immediately froze. An old lady dressed in a red robe walked beside Leespan with a composed expression. They talked from time to time, and pointed at the two Camion carriages. Thales's heartbeat quickened when he saw the familiar yet unfamiliar red robe. In the carriage, everyone who saw this scene froze. She is everywhere. Putre heaved a long sigh. It is not good. Lisbon was getting closer and closer to them. Raphael closed the window without any expression on his face. The atmosphere in the car became very heavy. We have to make a decision as soon as possible. Raphael retracted his head from the window, narrowed his eyes and urged, "It's less than 200 meters away from us." Thales leaned against the carriage abruptly. He furrowed his brows and tried to control his breathing. Lisbon's appearance was a little unexpected, and that person's appearance together with him could only be said to be a surprise. He had no information at all. He was not even the slightest bit prepared. "Do you have any suggestions?" The second prince gritted his teeth and asked fiercely, "What is the situation now?" No one answered. Nicholas clenched his weapon tightly, his face full of disbelief. Shile's eyes darted around, as if he was deep in thought. Putre rubbed his unlit pipe, his lips moving slightly. Prime Minister Lisbon and the Red Witch are on the left, and Lampard and the Archdukes are on the right. Raphael stared at Thales expressionlessly. "We have to choose. This is the situation." "Choose?" Thales swallowed with difficulty and looked at Raphael. "What identity did the Red Witch appear with?" Raphael smiled faintly. "I don't know." Thales frowned and turned to Shiles. Was Lisbon bribed by the secret room? Betrayed King Nuven? Or did the secret room temporarily bewitch him? Shiles flashed an awkward smile. "I don't know." Thales exhaled and looked at Nicholas. "What is the relationship between the secret room and the Prime Minister? What is the relationship between the Prime Minister and Lampard?" Nicholas' expression was gloomy. He sighed. "I don't know. There are still 150 meters left." Raphael's voice sounded very cold. "We will see Lisbon soon." Thales' heart tensed. "Damn it. She let us go once at the exit of the secret passage." Thales clenched his fists. "This time, maybe she will let us go again?" Nicholas' expression tensed and he closed his eyes weakly. "I don't know. Damn it." Thales suppressed the impatience in his heart and pursed his lips. "Then, are you still going to see Lisbon? And the Red Witch?" Nicholas did not speak, but his expression became even more terrifying. "What about you?" the Star Killer asked coldly. Thales, who was trembling slightly in irritation and nervousness, could not help but sigh. "Calm down. I have to calm down. They are less than 100 meters away." Lisbon and the others seemed to have sped up. Raphael coldly reported another number. "Don't forget, we still need time to inform the people outside." The atmosphere became more and more tense. Thales clenched his teeth. "So, what is your suggestion, Putre?" The prince asked in a low voice, controlling his volume. Putre's gaze shifted. He glanced in the direction of the Red Witch, even though he could not see outside. "You decide, Your Highness." The vice diplomat said solemnly, "But my suggestion is, no matter what you do, it is best to have more certainty and less uncertainty." Thales was slightly stunned. Certainty. Uncertainty. At that moment, his breathing seemed to have stopped. Yes. He knew better than anyone else what the key to this game of chess was. Wasn't it? He stared at the roof of the carriage without moving. A second later, Thales closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. "I have decided," the second prince opened his eyes and said faintly. "The Prime Minister is on the left, Lampard is on the right. More certainty, less uncertainty. As for all of you, Lord Nicholas." Thales looked at Nicholas calmly. "Are you more afraid of death or failure?" Nicholas frowned. Outside the carriage, Count Lisbon, the Prime Minister of Ekstedt, was talking to Madame Calchon in the distance. I understand your concerns, but this is absolutely not allowed. The Prime Minister frowned and forcefully rejected the smiling Red Witch. The Archdukes will use their own troops to defend the gatehouse. There has never been such a precedent, but his words were quickly interrupted. Prime Minister. In the distance, Viscount Lysden roared at him at the top of his lungs and pointed in a direction. The carriages. Prime Minister Lysban quickly realized the situation. The 2 Camion carriages that had just arrived and claimed to be visiting Heroic Spirit Palace, along with a dozen or so attendants, suddenly turned around. They dashed towards the gatehouse. The coachman whipped the horses as if they did not care about their lives. They rushed past the patrol team at the fastest speed possible. The Red Witch looked at the 2 carriages and frowned slightly. Prime Minister Lysban was stunned at first, then his entire body trembled. Something was not right. The Archduke's subordinates? The gatehouse? Heroic Spirit Palace? He turned his head and looked at the Red Witch, feeling doubtful. Something was not right. Lysban had a feeling that the key to everything that happened today was in that carriage. In the next second, Lysban's expression tensed. He strode forward and roared furiously at his patrol team with the loudest voice he could muster, "Stop them! Stop those 2 carriages! Everyone, stop them at all costs!" Above the gatehouse. Count Levon, who was nervously observing the patrol team, saw the change below and was slightly stunned. In his field of vision, a dozen or so people were guarding the 2 carriages. Under the pursuit of the patrol team behind them, they were heading towards their gatehouse. What's going on? A soldier from Black Sand region reminded him, "Your Grace, those 2 carriages seem to be the symbol of that lord from Camus Union. Should we pull up the gatehouse and receive them?" The number 1 vassal of Black Sand region, Count Levon frowned. Of course, he recognized the symbol of Good Flow City. But, Count Levon thought of the scene in front of Broken Dragon Fortress. If this is a strategy, is it a way to earn money to open the gatehouse? Levon clenched his fists. In the next second, Count Levon raised his hand and shouted angrily at the archers in the distance, "Phil! Load the bowstring! Firing warning!" In the distance, the short soldier, Phil, suddenly pulled out a bunch of arrows from the quiver on his back and stabbed them into the straw on his right. Then, he grabbed one of the arrows and knocked it on a big bough. His arrow was aimed at the small dot in his field of vision. In an instant, Phil's eyes moved and the bowstring left his hand. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the whistling sound of an arrow piercing through the air could be heard. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the arrow was firmly nailed to the ground. It was right in front of the first carriage's hooves. The horse seemed to be startled and was about to turn around while neighing in fear. But the coachman was obviously skilled. With the whip, he steered the carriage back to its original direction. The carriage continued to charge towards the gatehouse. It did not even intend to slow down. Phil furrowed his brows. They did not stop. Since that's the case. He grabbed the second arrow. This time, after Phil finished knocking the bow, he coldly ordered his subordinates, "Firing warning is complete. Everyone, knock the bowstrings." Behind him, more than 100 Northland archers from Black Sand region stood in their positions. They knocked their arrows, lowered their waists, and expanded their chests. Then, they steadily drew their powerful arms apart. The sounds of the bowstrings and the archers' arms groaned together. Under the gatehouse, the silhouettes of the 2 carriages became clearer. Phil's expression turned cold. Prepare to shoot at the same time. Everyone tensed their muscles. Their expressions were stern, and their bowstrings were pressed against their cheeks. They adjusted their angles at their targets, the carriages and people who were charging towards them under the gatehouse. The carriages were getting closer and closer. Finally, Phil's expression turned ferocious. He let out his final roar. Fire! In the next second, amidst the neat and terrifying whistling sounds, countless arrows rained down from below the gatehouse, covering the sky and covering the earth. Chapter 245. Not a bad speech, right? But you also have to understand. We can't just rely on your sensational speech, Archduke Rockney said with difficulty, but his voice was already very hoarse and seemed to lack persuasiveness. We can't just rely on your sensational speech to think that Constellation is already invincible, and that Ekstead is facing a great disaster, and that we will die if we don't cooperate with you. That's not realistic. Lampard took a deep breath. Of course you can doubt me. He turned around and faced Rockney without flinching. But you can't deceive your own eyes. King Kessel's expedition in the Great Desert is right in front of you. They were able to smoothly transport the rations and supplies into the vast desert, Lampard continued to say in an unquestionable tone. They could also transport them to Dragon Cloud City, Defense City, the City of Faraway Prayers, and even the Sentry region without any difficulty. He shook his head. The City of Faraway Prayers has been vigilant against the movements of the Golden Passage and the abnormalities in the desert for generations. They are used to taking precautions. I hope this is not empty talk. Rockney did not move and did not speak. Of course, you can say whatever you want about things that haven't happened. Archduke Trentida exhaled. He seemed to be very doubtful. Alarmist words can bewitch idiots who don't use their brains. He narrowed his eyes. But it's best not to use it on us. Archduke Letko raised his head and glanced at Trentida. Alcius lowered his head and stared at the ground. He did not speak for a long time. But they have an efficient and powerful team of officials. This is not a lie. Lampard gestured to the 4 archdukes. After the bloody year, the Jadestar royal family's direct regular army has been increasing year by year. The mystic guns and other valuable equipment in Broken Dragon Fortress have also increased greatly. These will affect our victory. You can even seek confirmation from Madame Calchon. Over the years, the quality of the members recruited by the Secret Intelligence Department has greatly surpassed that of the Secret Room. In the face of their spies and schemes, the famous Red Witch can only passively counterattack most of the time. But please believe me, as long as there is the slightest possibility of taking the initiative to attack, she is unwilling to carry out such a risky strategy. The Archduke of Black Sand region walked past the 4 archdukes. His gaze was solemn, and he gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. Let's look back at the example of the war more than 100 years ago. It's not a difficult task. Compare it to the present, he said in a low voice. But we are at a critical juncture that will determine the future of the kingdom. There is no doubt about it. If we miss this moment, it will be too late for regrets. Lampard walked all the way to the brazier. The blazing flames reflected his back in the eyes of the 4 archdukes. At that moment, Chapman Lampard's voice seemed to carry a heavy weight. Constellation and us are like 2 heavily injured swordsmen who saw each other's weakness in the last battle of life and death, he said softly. That weakness is time. Archduke Letko's expression changed. Our weakness is that we can't afford to waste time. We can't give Constellation time to recover from its injuries and slowly reform itself. Constellation's weakness is that they need to fight for time. They will definitely delay the conflict at all costs until the scar of the bloody year heals. Lampard's expression became solemn. For the past 12 years, our back-and-forth battles have revolved around this theme. He turned around with a burning gaze. I only figured it out after that. King Kessel's desert expedition, which cost him a lot, was not only a demonstration of their expeditionary abilities, but also a smokescreen. It was to make us doubt the existing forces in Constellation, and make us hesitate about sending troops south. All these years, Constellation and the Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department have done everything they can to create internal strife in order to buy time and clean up the devastation in the kingdom. The Archduke of Black Sand region raised his hand and clenched his fist. And I've done everything possible to expand the local conflict into a war through the prince or the territory, all to buy time and disrupt Constellation's plans. So you want us to send troops? Alcius suddenly said. Even if it's to tempt us with benefits that exceed our expectations? Lampard nodded wordlessly. Trent Ida exhaled and rubbed his palms together. Let's talk about something realistic. Even if we all agree with you and send troops south together, then what do you plan to do? 12 years ago, when we had the greatest advantage, we still couldn't conquer the south of Shepherd's River. The Archduke of Reformation Tower spread his palms with a strange expression. If it's really as you said, and our neighbors to the south are no longer what they used to be, Trent Ida chuckled. Then what makes you think it will definitely succeed 12 years later? The archdukes fell into deep thought. But Lampard seemed to be prepared. He snorted softly, walked to the rectangular table, and knocked on it. He shook his head and said softly, "There's still a difference. 12 years ago, and now." Archduke Alcius revealed an interested expression. 12 years ago, we were too arrogant. When we sent troops, our strategy was to destroy the country. Lampard shook his head, seemingly very regretful. After we crossed the fortress, we launched an all-out attack. Not only did it deal a heavy blow to Constellation, but it also brought us great pressure. It left an opening for the Starlight Brigade's harassment. To put pressure on Constellation? Are you sure you can do it? Lampard nodded slowly. To accomplish this, he snorted coldly, "Is there anyone more suitable than me?" "Tell me about it," Rockne said coldly from the side. Lampard glanced at him, but he still nodded. Lampard frowned. His expression was solemn. "I will use year-round invasions and military deployments to form continuous pressure on Constellation, especially Eternal Star City." Lampard frowned, his expression solemn. "Along the way, I will let Constellation's vassals, such as the Land of Cliffs and Western Desert, go easy. They will understand what they can gain from the decline of Central Territory and Eternal Star City." Trent Ida and Letko exchanged glances. This will deal a heavy blow to the Jade Star royal family's reputation. It will also force Renaissance Palace to put a large amount of budget and energy into military defense and mediation with foreign religions, to the point that they will not have time to care about other territories and vassals. This will weaken the royal family's influence and control over the kingdom. And those feudal nobles who have been oppressed by Kessel for many years are not easy to deal with. Lampard's expression became solemn, but there was a hint of indecipherable fanaticism in his eyes. "In short, we will not defeat the enemy in one fell swoop, but we can use a sudden threat to show our existence. We will forcefully insert a foreign chess piece into Mindy's chessboard, forcing them to erupt an internal strife that cannot be cleaned up. We will indefinitely delay or even interrupt their ongoing reform. As time goes by, Constellation will fall ill from the difficulties of the journey of change and transformation step by step." Lampard raised his gaze, and the expression in his eyes became sharper. "And we will turn the tide with all our might. Even turn the tables." The Archduke sank into deep thought. At this moment, "Your Grace," a valiant female voice rang from outside the door, "I am coming in." The sound of weapons rubbing against each other immediately came from outside the stone hall. The four archdukes' expressions tensed up, and they all looked at Lampard. Lampard's expression changed at first, then he nodded at them. "Let her in," Archduke Letko said loudly. "Everything will be fine." As the Archduke's voice faded, the sound of a sword being sheathed came from outside the door. In the next second, the figure of the swordswoman Croche appeared in the hall. This female warrior, which was rarely seen in Ekstedt, respectfully came before Lampard. With a solemn expression, she whispered a few words into the Archduke's ear. At that moment, Archduke Trent Ida sharply noticed that Lampard's eye sockets had suddenly widened. "Something is happening," Trent Ida quietly said. "It seems to be related to the situation at hand." Asterisk bang. Asterisk like a swarm of insects, the arrows rained down on the ground from above the gatehouse. Asterisk thud. Clang. Clang. Asterisk a short and piercing sound of nails piercing rang. But the scene they imagined did not appear. The two carriages with the emblem of Good Flow City were not nailed into hedgehogs by the arrows, nor did they slow down or stop. They still charged towards the gatehouse at the same speed. Instead, the 3 patrol squads chasing after them stopped in their tracks. Their scalps were numb, and they looked in front of them in shock and bewilderment. Countless arrows were nailed to the ground in a densely packed manner, just a few meters in front of them. They were firmly separated from the 2 carriages. If they took another step forward, one of the arrows might land on their heads. With this thought in mind, the patrol squads raised their heads to look at the gatehouse with shock, anger, and confusion. Above the gatehouse, Phil the archer put away his bow and arrows. He watched with satisfaction as the patrol squads were intercepted by his troops on the road. Phil turned around and gestured to Count Levon. The Count gave him a thumbs up. The 2 carriages, together with the attendants who were lagging behind them, all ran towards the gatehouse's gate. What's going on? Outside the gatehouse, as the nominal commander of the patrol squads, garrison officer Viscount Lysden was already jumping with rage. How many years had it been since he saw his troops stopped under the gatehouse by a warning shot? And in Dragon Cloud City? Sir, madam, you saw it. How dare they? With 2 equally enraged guards, Lysden pointed at the gatehouse and roared furiously at Prime Minister Leespan and the Red Witch, Kalshan. Attack my troops? In Dragon Cloud City, attack the patrol squads guarding Dragon Cloud City, attack the king's regular army. He clenched his fists and roared, no matter who they are, *CK their whole families. *boom. With a loud bang, the temporary gate in the middle of the gatehouse was slowly pulled up with the sound of metal rubbing against each other. The 2 carriages then slowed down and passed through the first gatehouse with the people around them. They entered the highest part of the inner city, Heroic Spirit Palace. Count Leespan frowned slightly. He first glanced at the carriages that broke through the encirclement and rushed into the gatehouse. Then, he quietly observed the situation above the gatehouse. His white hair swayed slightly in the wind. Calm down, Your Grace, the Prime Minister said faintly, everything happens for a reason. Only then did Viscount Lysden stop talking. But his breathing was still rapid, and the veins on his arms bulged. He stared at the Red Witch beside the Prime Minister with an unfriendly expression. Tell me the truth, Madame Kalshan. Prime Minister Leespan sighed. Who are the people above the gatehouse? Who are the people in the 2 carriages just now? Who is in Heroic Spirit Palace? Forget it. Leespan shook his head. I recognize that archery skill. "12 years ago, when we attacked the fortress, Phelps and his colleagues were the best at suppressing the enemy's shots. This was also thanks to Black Sand Region's years of fighting against the fortress." The Red Witch frowned slightly. She seemed to be a little surprised, but then her expression turned into one of regret. As expected of you, Leespan, she said slowly. Leespan took in her expression. From the patrol team's uniform, to the inexplicable increase in the number of soldiers, and the letter from Heroic Spirit Palace urging me to go. The Prime Minister shook his head. He looked exhausted. And your sudden appearance? Why him? Madame Kalshan narrowed her eyes and did not answer. But Leespan did not want her to answer. I've had enough of everything. The white-haired Prime Minister raised his head and looked straight into Madame Kalshan's eyes. He said coldly, I've also had enough of my incompetence and hesitation. The Red Witch sighed. Prime Minister, believe me, everything is far from that simple. But Leespan ignored her. With a cold expression, he ordered, someone, invite Madame Kalshan to my temporary office. Give her a sealed and isolated room. Remember to be polite. Viscount Lysden's anger had yet to subside. He waved his hand. In the distance, a group of patrol soldiers walked over with angry expressions. Without my order, the Prime Minister said solemnly, she probably won't want to leave. Kalshan stared at him in a daze. Leespan turned his head again and looked at the patrol behind him. Lysden, get your men ready, the Prime Minister ordered coldly. Viscount Lysden was slightly startled. Ready? The Red Witch's expression changed slightly. Prime Minister, you have to think carefully. The Red Witch frowned. This order of yours will not only affect you. This is Dragon Cloud City. Her gaze was complicated. This may cause Extet to be doomed eternally. Lisban turned his head and gave her a long look. His emotions were unclear. Kalshan, old friend. The Prime Minister put his hands behind his back and walked slowly to her side. He said softly, more than 10 years ago, when you destroyed the Lampard family without batting an eyelid, you have always terrified me. Kalshan was slightly stunned. Lisban finished calmly, now I understand. You did not choose Chapman Lampard. The Red Witch closed her eyes and sighed softly. Lisban, the Prime Minister's gaze was extremely terrifying. You created him with your own hands. Kalshan lowered her head and smiled gently. Viscount Lisden came to the Prime Minister's side. With a hesitant expression, he asked, Sir, what should we prepare? Lisban no longer cared about the Red Witch's reaction. He turned his head abruptly and looked at the gatehouse, at the slowly descending steel gate. His gaze was firm. Prepare to attack the city. Chapter 246. Dragon Cloud City, in the doorway behind the first gatehouse. Countless fully armed Black Sand Region soldiers surrounded the two carriages and their attendants tightly. They looked at the uninvited guests who dared to barge into the gatehouse with hostile expressions. Thales sat in the carriage. His skin crawled as he looked at the densely packed enemies in front of him through the window. This is bad. This was the scene they faced on the other side of the gatehouse after they risked being attacked from both sides, charged through the rain of arrows, and risked everything to enter the gatehouse. Thales clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and suppressed the panic in his heart. Calm down. Calm down, Thales. It's not that bad. The image of Black Sword calmly searching for a way out and a chance of survival appeared before his eyes. He was completely suppressed by Asda. He also remembered King Nuvan's meticulous, interlocking strategies during the duel. Thales took a deep breath and forced himself to start thinking. The accident in front of the gatehouse, whether it was the appearance of Lisban or the Red Witch, had disrupted their plans. Shiles was supposed to bring him into Heroic Spirit Palace in the name of Lampard's ally, and not this chaotic situation. The accident happened too suddenly. They did not even have time to discuss their next step. Thales could only desperately think of a way out. The people inside and outside the carriage were still panting rapidly. Even the horses that pulled the carriages were panting. The carriage Thales was in had even broken a rope. We charged in, but... Outside the carriage, Cohen held the wheel with one hand and pressed his other hand against his abdomen. He panted in a disheveled manner. He looked at the hostile soldiers in front of him with an unpleasant expression. He said to Miranda, who was panting even more heavily than he was, Sunset, goddess above, why do I feel that our choice was a little impulsive? At least they didn't turn us into porcupines when we were outside. While Miranda calmed her breathing, she narrowed her eyes and observed the situation around her. She then sized up the doorway and Heroic Spirit Palace, which was right outside the doorway. She felt anxious. Hurry up and tidy yourself up. Cohen raised his head in pain and exhaled. In the carriage, Thales looked at Putre. It seems like the way we came in was still too high profile, and there are so many people. The prince looked worriedly at the scene outside the carriage. As expected, they are suspicious. Whether it was the White Blade Guards or the other people from Constellation, none of them were part of Thales' original plan. Nicholas checked his disguise for the last time and said with a solemn expression, we've already done this. Although we've put the rest of the people in danger, at least we don't have to face the Red Witch. We have no other choice. Putre shook his head. Once the Red Witch learns of our movements, even if we have 100 backup plans, there's a high chance that they will fail. Why don't we think about what to do next, how to deal with these people outside? Thales sighed. He felt like his head was about to explode. He turned to look at their good friend from Camus Union. Their original plan was, oh, I guess. Marquis Shiles also saw the scene outside the carriage, but he was even calmer. He slowly adjusted his collar, which was crooked because of the carriage's galloping speed, as though the rain of arrows that brushed past his head was just a noble's polo. At this moment, I suddenly became important, didn't I? Thales furrowed his brows. Ever since they entered the gatehouse, Shiles had become calm and unruffled, which made Thales rather uneasy. Nicholas snorted softly. Are we going to bet on this guy again? Putre exhaled in resignation. We can't just barge in, can we? The number of guards in this gatehouse is at least 10 times that of ours. Shiles spread his hands at him innocently, but his expression was completely different from when he was outside the gatehouse. He looked like a dealer who had just taken back his chips from the players in a casino. Thales took a deep breath. The accident just now had also put the Northlanders in danger. This made Nicholas' threat to Shiles seem a little weak and powerless. And now, they could probably only rely on Shiles. I know that the way we invited you here is a little unpleasant, Sir Marquis, the prince said flatly, but in street gambling, winner takes all often means that other players are squeezed out. The Archduke of Black Sand region is no exception. Shiles' gaze flickered. Handing us over will not strengthen the fragile alliance between you and Lampard. Thales calmly thought about everything from the Marquis' point of view and thought about what he should do. But sending me to Lampard and the other archdukes, other than the so-called friendship formed between you and Lampard because of benefits, you will not lose anything. Thales narrowed his eyes. On the contrary, you may have an unexpected gain. Shiles' eyes brightened. Is this a promise from the heir of Constellation's royal family? Thales shook his head firmly. Based on my experience, promises are very fragile, even if they are the suzerains of a land or the dukes of a country. But as you said, when doing business, we can't just look at numbers and profits, we also have to build our reputation and connections. Putre raised his eyebrows. Shiles narrowed his eyes and met Thales' gaze. Outside the carriage, a rebuke from Black Sand region could be heard. Someone had already knocked on their carriage door. The prince nodded. There was an unquestionable tone in his voice. Aside from Lampard, please use us as your backup. Shiles stared at the prince with great interest. The corners of his lips curled up, and the expression in his eyes kept changing. Finally, he nodded slightly. Thales exhaled. I will miss today's amazing show. The Marquis of Camus Union straightened his collar in the carriage, lifted his hat a little, and smiled politely at them. Then, he gave Thales a meaningful look. Whether it was Lampard or you, it was worth the price of the ticket. Thales' tone was very serious. Remember, all you need to do is to send me to Lampard and the other archdukes. However, the Marquis of Goodflow City only smiled at him, pushed open the carriage door, and walked down. Thales took a deep breath, exchanged a glance with Putre, and jumped down the carriage as well. Only Nicholas and Putre were left. He is a shameless bastard. Nicholas, who was still in the carriage, snorted coldly and stared at Shiles' back. He will not cooperate with us obediently. The vice diplomat of Constellation shook his head. Precisely because of this, he will not cooperate with Lampard obediently. Nicholas glanced at him. You don't seem to be worried about your prince at all, the star killer said coldly. Putre chuckled softly. When I first met him, Thales was just a precocious child who was a little clever. The vice diplomat revealed a thoughtful expression. He was sensitive, hesitant, timid, sloppy, and lacking in confidence. He was a far cry from his reputation from the National Conference. Nicholas furrowed his brows. Putre sighed as he stared at Thales' small back. But as we spent more time together, I had a feeling that the more encounters he had along the way, the stronger he became. Thales was constantly learning, adjusting, and adapting. Whether it was the vampires, the calamities, the fortress flower, the kingdom's wrath, or even King Nuvan or Chapman Lampard, whether it was his friend or foe. Putre's eyes shone with a different light. Putre's eyes shone with a different light. I'm afraid they didn't realize what kind of effect their actions had on that child. The Star Killer was slightly stunned. He turned his head and tightened his grip on his scabbard, pursing his lips in disapproval. You talk a lot of nonsense. Outside the carriage, Thales followed behind Shiles and nodded slightly at the disguised Waya and the others. Thales was not very used to the sudden increase in light. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the entrance of the gatehouse in front of him. This was Thales' third visit to the first gatehouse in 2 days. He still remembered the scene when he first entered the first gatehouse. Surrounded by the diplomat group, he watched the gatehouse that separated Heroic Spirit Palace from Dragon Cloud City's outer city fall with anxiety, nervousness, and awkwardness. But this time, they were here too. Thales soon saw a familiar scene. The crude and magnificent Heroic Spirit Palace was less than 100 meters in front of them. The 10 gigantic pillars and 8 large furnaces were still standing there. But the palace guards and white blade guards that could be seen everywhere had disappeared without a trace. In their place were hundreds of Black Sand Region soldiers. Their faces were filled with vigilance and ruthlessness. They were still dressed in the uniform of the patrol team, but the patrol team's standard sabers, which were used for small-scale conflicts, had long since been replaced by lethal weapons unique to large-scale battlefields such as spiked hammers, battle axes, straight sabers, and even crossbows. They seemed to have just ransacked the gatehouse's armory. Almost all the people on Thales' side held their breaths. A noble dressed in plate armor strode out from Black Sand Region's formation. He had a broad face and a protruding nose bridge. Your Grace. Count Levon, Lampard's subordinate vassal, stared at the Marquis of Goodflow City, who stood in front of the crowd with a hostile expression. Regarding your trespassing into the gatehouse, I need an explanation. The soldiers of Black Sand Region surrounded the group of people tightly. Their gazes were fierce. Almost all the people on Thales' side held their breaths. Shiles lowered his head and sighed softly. Everyone, including Thales, waited anxiously for his reaction. When Shiles raised his head again, the Marquis had already put on that kind and polite smile again. My dear Count. Shiles nodded slightly. His smile was reserved and friendly. I brought you a surprise. Count Levon narrowed his eyes and carefully sized up Shiles and his attendants. You appeared at the wrong time, Levon said thoughtfully. Can't you call it a surprise, especially when you brought these people? Even with their disguises, Count Levon noticed the white blade guard's strong physiques and agile movements. He could not help but have a strange expression appear on his face. Thales' heart immediately skipped a beat. However, Marquis Shiles smiled faintly and raised his hands confidently. I heard that your prisoners in the gatehouse made a small mistake, he said softly to Levon, as if he was watching a good show. Levon's expression changed. He was a little uneasy. Mistake? You misunderstood. With an expression that said, I knew it, Shiles raised his index finger and pointed at Levon from afar. He clicked his tongue and shook his head. Oh, by the looks of it, His Grace still doesn't know about your mistake? Levon was immediately rendered speechless. Looking at Levon's expression, Shiles laughed out loud and made way for the boy behind him. Let me introduce you. This is your Archduke's missing guest. He is also the Honorable Prince Thales Jadestar, the only heir to the throne of Constellation. Under my escort, he returned. Count Levon's expression froze on his face. Thales took a deep breath and walked forward slowly with an indignant look on his face. Shiles sighed. He looked as if he was trying his best to restrain himself but could not help but show off. He walked slowly to Count Levon and patted his shoulder. Take it easy. This is a surprise that I managed to smuggle in right under the Prime Minister's nose. Shiles raised his eyebrows and waved at Merc, who was in front. Look, if it weren't for this group of strong mercenaries that I hired from the western border of the desert, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to capture him. Levin's expression changed. The hostility in his eyes when he looked at the white blade guards and constellations had diminished quite a bit. Mercenaries? Merc, who had put on makeup, had a high nose bridge and a tanned face. He flashed an exaggerated smile and nodded at Count Levon. Some of us are from the city of faraway prayers. We are Northlanders. Some of us are from other places, my lord, Merc said in a gruff voice. We look for food in the desert. If you have any requests, we only need 6 gold coins to kill someone. The white blade guards flashed honest, silly smiles in unison. It gave Count Levon a shock. They're really good at acting. Thales rolled his eyes in his heart. As expected of the omnipotent white blade guards. Levon looked at these people, then at Thales, who was surrounded by them. He furrowed his eyebrows. Shiles still had a smile on his face. Everyone was waiting for Count Levon's decision. Finally, after thinking deeply for a while, Levon relaxed his eyebrows and waved at the soldiers behind him. Everyone, return to your posts. Helson, Jason, both of your squads stay behind. Following his order, the densely packed Black Sand region soldiers turned around with rustling footsteps and returned to the gatehouse through the stairs on both sides. Most of the people in the field immediately dispersed. Thales then breathed a sigh of relief. On behalf of the Archduke, I would like to thank you for your help. Lord Tolja has already gone to apologize to the Archduke. If he sees your surprise, he will definitely be very pleased. Count Levon coughed unnaturally and cast a glance at Thales. Then, he nodded awkwardly at Shiles. I will convey your goodwill to the Archduke. Now, let me take over. You and your men can rest here, Shiles smiled and shook his head. He raised his right palm and stopped the Count from speaking. Oh, no. The Marquis' eyes brightened. This prince has just told me an extremely important piece of new information. I think I need to bring him to see the Archduke as soon as possible. Levon paused for a moment. The Archduke is busy. The Count of Black Sand region frowned. You are not allowed to disturb him. Shiles threw away his smile and his expression became serious. Please believe me. The information on this prince is related to what the Archduke wants to do. Shiles' suddenly serious tone made Count Levon nervous. You can't imagine it. Count Levon stared at Shiles seriously. The latter also stared back at him solemnly. A second later, Count Levon sighed. All right, I can send someone to bring you to see the Archduke. I have to bring him there. Shiles shook his head and gestured at Thales with his chin. There are some things that can only come out of his mouth. Levon was a little puzzled. Is it very urgent? Shiles first shook his head, then nodded with a mysterious expression. It's very urgent. Levon met his gaze for a few seconds. I understand. The Count nodded. You can leave now. The Archduke is in Heroic Spirit Palace, near the Hall of Heroes. Shiles flashed a smile. Thank you. Thales felt as if a huge stone had finally been lifted from his heart. As long as he could see the Archdukes, he would at least have a chance. Wait, your men will stay here. While Levon commanded his small team, he nodded at Shiles without letting his guard down. Our men will escort you there. Shiles raised his eyebrows and pretended to casually glance at the people beside the fleet of carriages. Of course. The Marquis nodded nonchalantly. Thales' heart sank. He watched as the people around the 2 carriages were taken away by the soldiers of Black Sand region. He also watched as a group of soldiers walked towards him and Shiles. The person in charge nodded politely. Very well. The prince took a deep breath. From now on, I'll be alone. But at this moment, a sonorous male voice came from the stairs leading to the gatehouse behind them. Please wait for a moment. Everyone turned their heads in unison. A strange middle-aged man, who was dressed in gorgeous clothes and had an ordinary face but had 8 braids at the back of his head, slowly walked down the stairs. Count Levon furrowed his brows and asked impatiently, "What's wrong, my dear civilian disciplinary officer?" He seemed to be very displeased with this new middle-aged man. In the crowd, Merk and Nicholas frowned at the same time and lowered their heads. They recognized the newcomer. The middle-aged man shook his head, completely unbothered by Levin's tone towards him. "Mercenaries, right?" The middle-aged man walked to the side of the two carriages and sized up the group of people. He flashed a reserved smile and his gaze stopped on Miranda. "I didn't know that there were female mercenaries among you." Cohen and Raphael exchanged glances. Unease surged in their hearts. But Miranda was expressionless. She raised her head with her dark face, which had been crudely smeared with paint. "I come from the land of thorns, my lord," the swordswoman replied in an uncouth manner, sticking her tongue out. "There are female mercenaries everywhere." Cohen narrowed his eyes. "Good acting." The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows slightly. "I see." He nodded slightly, his 8 braids swaying slightly. "May I see your sword? I'm very curious about how heavy the female mercenary's sword is." Miranda was slightly startled. "Enough, Vlad," Count Levon said in annoyance. "Perhaps the Archduke can tolerate your rudeness, but this place is— Please wait a moment, my lord." The man named Vlad turned his head and interrupted him loudly. There was a profound meaning in his words. "You don't want to commit another grave mistake, do you?" Levon instantly froze. Thales could not help but feel puzzled. What's wrong? This middle-aged man. If I remember correctly, he should be one of the underground forces of Dragon Cloud City that Cohen and the others mentioned. Vlad turned his head and smiled at Miranda again. "May I?" Miranda took the sword without a word and handed it to the man in front of her. Phew. Vlad tested the weight of the sword in his hand and could not help but sigh. "It's really not light." Miranda smiled. "I think so too." Vlad sighed and pulled out a section of the blade. "By the way, let me introduce myself. My name is Child Vlad." The middle-aged man shook his head and lowered his head to size up the sword in his hand from various angles. 12 years ago, I was in charge of collecting taxes in 12 small villages in the suburbs of Cold Castle. Miranda furrowed her eyebrows slightly. "Oh, Cold Castle, I know." She laughed gruffly. "Are you from Constellation?" Vlad smiled faintly. Beside them, Count Levon shook his head in disdain. "Yes, in theory, we are employed by the tax department of Cold Castle." Vlad flipped the sword in his hand over and said calmly, "The reason why they employ us is because they need us to argue with the tax collectors from Central Territory, who are of a higher rank, so that it will be easier for them to pay less taxes to the king." Miranda and Raphael, who had been paying attention to the conversation, were slightly startled. Why did he say all this? "But we have never seen the lords of Cold Castle even once." Vlad sighed. They would only send their vassals, the idiots from the Sangris family, to audit the accounts and take away a huge amount of money from the tax items. Then, they would make us bear the blame, whether it was to the tax collectors at the top or to the villagers at the bottom. They have eyes and ears everywhere, and they are the in-laws of the suzerain's family. We have no way to complain, and can only swallow our anger year after year. That's why you came to Ekstedt. Miranda shrugged and snorted nonchalantly. "It's understandable." "No." Vlad suddenly raised his head and raised his voice. Everyone was startled. "You don't understand." Vlad sheathed the sword in his hand. His expression was gloomy. Finally, one year, Cold Castle sent a young master to collect taxes. He was of noble status, young and promising. We thought that things had changed. We no longer had to be bullied and bullied. The former tax collector of Constellation sighed softly. There was a nostalgic look in his eyes. "I remember the name of that noble young master very clearly, Nolaner Arund." Miranda's expression did not change. But there was already a huge storm raging in her heart. Raphael and Cohen looked at each other. Their uneasiness grew. Thales looked around and felt that the situation was getting more and more out of hand. What's going on? He mentioned the Arund family to Miranda. Did he recognize something? Nolaner told us that Cold Castle finally discovered an abnormality in the tax items, Vlad said softly. He also said, at that moment, pain appeared in Vlad's eyes. He said that we, the petty tax collectors, have been sued by the Sangris family for embezzling taxes all year round, Vlad said in a mocking and hateful tone. We, the victims, have been sued. We embezzled taxes and filled our own pockets. Beside him, Count Levon frowned. He felt that something was not right. Vlad might be of lowly birth, but he had a malicious mind. But he was not a fool, nor was he a lunatic. On the contrary, he was very smart. Beside him, Marquis Shiles wanted to say something in embarrassment, but Count Levon raised his hand and stopped him. No matter how we begged, Vlad shook his head with great difficulty, as though. That year, the just Nuranor personally beheaded 8 of my colleagues, including my teacher, amidst the cheers of the villagers. 8 innocent people, Vlad said dejectedly. His expression immediately turned into one of hatred. I'll never forget Nolaner Arund, that stupid noble young master. I can't forget the feeling of kneeling before the execution platform. I can't forget the look of disdain everyone gave us. His eyes were filled with resentment and hatred, and his 8 braids swayed slightly. Go F***ck the Arund family. Vlad gritted his teeth and let out a low, beast-like howl. Miranda took a deep breath and raised her head. I still remember the disgusting, righteous expression on that brat's face before the execution. There was coldness in Vlad's eyes. He imitated that person's tone and spoke in agony. In the name of the suzerain of Cold Castle, Duke Arund, you shall die under the blade of Soaring Eagle, to atone for your sins and restore justice. He only said it once, then beheaded one of them. Vlad said hatefully, I was the 9th person. I heard him repeat this sentence 8 times, and I also saw him brandishing this sword 8 times. Until Cold Castle sent an order to summon him back urgently. Miranda felt an endless chill run down her spine. She snatched her saber back. Her face was pale, and she frowned. Vlad did not stop her. He only sneered sarcastically. Of course. Vlad stared at the sword in her hand with a terrifying expression. I will never forget the style of this sword even when I die. His saber that shines with a cold light. He said coldly, Soaring Eagle, that belongs to Nolaner Arund. Is that so? Vlad said faintly. There was deep hatred and anger hidden in his eyes. This Lady Arund? Everyone on Thales' side felt their hearts tremble at the same time. The thing they were most worried about had finally happened. With a pale face, Shiles looked at the person in charge here, Count Levon. The Count sighed and glanced at the stiff Vlad with a complicated expression. They are not from Camus Union. Count Levon turned to Shiles and Thales with a hostile expression. They are people with ulterior motives. The Count waved his hand and coldly ordered his soldiers. Take them down. All of them. Chapter 247. Anti-Theft. At 6 in the morning, in the center of Shield District in Dragon Cloud City, the moon had already set in the west. The darkest hour of the day was about to arrive. The Hydra, Kilika, seemed to be very excited. The chilling sound of flesh and blood rubbing against each other could not help but make people think of the scene of a millstone grinding pork. It waved its limbs and tentacles in a frenzy, continuously releasing wave after wave of people to surround Nicholas and Gleeward. The 2 supreme-class elites wielding legendary anti-mystic equipment fought with all their might in the crowd controlled by the mystic and advanced with all their might. With great willpower, the two of them endured the cries and screams of the citizens and killed their way through the crowd. With great difficulty, they got closer to the mystic. However, the girl with a bright smile only shook her head slightly. A huge tentacle reached out from behind and sent her 20 meters away. More people controlled by the mystic walked out of the gap in the tentacle, puzzled. They surrounded the two supreme-class humans and involuntarily blocked the space left by the tentacle. Just a dozen meters away, under an inconspicuous low wall, Thales listened attentively to Black Sword's explanation with shock and astonishment. The power of eradication originates from the untapped potential in the human body. We use special methods, such as specific martial arts and sword styles, to guide it into usable power. Black Sword's words seemed to carry a faint sense of authority, causing people to unconsciously perk up their ears to listen. It can increase a person's ability, quality, or adaptability to certain situations, whether for a short or long period of time. He stared at Thales sternly and fiercely. The forms of existence of the power of eradication vary from person to person. There are many types of power of eradication. Some will form visible light, some will fuse with organs and tissues, some will even circulate day and night, some will be used on special parts, and some will permeate the entire body. Even if it's the same type of power of eradication, when used by different people, there are often great differences. Thales frowned. If there are great differences, how can I teach them? Black Sword seemed to have heard his thoughts. As the Hydra roared from its flesh, he said calmly, but they still have similarities that can be used as a reference. Most of the powers of eradication have a specific form and function at the moment of awakening. Black Sword exhaled. His muscles were trembling, as though he was doing his final warm-up. For example, the glory of the stars, which greatly increases nerve excitement and human endurance, the thawing of glaciers, which continuously increases one's resistance to pressure and senses, the Pegasus music, which maximizes one's resonance with the external environment, and the death of the sword, which instantly destroys the human body's self-protection mechanism. The people who awaken these powers of eradication will naturally form their personal biases and habits based on the specific forms of their powers of eradication, as well as how they use their abilities. When Thales blinked, Black Sword changed the topic. But the sin of Hell's River is different. Black Sword's expression turned cold. It is one of the least recorded powers of eradication. Based on my and some of my predecessors' experiences, it comes from the most unbelievable potential of life, Black Sword said slowly. Survival. Thales' heart clenched. He remembered what had happened in the birch forest. Serena had strangled him in midair. So, the existence of the sin of Hell's River is basically to prolong a dying life. Black Sword inhaled slowly and adjusted his breathing. It is a final struggle at all costs. He gave the prince a profound look. This is also the prerequisite for us to awaken the sin of Hell's River. It awakens at the moment of death, activating all the essence of life and exhausting all the possibilities of life. Because of this, it is different from most powers of eradication. The sin of Hell's River does not have a specific form. In other words, it can exist in any form, and exert its effects. Thales' pupils shrank. Any form of powers of eradication? Any other form of existence of the powers of eradication? He somewhat understood what Black Sword meant. That's right. Black Sword smiled and nodded. He looked at Kilika, who was in the distance. The sin of Hell's River, Black Sword narrowed his eyes and focused on the battle in the distance. It can be said to be an omnipotent power of eradication. As the two of them spoke, Nicholas and Gleeward were struggling to hold on. We can't go on like this. With a cold expression, Nicholas chopped off a woman's head with the severing soul's blade. Her terrified gaze before she died made the battle-hardened warrior's chest feel heavy. Then, he faced the next old man with a dazed expression. With the legendary anti-mystic equipment, we don't have to worry about protecting ourselves. Nicholas gently swung his slightly sore arm. He glanced at the corpses around them and could not help but frown. But in the end, we will be exhausted to death. The Star Killer glanced at Gleeward, who had a crazed expression and whose eyes were filled with rage? Or, will Gleeward have a mental breakdown after he kills enough people and reaches his limit? Gleeward roared and brandished his spear. The spearhead slashed through 3 people, but his left arm was scratched by a little girl who attacked him from behind. The civilians of Shield District who were scratched by the spear died under the effect of slaughter. Gleeward tried his best not to look at their expressions before they died, but his entire body was trembling violently. Do you have any way to break through? Gleeward gritted his teeth and took a step back. He was very agitated. Don't tell me that you're actually the kingdom's wrath. We can't break through. Nicholas stared at the girl standing in front of the Hydra and drew a blade. But we can make it so that she can't retreat. Gleeward's expression changed. In the next moment, the Star Killer's aura changed. 2 patches of red appeared on Nicholas' pale face. He retracted his arm and no longer attacked and killed the densely packed crowd in front of him. He stroked the Severing Soul's blade with his finger. In an instant, with a loud crack, the Severing Soul's blade, which had 2 curved sections, broke into 2 halves from the protruding part of the blade's spine. The Blood Mystic raised her eyebrows as she watched all of this. She instinctively felt that something was wrong, and the blood-red stripes on her face shuddered. The cut on the blade seemed to be very regular. The Star Killer held the broken blade in one hand and the remaining half of the Severing Soul's blade in the other. He revealed a mysterious smile. "World break, begin," he said softly. In the next second, Nicholas moved. The power of eradication in his body began to tremble. He turned his body sideways and squeezed past the 3 civilians controlled by the mystic in front of him with unbelievable movements. As they screamed involuntarily, he tapped the ground lightly, stepped on their shoulders, and leaped into the air. If Ida was here, she would immediately recognize that this was the same movement Nicholas displayed when they first met. It was the kind of footwork that allowed him to weave through the crowd perfectly, yet it was impossible to dodge. Giza's expression changed slightly. Immediately, a few controlled civilians bent their knees and jumped like monsters, pouncing towards Nicholas in the air. But at that moment, Gleeward's Soul Slayer pike drew a circle in the air, which was rarely seen. Shik. Bearing the injuries on his shoulders and back from the encirclement, Gleeward roared and swept away all the civilians who tried to stop Nicholas, turning them into lifeless corpses. Nicholas leaped into the air without any obstruction. In that second, he cast a profound glance at Giza in the distance. Separated by dozens of densely packed people, the Star Killer shook his arm. The broken blade whistled through the air and went straight for the mystic's face. Giza's expression changed drastically. Amid the piercing sound of the wind, she cautiously extended 2 tentacles from her body, struck the ground, and pushed herself backwards. Thud. The blade stabbed into the ground, only a few meters away from the Blood Mystic. Nicholas' expression did not change. He descended from the air and used the broken blade to block an enemy who was about to ambush him from behind. Giza narrowed her eyes and stared at the broken blade on the ground. She did not say a word. However, just a second later, Nicholas swung the blade lightly. His eyes shone brilliantly, and he said coldly, "World break completed." The mystic's expression did not change. He did not even look puzzled. But at that moment, Nicholas suddenly roared with the greatest emotional fluctuation since the start of the battle, "Charge!" As if he had received a supreme order, Gleeward opened his mouth and brandished the trembling pike with a ferocious expression. He pierced through the 2 innocent enemies in front of him and charged forward with tears in his eyes. "Oh!" As Gleeward roared, Nicholas did not show any signs of weakness. The half-broken blade in his hand shone with a glint so bright that it was difficult to see with the naked eye. In an instant, he slit the neck of a wailing teenager and charged towards the mystic. There's only one chance. Break through. In the Blood Mystic's eyes, the 2 Supreme-class Mystic charged forward without caring about the cost, injuries, and defense. The dense crowd of dozens of people was crushed by their charge. Giza tilted slightly. More people walked out of the tentacles and surrounded the vanguard. But Nicholas and Gleeward did not stop charging. Both of them were covered in scratches and cuts, but they burst forth with their most ferocious forms and charged at the mystic. They were getting closer and closer to the mystic. In the end, Giza still closed her eyes. Soon, Kilika extended a giant tentacle from behind her, grabbed her waist, and swept her away. But an accident happened at that moment. The mystic on the tentacles was no more than 10 meters away when the severing soul's blade stabbed into the ground suddenly shone brightly. The broken blade shone with the most dazzling yellow light. The tentacles protecting Giza continued to drag her backward, but a yellow light that was identical to the one on the blade suddenly appeared behind Giza. Giza's expression changed. The tentacles were still retreating, but Giza seemed to be held back by an invisible hand from behind. She was forced to a stop in front of a barrier formed by the yellow light. No matter how hard the tentacles tried, they could not drag Giza out of the area of the yellow light. It was as if it had been stuck by something. Giza raised her head abruptly and looked at the broken blade of the severing soul's blade on the ground in front of her. It's that broken blade. There's something wrong with it. Giza did not have much time to think, because in an instant, the two Supreme Class elites broke through the dense crowd. Covered in blood, they charged fiercely towards the mystic, who could not retreat even an inch. 10 meters, 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters, the two of them were getting closer to Giza. Attack! Nicholas roared and elbowed an enemy to his left. Then, he turned around and swung his blade decisively. As blood splattered, he cut down 3 or 4 people, protecting Gleeward at all costs. With tears still on his face and a heart full of anger, Gleeward swung the fatal Soul Slayer pike and stepped within 3 meters of the mystic. Then, he thrust the pike forward. The yellow light behind the blood mystic flashed faster and faster. It still obstructed her. She could not retreat or dodge. The tip of the pike approached the spot between Giza's eyes. Thud. At that critical moment, the body of the Soul Slayer pike was once again gripped tightly by the veteran, Big Leatherbelt, who suddenly appeared beside Giza. The pike tip was only an inch away from Giza's face. But unlike before, this time, the air behind Giza was flashing with a strange light. She could not retreat even an inch. She could only be stuck between the Soul Slayer pike and the light. She could not advance or retreat. It was extremely thrilling. Chief Gleeward. Big Leatherbelt held the Soul Slayer pike with a face full of tears. I'm sorry. Nicholas' figure flashed again. The broken sword flew, and metal clanked. Within a short period of time, Gleeward was completely protected. It's nothing. Gleeward gritted his teeth and glared resentfully at Big Leatherbelt, who was forced to stand between the mystic and the Soul Slayer pike. It's just another unlucky battle. The three of them were in a stalemate. The crowd surrounding the two seemed to have received some sort of order. They stopped abruptly. As the controlled people howled in fear, they all retreated. Only then did Nicholas get a chance to catch his breath. He took a step back and leaned his back against Gleeward, who was holding the Soul Slayer pike against the mystic. Giza lowered her head. Her lips moved slightly, and her voice rang in the ears of the two Supreme Class individuals. What is this? The mystic asked flatly. The ability of the severing soul's blade. Nicholas clutched his chest. He glanced at the blade on the ground, then at Big Leatherbelt, who was blocking the Soul Slayer pike. His expression was unpleasant. With the separated blade as the center, it can temporarily isolate an area that is completely isolated from the outside world. Only in, no out. Nicholas exhaled a visible breath of hot air. Gleeward gritted his teeth. His eyes were full of hatred. It's enough to trap you here, bam. Giza narrowed her eyes. The yellow light behind her was still firmly blocking her path of retreat, but she did not seem to care. She barely moved her lips as she said, how rare. It's another equipment I've never seen before. Come to think of it, it's funny. This ability has a terrible name. Nicholas' face twitched. In the end, he took a deep breath and said stiffly, "It's called, You Can't Escape." A cold wind blew. The Hydra tugged at Giza in vain, but the latter was tightly bound by the yellow light and could not move. Humph, the blood mystic snorted coldly. It sounds like the work of that B*TCH, blood spike. Chapter 248. Anti-theft, anti-theft. It was night. I'm still worried about that strange doctor staying together with His Highness. Beside the bonfire, Wyatt stared at another bonfire in the distance with a strange expression. There were only two figures, one big and one small, sitting around it. This was the third night since they came to Lampard's military camp. Ramon claimed that he wanted to examine Thale's injuries alone, and the strange thing was that the prince agreed to it. He's a prince. He can do whatever he wants. Putre smoked his pipe and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Beside him, Wyatt's expression darkened. Also, relax. Ramon's fear of His Highness is not an act. Also, there are so many extension soldiers guarding the area. His Highness' safety is assured. Putre glanced at the hostile extension soldiers who were either on sentry duty or patrolling around. He then glanced at Ida, who was not far away, and said slowly, "Also, if Ramon is really an assassin, he had too many chances on the previous battlefield. Don't forget, he was the one who saved His Highness." Wyatt recalled what happened on the battlefield, and his heart skipped a beat. Speaking of this, what happened to His Highness? The young attendant said worriedly. At that time, even his breathing was. Putre looked at Wyatt, who had a doubtful expression on his face, and narrowed his eyes slightly. "You've been brooding over this matter?" the thin vice diplomat asked with interest. "It's not just this." Wyatt furrowed his brows. As he recalled solemnly, he voiced the doubts in his heart. His Highness' physique is very good. In fact, it's better than I expected. No matter how serious his injuries are, the time it takes for him to recover is calculated in days. But this is even more suspicious, isn't it? Also, the psionic ability that His Highness said he learned from the Black Prophet. I can't ignore it. Wyatt lowered his head and glanced at the single-edged sword beside his hand. After all, that's the Secret Intelligence Department. Although His Highness, he's still just a child. It's not a good thing to be too close to the Secret Intelligence Department. Secret Intelligence Department. Humph, Putre raised his head and exhaled a cloud of smoke at the moon in the sky with a complicated expression. You think the Secret Intelligence Department is a scary place? The vice diplomat did not look at Wyatt. Wyatt pursed his lips and nodded. I've heard a lot of stories about that place. Some are ridiculous, some are bizarre, and some are unreasonable. The young attendant drew his sword, his voice filled with hesitation. But I have to admit, the mysteriousness of the kingdom's secret intelligence department and the reputation of the Black Prophet are frightening. I thought that with your age, you wouldn't have heard too much about the Black Prophet. Putre chuckled. The vice diplomat stroked the slowly cooling pipe in his hand. His tone was heavier than usual. Gilbert is a competent and outstanding attendant. He is orderly, meticulous, and loyal to his ideals and goals from the beginning to the end. He has his own principles. Wyatt gently tightened his grip on the tip of his sword. Even if sometimes, those principles are so callous, the young attendant said faintly. Callous? Putre snorted softly. Sometimes, you have to make a choice, no matter how difficult it is. Before Wyatt could respond, a discordant voice interrupted their conversation out of nowhere. Good evening, Constellation's two esteemed guests. Viscount Kenvita, the Archduke of Black Sand Region's subordinate and his most trusted advisor, walked over from afar. He was dressed in a thick military uniform unique to Northland. "I hope I did not disturb you." Kenvita smiled and sat down opposite Putray, whose gaze was contemplative, and Waya, whose expression was unpleasant. "You did indeed disturb us." Waya stared at Kenvita with an unfriendly gaze. He flicked the sword in his hand lightly, and a clear, crisp sound rang. "Very well, that means that I have attracted your attention." Kenvita nonchalantly took off his gloves and warmed himself by the fire. "Why don't you stay in the tent? The weather is very cold, and this is Northland." "We like the open wilderness," Putray replied coldly as he poured out the ashes from his pipe. His thin face flashed in the firelight. "The scenery is beautiful, and the field of vision is wide. Do not worry." Kenvita chuckled softly, seeing through their thoughts. "You are an extet, and extensions do not have the habit of eavesdropping on tent corners." He turned his head and looked at the Prince of Constellation and his doctor in the distance. "The prince is very safe here." Kenvita narrowed his eyes. "He is truly a special prince, isn't he? Otherwise, the Archduke would not have given such an evaluation." Waya snorted in disdain. Putray furrowed his brows. "They are starting to pay attention to the prince. The child probably said something strange in Lampard's tent a few days ago. This is not a good sign." The vice diplomat pulled out his tobacco pouch, grabbed a handful of tobacco, and said flatly, "Looks like we will have to depart tomorrow." Waya raised his eyebrows. Kenvita's expression froze. He looked at Putray warily. "You know about it? It's written all over your face, and the soldiers who go back and forth through the night. Besides..." Putray nonchalantly picked up a burning branch from the fire and lit his pipe again. "Isn't this the purpose of your visit? To convey your lord's will?" There was silence. Kenvita stared at Putray seriously, as though he wanted to observe him again. "Yes," the Viscount of Black Sand Region said calmly. "We will depart tomorrow. I will lead a troop of 2,000 men, including 500 cavaliers and the Fire Knight, Lord Tolja. We will escort Prince Thale straight to Dragon Cloud City. On the way, we will not rest in any of the suzerain's castles or towns. At most, we will set up camp in the wild. 2,000 men, and detour around the castles. To ensure that no one will find an opportunity to plot against them." Putray chuckled softly. "I am really worried for your lord. It seems that Lampard is also at his wit's end. He has no clue about the mastermind who is plotting against him." Kenvita's expression changed slightly. "And here I thought that keeping promises and being absolutely loyal was the glorious and proud tradition of Northland," Putray said softly as he puffed out a cloud of smoke. "But look at this military camp right now. There's the smell of conspiracies and schemes everywhere. Who else can you completely trust?" Kenvita's expression gradually stiffened. "Do you know what this is called?" Putray snorted softly. "Even a crooked beam will have a crooked shadow, whether it's King Nuvan or your lord." Kenvita grabbed a handful of snow from the ground, gently scattered it, and watched as it fell between his fingers. "Do not comment on Northland's internal affairs, citizen of the Empire," the Viscount said coldly. "At least on the land of Black Sand Region, accidents will not happen again." Waya sheathed his sword. He sensed that the atmosphere was not quite right. Accidents? That mystic gun trainer might have a different opinion. Putray put down his pipe and laughed. "Let me give you a suggestion, Your Grace, clueless Viscount." Kenvita's gaze flickered. "What do you know?" "Stop investigating Officer Hardy's connection with the Archdukes and suzerains. Your efforts are destined to be in vain." Frowning, Putray tested the temperature of his pipe to make sure that it did not burn well. "Why don't you look for his business offline and start investigating the discarded mystic guns sold on the black market?" Kenvita looked puzzled. "Black market? Ah, Northlanders who look down on mystic guns." Putray sneered. "Compared to buying them directly from the Imperial Kingdom, the training of mystic guns is the most expensive." The completeness of the core and the freshness of the spare parts are inversely proportional to the soldier's proficiency in operating the mystic guns. Kenvita revealed a contemplative expression. Beside him, Waya was baffled. The Archduke of Black Sand Region's mystic gun troops are very proficient. Their aim during volleys is also very good. Putre glanced at Kenvita and flicked the metal rod of his pipe. Based on my experience, unless Archduke Lampard is willing to dismiss half of his knights and heavy cavaliers and allocate a large amount of gold coins every month to support the mystic gun training, he will definitely not be able to train such a troop within 3 years. Kenvita seemed to be deep in thought. He must find a sufficient source of income and maintain such a troop with a large amount of training. Only then can they be of use during critical moments. Fortunately, it's only 3 years, and there's only one training officer. Putre added a bit of tobacco and mocked. After 3 years, those troops would probably be able to carry out orders like turn around and attack the Archduke's location meticulously, wouldn't they? Kenvita ignored Putre's mockery. He continued to speak word by word, so, he must find a way to the black market. For example, he can use the mystic guns that have already been scrapped and should have been destroyed according to the agreement to exchange them for money, damaged parts, eternal oil, or even bribe the purchasing officers who go to the Imperial Kingdom to purchase mystic core cores. Putre shrugged and lit his pipe again. I guarantee that his contact in the black market knows him a lot better than that group of soldiers. Kenvita exhaled and immediately asked, why can't the mastermind and financial backer behind him directly provide him with financial support? Kenvita exhaled and immediately asked, if that's the case, all of you would have found clues about his dealings with other forces a long time ago. Why would you have to drag it out until now? Putre said disdainfully. Kenvita's face turned red. For the past few days, he had been so troubled by this matter that even his basic judgment was affected. Waya frowned. He did not quite understand the conversation between the two. There was silence. Lord Putre, the secret room provided you with information, Viscount Kenvita said slowly, having figured something out. I'm starting to believe their words. Oh. What an honor. With an intoxicated look on his face, Putre took a deep puff of his tobacco. What did the secret room say about me? They only have information about you before you left the palace, but it's already interesting enough. Kenvita's eyes shone with great interest. Putre Nemain, the weaver of the web within the palace walls, the mastermind who keeps his composure. Waya looked at Putre with a surprised and bewildered gaze. This guy, ha. Putre turned his head and smiled. The Red Witch's subordinates really think highly of me. Kenvita had a contemplative look on his face. No, instead, I think that it's time for their information to be updated. Viscount Kenvita curled up the corners of his lips and put on his gloves again. The people within the palace walls might be good at observing people's words and expressions and coming up with strategies. But some wisdom must be accumulated through experience and knowledge. Putre made 2 trilling sounds through his nose and puffed out a puff of smoke. By the way, Lord Putre Nemain, Constellation's former viscount, Kenvita stood up and smiled from ear to ear. Your decision to charge in the opposite direction on the battlefield was both brave and decisive. Very well. Putre cast a deep glance at Thales and Ramon in the distance. Compared to you, they like me more now. Chapter 249. Burglar. From the corner of his eyes, Serena shrieked and transformed into her terrifying true form. Where do you think you're going? Serena widened her black hole-like eyes. She spread her crimson bone wings, tore apart her cloak, and flapped them into the air. She roared hoarsely and rudely, mortal brat. However, Ralph's gaze was firm. He stepped on the violent wind and pounced towards the blood clansman. He wanted to hold this monster back. This was the boy's plan. Thales flew towards a big tree on the left. It was the birch tree that was broken during the sisterly war just now. On the ground next to it was an unconscious figure. Serena's expression suddenly changed. She realized what Thales was about to do. However, in the next moment, the sound of wind whistled behind the patricide. Serena instinctively turned around and clawed. Asterisk clang. Asterisk there was a violent sound of metal clashing. It was not Ralph who attacked. Instead, it was a steel cable held in Ralph's hand. Serena, who was caught off guard, furrowed her brows. The steel cable that suddenly attacked her was tightly entangled around her arm. Ah! Serena screamed wildly. She was dragged backwards by the steel cable that was carried by the violent wind. She tore at the steel cable, but it was futile as sparks flew everywhere. On the other end of the steel cable, Ralph flew in the air with his teeth clenched. His legs were below his knees. 2 pieces of crude steel prosthetics were already missing. The steel cable was the equipment Ralph used to fix his 2 prosthetics. It was extremely tough. I will never let you pass. The phantom wind follower's gaze was firm. Thales landed on the snowy ground with his hands tied behind his back. He rolled forward twice in a disheveled manner. The fluctuation dissipated. A wave of exhaustion swept over him. His entire body was sore. Some of his joints even felt as if they were being torn apart. Thales vaguely understood that this was because his current physical fitness could not keep up with the balance he made with the help of the wind. However, he still struggled. With his hands behind his back, he squirmed and crawled to the front of that person. That was the key to his plan. Caterina Corleone. The Night Queen who was on her last breath. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the prince bumped into Caterina's pretty face. He knocked the latter out of her coma and woke her up slightly. He stared at Caterina's unfocused gaze and spat out 2 words. Bite me. Caterina, whose limbs were all severed and only her torso was left, was heavily injured and unable to continue. She lifted her head with difficulty and glanced at him with a puzzled expression. The transmigrator said coldly, "Suck blood." However, the Night Queen, who had lost her confidence, shook her head helplessly and bitterly. "It's useless. My injuries are too severe. Hurry up and leave. Maybe we can escape." Caterina lowered her head as if she had resigned herself to her fate and closed her purple eyes. On the other side, Ralph was still using the tightrope to maintain a distance from Serena while struggling to deal with her. Thales scowled. This woman. A queen? At this moment, Ralph's pained groan came from afar. There was no time to waste. Thales made his decision. Didn't Serena say it? The boy, whose hands were tied behind his back, licked the tip of his tongue and furrowed his brows tightly. My blood. It's nutritious. The next moment, Thales closed his eyes, bit the tip of his tongue with his upper and lower teeth, and slammed his chin on the snow. He heard a small pft sound. Then, a wave of intense pain traveled from the tip of his tongue. Thales was in so much pain that tears came out. The feeling of biting his tongue, it hurt so much. But Thales still struggled to stand up with tears of grief. Without hesitation, he threw himself next to Caterina without hesitation. Then, under the shocked gaze of the Corleone family head, the Weeper, and the Night Queen, Caterina van Corleone, Thales fiercely kissed Caterina's lips. Caterina subconsciously wanted to struggle. Until Thales' eyes widened in anger and stuck the tip of his tongue, which was filled with blood, into her mouth. A second passed. Caterina's entire body trembled. This is the taste of this blood, ugh. Ralph's muffled groan was heard again. Thales furrowed his brows and stared at Caterina's incredulous gaze. This woman. Why is she so unreasonable? Her sister, Serena, was obviously intoxicated with excitement, savoring it carefully, and looking like she was about to attract fans. Could it be that she doesn't like, but he did not finish his thoughts. Because in the next moment, Katerina struggled with what was left of her body and revealed a frightening, thirsty, and bloodthirsty gaze. The purple-eyed blood clansman, who only had her torso left, suddenly turned around and pressed the 7-year-old child under her body. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the Night Queen lunged forward wildly. She bit Thale's mouth tightly, madly sucking his fresh blood. Pain. Thales felt a sharp pain coming from his tongue. Thales cried again from the pain. Ugh, he shook his head violently without any regard, forcing Katerina to let go of his mouth. Thales panted violently with tears streaming down his face. I was wrong. This is definitely crazier than her sister. Thales raised his head and furrowed his brows as he looked at Katerina, who was on top of him and had a fierce look on her face because she was disturbed from eating. In the next second, like an anxious lover, Thales anxiously stretched out his head and exposed the skin on his neck. He spoke to Katerina without any regard for anything else. Quick, neck. Faster. Katerina revealed a longing gaze. She lowered her head fiercely and used her teeth to tear open the collar on Thales' shoulders. Hey! You! Before Thales could finish speaking, Katerina bared her fangs furiously and fiercely bit down on his neck. She started sucking his blood. Pain, the feeling of being sucked, dizziness, numbness, and pleasure all assaulted Thales' mind in an instant. With tears of pain, Thales looked pitifully at Katerina, who was ravaging his body. Powerlessly and bitterly, he finished his sentence. Can I be gentler? Amidst the strong wind, Serena grabbed onto a tree and finally steadied herself. Damned bug. I've played long enough. In the next second, she raised her head ferociously, grabbed the steel rope fiercely and pulled it. It was a tremendous force that had been strengthened by the true form. Ralph, who was at the end of his tether, was dragged along by the tremendous force on the steel rope. He crashed into a birch tree beside him and fell powerlessly onto the snowy ground. Ralph climbed up with great difficulty, but after losing his prosthetic leg, he could only lean against the birch tree weakly. Ralph used his psionic ability to breathe in a mouthful of cold air again. He stretched out his arms and flung out 2 hidden blades. He soared into the air again and faced Serena head-on. They fought at close quarters. However, Ralph was easily grabbed by Serena's claws in the blink of an eye. She struck his first hidden blade at a tricky angle. The strength in Ralph's sword disappeared. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the blade, which was not as hard as the steel rope, shattered inch by inch. Serena's strength was ingenious. Ralph's body suddenly froze in midair. He had no choice but to first adjust the wind to reduce her strength. However, in an instant, Serena expressionlessly extended her long leg and stomped heavily on his other arm. Ralph grunted and flew backwards. His arms seemed to have been fractured. In the next moment, Serena's face was filled with savagery. She flapped her skeletal wings rapidly and accelerated in an instant, closing in on Ralph. Her sharp claws attacked swiftly. Asterisk clang. Asterisk she crushed Ralph's last hidden blade with her claws. I miscalculated. Disappointed, Ralph thought, I can't stop her at all. He remembered what the air mystic had told him a long time ago. I have seen quite a number of supreme-class people. Their fighting styles are basically. Asda said slowly at that time. They can control their attacks freely, meticulously, perfectly, and without any hesitation. The battles between supreme-class people seem boring and simple, fast and monotonous, but this kind of terrifying control between the millimeters is far from what those brats of the same rank who waste their energy or strength recklessly can imagine. As for your problem. If you encounter a supreme class. Asda's blue robe was so distinct that Ralph could still remember his indifferent and colorless face. If you don't get close to them, you can use your psionic abilities to fight for a while. But Asda immediately raised his head and revealed a thoughtful expression. There is only one exception. If you encounter Black Sword, Ralph recalled that Asda smiled lightly at that time. Remember to write your will beforehand. Recalling the past, Ralph sighed in his heart. Damn it, as expected, the supreme class and the same rank are not on the same level. I can't even stop him for a few minutes. The phantom wind follower gently closed his eyes. It ends here. At least the debt is paid off. But in the next moment, the sound of violent wind and the sound of hands clashing could be heard. Until the last sound. Asterisk splat. Asterisk Ralph opened his eyes in surprise. Damn it, Serena covered her left shoulder and flapped her wings. She screamed and retreated madly. Until she was a few meters away. A few seconds later. The patricide raised his head and looked at the person opposite him with a hateful gaze. That pure white true form blood clansman. My dear sister. The cold and elegant Caterina Corleone stood coldly in front of her. Her limbs were complete and powerful. Her wings could expand and contract at will. Her purple eyes were cold and fierce. It was as if she had never been injured. In the queen's left arm was Thales, who was groaning and gasping for breath. Serena looked at her younger sister ferociously and resentfully and let out an indignant roar. The Night Queen took a step forward and casually threw Serena's bloody left arm, which she had just torn off, onto the snowy ground. Her expression immediately turned fierce. The second round. Tower of Eradication, Sharp Blade Valley, Underground Secret Chamber. Xiao stroked his long white beard and walked in slowly. He lit the everlasting lamp in the corner of the room. It was a strange circular room. There were no objects at all. There were only thick stone walls. The stone walls were full of scratches of various colors. Some were deep, some were shallow, and their lengths varied. It was as if they were scratched randomly. Xiao turned around and looked at the other side of the room. It was a curled-up figure, trembling continuously in the corner of the room. Xiao looked at that person for a while and sighed slowly. It's getting worse? The figure shuddered continuously and only said after a long while, It's devouring me. Xiao's expression was solemn. Devouring? You mean, it's corroding your body? The figure trembled and raised its head to laugh bitterly. More than that. This power, it's as if it's going to happen to me, it's alive. Xiao frowned. What's going on? The figure continued to tremble, as if it had seen the deepest fear. It has its own consciousness. Like the devil in my heart, it's urging me, threatening me, scaring me, go and risk your life. Go and fight. Go and kill. I can't stop, until death greets me, or death will reject me again. I can't stop. Xiao closed his eyes and remained silent for a long time. When he opened them again, his eyes were already red. Xiao, the respected Far East successor of the Tower of Eradication, slowly sat down cross-legged beside the figure. His eyes were filled with grief. Perhaps, this plan is wrong from the start. Even a genius like Crassus. How could we? Xiao's words were filled with pain and heaviness. Both of you. I shouldn't have let you go in the first place. However, the figure only laughed coldly. Impossible. Horace and I. Let's not talk about whether he could survive. He fought so many battles later on, killed so many people. If Horace was the one who went in the first place, can you imagine how he is now? The figure curled up even more. Xiao gripped his sword tightly. His heart was filled with regret and pain. He sighed for a long time. When the figure saw Xiao's expression, he tried his best to smile. Teacher, don't worry, I can hold on until I complete my mission. I can do it. Xiao extended his hand in anguish and placed it on the figure's shoulder. He could not help but say, You've worked hard, child. You've endured for more than 30 years, the sins that should not exist in the world. You're tuning into the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.